The story begins in a dream. A stunning-looking fried egg glazed on a frying pan. Iram's friend congratulates him on winning the contest. In culinary circles, the name of Iram is known to absolutely everyone. There are many certificates and awards on the shelves. Employees tell the chief that work is of course good, but you should not forget about rest. The chief will be driving tomorrow, and it would not hurt him to sleep, but he continues to work. Someone asks what the patient's profession is. He's a cook. He should take a break from work soon. Sensory nerve problems can cause temporary loss of hearing and smell, but you shouldn't worry too much. Most people recover quickly, no need to worry so much. He'll be back to normal soon enough. The cook tastes the food and throws everything on the floor. It's been a whole year, but nothing has changed today either. He covers his ears with his hands, tears pouring from his eyes. He screams that all the food is completely tasteless. He sits on the floor near the scattered food and broken dishes. He himself is broken and can't taste or smell, absolutely nothing. Reality. The day has come. Someone has come in and is pressing the doorbell to the apartment with their finger. The apartment is dirty. There are unwashed plates in the sink, water spilled on the countertop. The young man wakes up when he hears the bell ring. He squints against the bright light and clearly didn't plan to wake up. His sleep is disturbed by a courier who brings a medium-sized package. It was a delivery from the reality company. The young man reluctantly got out of bed and opened the door for the courier. The courier smelled the odor of alcohol. Leaving, the courier said that information on the use can be seen on the official website and said goodbye. In the box, the young man found headphones with the company logo, ampoules with green liquid. Everything was carefully wrapped. The young man looks at the equipment and says that this is a breakthrough in the virtual world. Who would have thought that the day would come and he would be playing games? The young man sat down to watch the introductory video. It says that they will prove that all 5 senses can be utilized. The picture encourages to become a pioneer in living the dream along with thousands of players from all over the world. And they are already waiting for his dream. The young man decides to take a risk, puts on headphones. In his mind, words that he will be able to use all 5 senses. He drinks the potion, still not believing that this is even possible. But either way, his life is a mess. But he decides not to give up and try again. With these words, he found the glasses, lay down on the bed, and waited. The system warns that this game is not intended for persons under the age of 18. The sky is light and slightly cloudy. White feathers slowly descend through the air. This is the chapter, Creating the World. A strange creature, without eyes, nose, hair, with snow-white skin, lies in bright grass. It is our young man found himself in a new virtual world. He abruptly sat down. Everything looks very strange. The system opens a screen in front of him and offers to create a character, choosing the cut and color of the eyes, the type of eyebrows, and the shape of the nose. The creature comes up with the name Rice and begins to further understand all the settings. But it doesn't want to think about what it wants to be, so it presses a button that will randomize its appearance. The system creates a character, and so the creature transforms into a handsome guy with disheveled hair and brown eyes. The system said it would teleport him to the starting area. He finds himself in a field where other characters are fighting chickens. He is greeted by Yuria, an idol he had seen in a commercial. The young man is shocked at what is happening. While Yuria is telling him something, he realizes that he can feel the wind and the smell of freshness carried along with it. He notices and smells the bright odor of green grass and damp earth. Rice realizes with a flutter of his soul that his sensations are the same as they were before the accident. And if he can smell it, he can probably taste it too. The young man drops to his knees and plucks a bunch of green, juicy grass. He begins to devour the grass furiously. The people around him are puzzled. The expression on their faces speaks for itself. But the one doesn't notice the leering stares. He is absorbed in the realization that the grass he is eating is bitter, and he can taste it. His enjoyment is interrupted by a huge rooster, who is not going to wait for his rival to get full. But experienced hunters help him deal with the bewildered bird. One of them approached him and suggested that he stop dreaming in the clouds. But seeing that he was a novice, he calmed down his ardor a little. He tossed the young man a cock's head, from which 2 eggs fell out, and walked away. Rice tried to stop the hunter by yelling that 2 items had fallen out. The system reported that it was a horned chicken egg. He thinks that's a very unusual name, and the object is larger than a normal egg. He looks at the eggs and wonders what he should do with them now. The hero took the branches and coated stone and made scrambled eggs on the fire. Rice took the starter item, spoon, fork, and prepared to taste the dish he had made. He broke off a piece of the most beautiful scrambled egg and gingerly placed it gingerly in his mouth. It turned out to be an amazing tasting egg. Rice was in complete ecstasy. Now he could taste the flavor. Our hero even let out a tear at how delicious it was for him. The marvelous scrambled eggs added 10 points to his satiety. Rice, of course, was a little sad that this was just a virtual reality, but then he decided to enjoy what he had. While he was sitting on the grass eating his scrambled eggs, a girl approached him from behind and called out to him, but he didn't move. Then she came closer to him and tried to draw his attention again. The girl said that the young man was such an appetizing eater that she might even give him her ingredients and give him a reward for the same scrambled eggs. The system informed him that Mary had made a request for one fried egg. He has to click on the yes or no button. Mary once again asks the young one to cook the egg for her, since it smells so nice and appetizing. Rice asks how much one fried egg might cost. Mary offers 501. The guy agrees. He cooks a scrambled egg for the girl. Mary says it looks excellent. Mary says the portion is so huge, like it's made from ostrich eggs, she didn't think she could eat that in the game. Our hero is very worried about whether Mary likes his food. After all, it is his first customer. He looks at Mary so intently that she is puzzled and looks at him. Our hero thinks that Mary did not like his dish, since she just eats in silence and says nothing. But Mary exclaims that it's so much better than the actual food. It's like she's been taken to an upscale restaurant. Rice exhales in relief as Mary continues to praise his food. Mary remembers that she owes him money. She reached into her inventory. She handed him a baggie containing 501. Rice was shocked that a customer had paid him for a virtual reality meal. Mary thanked the newly minted chef for the meal and promised she would come back for more. The young man ponders that if this game is called reality, maybe he really can do whatever he wants in it. He thinks about the fact that if he couldn't achieve his goals in real life, why not try to do it here? The game shuts down, and the young man wakes up in the real world. He has a strange feeling of being back in the real world after returning. Rice tried to smell and taste, but as expected, he couldn't taste or smell. He still had to go to his part-time job interview. For now, he should eat and look for a way to survive. The young man put his headphones on the table, sighed, and said it was only a fleeting dream. Iram comes to get a job at the cafe. He says hello and hands over his resume. The owner says that their establishment caters to customers coming in one at a time, so they'll have to do things quickly. Iram says he can handle it. The owner says the helper's job isn't limited to just washing dishes. Sometimes you'll have to cook. Iram agrees and says he can cook and it won't be a problem. The man says that Iram can start work from tomorrow. Iram thinks that even though he has lost his ability to taste and smell, it will be okay now. He will try to taste everything. The game. A warrior fights a rooster to get its freshest meat. But it's not so easy. The roosters have enveloped him from all sides and do not want to fall victim. To help the warrior with the mace comes a young girl warrior with a bow and arrow. She takes aim at the bird and deftly hits it right on target. It was not difficult. She tells the young man that archery is easy. You just have to be careful. The boy replies that it was federal and he just got a better partner. The chicken is delivered to him, and he tries to cook it, although not everyone understands why he's trying to cook something that can't be eaten in real life. Rice thinks that when he first saw the reality commercials, he thought it was just another marketing ploy. But reality is more fulfilling than life. But it's still an illusion. Even the plants are lifelike. The young man tastes the rosemary. Then he cooks chicken kebabs. He wants to improve his cooking. He adds sprigs of rosemary to the meat. First, Rice lights the fire. He can't wait to cook something more complicated than scrambled eggs. The young man puts the skewers on the fire, and after a while, a magical smell comes to him. The hunters smell it too. One of them is delighted, while the other calls him an idiot. He's pleased with his first meat dish. The system identifies this as a restorative chicken kebab, giving satiation. The hunters are surprised by the game character, the cook. They are going to buy this deliciousness from Rice. The cook enjoys tasting his new creation. He can taste the chicken and finds it great. He's interrupted by hunters who want to try the chicken kebab and ask how much it costs. Rice eats his portion with such gusto that he forgets to even think about how much it might cost. He says 3,001 for 2 servings. He has 3 more chicken carcasses and will cook the kebab right away. A little later, the guys eat the kebab and praise Rice. They say that 1,501 per portion is a bit expensive, but it's worth it. More and more people start coming to him, wanting to get a tasty piece of kebab. Our hero cooks new and new portions without stopping. He says that he slowly begins to remember how he used to cook. Rice realizes that for all the time of forced respite, his experience has not evaporated anywhere. He thinks about the fact that now he can start over in this game. The system informs him that a new achievement has been unlocked. You have to hit monsters over 1,000 times to get the rank of fighter. Rice is not quite sure what the skill is or why he got it. He got the eye that sees vulnerabilities. Eyes that can see weaknesses in monsters with 1 star. In the same way, the young man got the skill Smashing Strike. You need to concentrate power on the end of the weapon to strike a critical blow. Our hero thinks, since it was so, whether he should not try out the skill that appeared to him. Meanwhile, the other warriors are thinking about how many roosters to catch to make the boss appear. It seems to be around 50. He realized that he needed to hunt roosters on his own. He can't just cook everything he gets his hands on. Rice ponders how he should start hunting since he's never tried it before. He approaches the warriors who are fighting a huge rooster and tactfully asks them to take him hunting with them. But the warriors don't understand his question and tell him to do what he wants. One of the warriors interrupts the fight and asks if Rice has any decent weapons. If so, he could keep them company by joining their team. He enthusiastically pulled out the knife he had just used to cut up a chicken and asked if it would work as a weapon. The warriors laughed, but suggested that he try to slaughter a rooster. If he could do it, they would accept him as a member of their team. Rice is shaking with fear, for he's alone against the rooster, a unicorn. But it's only a game, so there's no need to be afraid. The system activated Rice's skill, and he immediately felt that something had changed. He saw that a red mark appeared on the rooster. This is exactly the bird's weak spot that he can now see. The young man thinks he can easily defeat the bird and throws himself at it, but the rooster throws Rice back with force. The warriors say that's what they thought. It's a bit tricky for a beginner, all the more difficult to do damage with a simple dagger. They laugh at the young man and say they were too demanding for a beginner. Rice realized he had failed this time. This was harder than he thought it would be. He touches the bruise. It hurts like it's real. He wonders if he should stop hunting or try again. He recalls how in real life, Iram had a mishap at work. His soup burned at work, but the boss told him to empty the pot and try again, because he had already learned his lesson. Rice decided to pull himself together and try to fight the rooster again. Meanwhile, the boss had already appeared on the battlefield. The warriors look at the looming monster and shake with fear. They doubt that the two of them can handle it, but there's nothing to be done. They have to try. The system reports that the players Shinken and Himo have entered the game field of the great king of roosters, the unicorns. While the players were thinking, they received another message. The system reported that they had become targets for the great king's attack. And indeed, the Rooster King moved towards the players, flashing his golden beak. The first player was thrown aside by the rooster immediately, in the same second. The second one had not yet had time to be attacked. The system reported that player Rice had entered the playing field of the great king of roosters, unicorns. The system says that if he does not leave within 3 seconds, he will be targeted for attack. Rice decides to immediately rush to his aid. Shinken tells him to get out of here, otherwise defeat is imminent. But our hero decides he can do it. The system informs him that the player has been targeted by the great Rooster King of Unicorns. The system shows the rooster's weak spot, and the young man aims calmly and accurately. Rice very concentratedly sneaks up on the great Rooster King and strikes him right on target, but the effect is unplanned. The bird abruptly reared up and went to attack the warriors with renewed vigor. Our hero insists to himself that this is just a game, but looking at the guys, does not understand how they can be so fearless. Suddenly, he sees one of the guys being put on his beak horn by a rooster. The guy says he has to go out for a while, but he'll be back soon. Rice grabs his head. He didn't realize the game could be so realistic. Despite the fact that our hero knows it's just a fake, he's overcome with fear. The surviving warrior deflects the rooster's attack and thinks it's immediately obvious that it's the boss. He's so persistent. Rice's skill is activated again, and he sees that very vulnerable point on the rooster's butt. He plunges his blade into the point and flies through the entire rooster outward to the surprised look of his partner. The system says that Rice has defeated the Rooster King and gained a new achievement, as well as 15% to the damage power. His partner flies up to him and starts praising him unrestrainedly, saying that it was very cool. Everyone around him is also stunned by such a reception, but the young man embarrassedly scratches his head and says that he was just lucky. But there are those who are a little bit even jealous that Rice defeated the boss. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair appears. She says she saw Rice at the fan cafe and has been looking for him for a very long time. Rice is confused and doesn't really know what she's talking about. The girl says she's a fan of his and really wants to try his chicken kebabs. But the girl says she didn't come here to eat. She walks up to him and takes his hand. With a shining face, she offers him to go into the restaurant business with her. The system advertises the RPG universe. It offers to be the first to defeat an evil army and get a cash prize for it. The guy reads about the new game and thinks it's a crazy scope. He was looking forward to playing for big rewards. The game. The green-haired guy is cutting up some obscure plant that looks like a mushroom. Rice is also busy chopping up a fruit that looks like a nut, but with 3 large bones inside. The green-haired man feels like he's working a part-time job. There's a clearing, a campfire in the middle. 3 people are busy cooking something very mysterious and delicious. The girl with the pink hair thinks that even though she has been rejected, Maybe something will change if she hangs around Rice. She looks at the young man who wants to put some brown egg in his mouth. The girl cries out, not understanding why he's eating something that tastes so disgusting. She asks Rice why he chose that name. Rice replies that cooking is his passion, and the name translates to rice. The girl asks the same nickname for a new acquaintance in other countries. He says he has never played games before. The girl is surprised that this is the first game he started playing. The green-haired man understands why Rice was never interested in hunting. He says he became popular because of the rooster unicorn video. Our hero says it's unexpected that reality has a synchronization feature. He tried mixing all sorts of stuff and it turned out to be a good sauce. He asks to add the mushrooms that his assistants were cleaning. They throw the mushrooms into the cauldron of simmering sauce and immediately the air is filled with a terrific smell. Rice ponders how it is that they just added the mushrooms and the flavor is already so intense. Our hero says that all that is left is to stir the sauce well and it will be ready. The cook calls up the menu of his inventory, thinking whether he should choose a chicken fillet for the sauce. He chooses the chicken and realizes it's not even cold yet. But then Rice remembers that this is a game. Anything can happen. Rice invites everyone to the table. Giant steak and mushroom sauce is on the menu, plus 4 points to satiety and 1 to attack power. Everyone takes a plate, and the newly minted chef wishes everyone a good meal. The girl with pink hair is excited to finally try Mr. Rice's dish. Both of them find the dish delicious. It is the first time they have tasted something so delicious. The system reports that Mr. Rice cooked the food beyond the delicious level and received 1 temporary buff effect. Our hero gains the in-game profession of cook. He has a defense of 15 and a cooking speed of 10. Night has fallen over the place where the trio sat and cooked deliciousness. A month shines in the sky. The green-haired man is in a hurry to say goodbye to everyone as he's running out of time. He asks if he can make a friend request to Miss Melina. He tells her that if he goes through the forest, he will reach the city. There he can do some trading and save up some money. Melina tells Rice to raise his game power sooner, then she can be his partner. The young man waves his hand and affably tells Melina that he will try his best. Everyone disperses and Rice is left alone on the country road leading into town. The young man draws in the night air and enjoys the smell of it. He scrutinizes his hero card once more and wonders if he can start over again after traveling such a long way in reality. The game ends. Iram wakes up in his own bed. He has lost track of time and decides to look at the clock. He looks at the time on his phone screen and realizes it's almost 4 in the morning. Iram figures that he only has 5 hours of sleep left, and tomorrow is his first day of work. He hasn't even noticed how the time has flown by. I guess that's why they say people get addicted to games. But despite the late hour, Iram decides to watch a little bit of reality news and then go to bed quickly. Iram turns on a recording of his battle with the great king of roosters. It is much more interesting to watch from the sidelines. Iram is amazed at how he can fight. Even though it's his video, it feels different. Now he knows what his character looks like. He's pretty good looking. Iram wonders what others think of his appearance. Iram ponders why only this passage has been preserved. After Shinken's advice to record the game, he thought he had saved more. Iram thought he had also saved the process of cooking the food and how he was eating it. Closing his eyes, Iram thinks about how he will definitely make a recording next time. Meanwhile, in reality, a red-haired boy is trying to fight a rooster. He pokes the rooster in the same spot that Rice poked the other day, but it doesn't work. The other boys make fun of him. One of them says he should hit it with a stick instead of a knife, but that's a joke. The redhead doesn't understand why he can't do it like Rice. Who is he that he can do this? Meanwhile, Melina has prepared chicken kebab and is trying to sell it for only 1,001. She says she needs to hurry up, and she's going to sell the fried eggs for only 301. But those who tasted her shish kebab were not satisfied. The kebab was unpalatable and not fully cooked. Melina apologizes to everyone and says that she is not that good at cooking and is ready to return the money. But Melina decides that she should be on equal footing with Rice and starts to sell her food to passers-by again. Suddenly, the system informs her that Melina has been awarded the new achievement, Loudmouth. Her reward has nothing to do with battles or cooking, but at least she got a skill. This makes her happy. Melina starts selling her kebabs again, only now she's using her new skill. Passers-by are ready to buy everything from her. Meanwhile, at his new job, Iram is busy slicing his hand into thin half-rings. He does it so skillfully that the owner is even surprised by it. He didn't expect his new employee to be so skillful with a knife. A coworker asks Iram if he has done any cooking before. The boss asks Iram who taught him how to cut onions. Why is he rushing around like he's in a cooking contest? He says it's too fast for a beginner. The chief looks at the perfectly sliced half rings and doesn't understand what kind of jerk he hired as an apprentice. Then the chief decides to send Iram to fry eggs for the bibimbap so he doesn't get cocky. The chief tells Iram not to break the eggs for nothing. Iram promises to be careful. As he cooks, Iram thinks that it's been a long time since he's cooked dishes in public that he can't even taste. Ever since he lost his sense of taste, he has relied solely on technique. Iram thinks he's been cooking for many hours in the game, but it can hardly be called cooking. Iram is done and serves a tray of bibimbap with appetizers. Everything looks simply gorgeous. The cafe guests who have tasted his dishes are surprised at the taste. They ask the waiter if they have changed the chef. The waitress says it's business as usual, but the guests assure her that something has changed a bit. The guests discuss the appearance of the dish, noticing that the yolk spreads very nicely. Picking up a spoon, the guest puts it in his mouth, not expecting to feel something different in flavor. But the kitchen hears enthusiastic cheers and sighs from the dining room. A guest says this dish is a work of art. Today's meal exceeded his expectations. Iram listens as they praise his food. They say the yolk spreads beautifully. We should visit this place more often. Iram notices with pleasure that though he has lost his sense of taste, his skills have not failed him. He can only taste his dishes in the game. However, it seems that even in real life he is able to start again. However, his colleague does not like it very much that some newcomer came and amazed everyone. Iram notices that his first day of work as a part-time assistant is finally over. Iram hasn't worked that long, but he's glad he didn't make a single mistake. Iram tells his boss that his shift is over. The man, looking at his phone, absent-mindedly praises Iram. Iram says goodbye to the boss, but the boss asks him to wait a second. The waitress says goodbye to Iram and asks if she can call him Appa since they've become co-workers. Iram agrees. She says that Appa was great today, radiating such calmness even though it's his first day. Iram thanks the girl, says goodbye, and goes home until tomorrow. Iram's co-worker Devin hears the waitresses discussing the new guy, chirping cheerfully about his virtues. The boss asks Devin what he thinks of Iram. He replies that Iram is good, but he looks a little silly. The boss says it's his first day. It's inevitable to forget things and get lost. Devin says it's not clear what kind of employee Iram is yet. If he was that good, he would have memorized everything at once. The guests ask for a Coke. The waitress says she'll bring it in a minute. Guests ask when the spicy roast pork will be ready. The waitress says it is not ready yet, but she will bring the dish soon. At the table, they discuss the bracelet the waitress is wearing on her wrist. It's worth almost $1.5 million. Amazing, it must be a gold bracelet. But that's the price of a used one, and a new one costs many times that. As the waitress serves the tofu stir-fry, the guests are still discussing her bracelet. The boss watches the guests who ordered the bibimbap. He ponders why it is so quiet now and no one is admiring the dish. The boss has noticed that before the bibimbap was cooked the most by the new part-time employee. After he went home, there were fewer visitors. The boss thinks that maybe this guy knows some secret way to make the bibimbap more flavorful. The boss guesses that it's all about the sesame seeds that Iram used. Meanwhile, Iram came home, took out the groceries, and started to remember how long it's been since he cooked at home. But now he's working, so he needs to practice. So one must slowly start cooking at home as well. Iram decided to start by cooking the food he cooked in the game. He will try to recreate all the dishes. After a while, there were 3 plates with different dishes on the table. Iram took pieces from the salad with his chopsticks and put them in his mouth to try to revive the taste he felt in the game. Iram tries his best to remember something, but no, he can't taste anything. He looks at his efforts and thinks that despair is for naught. It's just a miracle that he can taste and cook in the game. Food tastes like gum to him, having long since lost its sweetness. There's nothing worse for a cook than that. Iram pulls himself together and finishes everything he's made. And, despite the fact that he can taste it, he is able to eat for the first time in his illness. Now that his hunger is satisfied, Iram thinks it's okay to play one more time. He puts on his headphones, drinks the potion, lies down on his bed, and begins to fall into reality. Rice figures out that he could try cooking European food tonight. He decides to see if he has the ingredients. Turns out there's even lizard meat here. He has never tried cooking it before. Our hero thinks this is the perfect chance to try it right now. Without thinking long, Rice gets into a duel with the tongue lizards. He thinks about the fact that if the fight is very violent, the meat will become unpalatable, so he hopes that the lizards won't fight back too much. He decides to deal with the lizards quickly and chop them into pieces. Gawkers ask each other if this is the guy who defeated the giant rooster. The system says that if you catch a red mini spider living in the forest, you can sell its web. At the same time, lizards are worth very little, so players aren't interested in them. Some guy doesn't understand. Doesn't Rice know that you can sell spider webs? Something strange fell out of the defeated lizards. It's a magic attack stone and a magic defense stone. The system reported that a human ally feat was performed. Rice doesn't really know what that means. He turns around and sees a very beautiful spider woman with gorgeous eyes beside him. She asks Rice not to be afraid. The man, clutching his heart, asks the creature how it is possible to not be afraid in a situation like this. The spider woman says that she is the lord of the forest and she has a task for the human. She asks to hear her out. Rice doesn't understand why the title of the achievement asks a question. He doesn't understand whether to stay put or do something about it. If you look closely, you can see that the creators did a thorough job, which is why the spider looks so realistic and nasty. The spider asks the young man how long he's going to stand there, whether he's an ally or not. Rice doesn't get it. Some guy watches and wonders if spiders get so close to users. Maybe it's that kind of quest. The guy hiding behind the trees is thinking of a plan to get closer. Rice notices the passerby and says he hasn't met the guy before. The guy says hello and says he was attracted to the situation and that's why he came out. But the spider didn't listen to the new guy talk and punched him as hard as he could. His boots came off the new guy and fell right in front of Rice. The system reported that these were enemy shoes made of lizard skin and red spider webs. The system reported that this gear was made for Arthur, unavailable in the store. Our hero realized that in this game you can make your own gear. Rice came into the lens of the binoculars. The watchers saw that he had gotten a useful item. They say there are rumors that the young man is too polite, so maybe he won't take someone else's. But that's not certain. Our hero does take the boots and puts them on himself. He thinks he'll return them to their owner when he sees them. The spider woman asks the young man once again if he is her ally or not. Rice, who is distracted by the boots, has forgotten about the question. This time, he answered in the affirmative. The spider woman told him that all the red spiders used to live in harmony in the forest. But one day, the lizards appeared and began to eat her cubs. The lizard princess came to the forest and brought a whole crowd with her. As long as the princess lived, the spider princess's children would suffer, and eventually there will be none left. If he is an ally, he will massacre the princess. He did not realize that he would ally with the spiders and is confused. The system informed him that the young man has a secret quest from the Red Queen, the spider. One must defeat the lizard princess. Toth says goodbye to the spider for a while and realizes that he is actually very hungry. Rice roasts a kebab of lizard meat on the fire and remembers tasting lizards in Vietnam. He got chef's luck. Food of high quality has a chance to get a temporary buff or a permanent increase in stats. He thinks he must have gotten the skill from repeated cooking, so he needs to cook more. It's delicious lizard meat kebab, 20 points to satiety, 1 point to defense. The cook speculates that if he eats it, his abilities might increase. Rice puts a bite of the flavorful lizard meat kebab in his mouth. He is at a loss for words. Rice thought this dish would be like fatty pork, but it's like a harmonious combination of fresh chicken meat and the texture of frog legs. The chef realizes that this is exactly the taste of fried lizards with spicy sauce in Vietnam. The system says, then after consuming the delicious lizard meat kebabs, Rice's player abilities increased. That's what happened. Our hero realized that even just by doing the cooking, he could increase his abilities. He says that the meat ran out just in time. Now he will go hunting to fulfill the mission. Rice goes in search of the lizards, finds them, and engages in a fight with them. Soon he realizes that this time there are quite a lot of them, and they attack at the same time. But nothing can be done. It is necessary to use other, more effective methods. And our hero infiltrates into the crowd of lizards, holding his powerful weapon in front. Rice says he seems to have learned to fight well. All this time, Rice is being watched by a girl with long blonde hair. He decides to use another secret tactic. He baits the lizards with a kebab of their own meat. He takes a bite himself, and the lizards take a bite. Following his lead, they pounce on the kebab. The cook realized he needed to make as many kebabs as possible. While Rice was fighting the lizards, he got tired and realized he was hungry again. A spider crawled up to him and handed him a ball of silver thread with words of thanks. This is the best sticky web used by red spiders when hunting, elastic, strong, and sticky at the same time. The young man puts the tangle in his inventory, deciding to save it until the occasion when he really needs it. Rice gets the low-level mana defense stone from the system and the achievement Nightmare of the Lizards. 200 lizards need to be killed. While he's happily devouring his food, a guy named Arthur is watching him. He shouts at Rice, calling him by name. The young man turns around, his mouth completely full of food. He recognizes the guy he was lucky enough to meet the day before. Our hero starts to take off his boots, thinking that the guy came back just for them. But the boots don't want to come off. Arthur says it's one of the most tethered items. Rice can keep the boots on, Arthur will make new ones for himself. A friend explains to him that they are items that become the player's property if they get them and use them. Arthur says there's nothing more he can do since he's inadvertently died. He pretends to walk away. Rice stops him and asks what materials he needs. He's willing to share. The comrade can't believe his ears. But the young man says it was his fault, so he is willing to share. Ather thinks the Go comrade is faking it, but he's already pulling out lizard skin, spider webs, lots of meat, and other things. Ather notices the sticky web. He says it's the best of all materials. I'm surprised our hero doesn't know about it. He thought all spider threads were the same. Ather prepares that it's the same beginning, the basics. Rice says that reality is his first game. Ather says he'll gladly take the thread, since Rice himself suggested it. Ather says the comrade still has a mission to complete, related to the lizard princess. He confirms it. He begins to wonder where he can get new equipment, since he doesn't even have a basic one. Ather says that even in the game, he can't survive on achievements alone. Ather takes a needle and thread and begins to sew something from the skin of a defeated lizard. It's the first time Rice has seen someone so focused on his work. He can't do nothing, and he begins to repeat after Ather. They use the lizard body, lizard meat, and lizard skin. The gawkers watch Rice and discuss who is next to him. This is the first time they see this user. They can't tell what kind of young man he is, but he is clearly not an assistant. Some time passes, and together they make 2 pairs of beautiful boots out of lizard skin. Ather puts the boots on his feet. They turned out better than the previous ones as there were better materials. Ather hands him a package and says it is a gift for him and asks to see it. It's a super sticky net of 30 sticky webs. Used on monsters with 2 stars, it stuns in 10 seconds. Ather says it came out pretty good and asks Rice if he likes the gift. Rice says it's a great gift. It's something he'll need if he meets the lizard princess. Ather leaves and wishes him a successful hunt. He needs to get out of the game and go to bed. Ather says he'll add the new friend to his friends, so they'll see each other again. Rice stops the new acquaintance. He says he never learned his name the whole time. Our hero is left alone, satisfied with a favorable exchange, and now decides to slowly prepare for the task. The young man has found the lizard princess and realizes that he needs to overpower her. But to get to the princess, he first needs to defeat these 2. Rice makes a concentration of power on the end of his weapon and delivers a stabbing blow, but the lizards are still alive. Not only that, the lizard strikes back. This is not at all like a battle with roosters, unicorns. And he hasn't gotten to the boss yet. Recognizing weaknesses, concentrating power on the tip and other skills, he can only rely on them. Even when he faced the rooster unicorn, they helped him, and now he will have to fight alone. Our hero decides to try out the low-level magic stone. He puts it in his mouth and eats it. Eating the stone adds 5 points to his attack power and 5 points to his defense. Rice concentrates on the lizard's weak spot and delivers a stabbing blow. The lizard is defeated. The man exhales, but not for long. Ahead of him awaits the lizard princess. The system reports that the lizard princess has spotted an enemy in him. But it's not that simple. The defeated lizards have regenerated and turned into Polinia lizard soldiers. All together, led by the lizard princess, they pounced on poor Rice. Rice gathered his strength and put all his energy into the tip of his weapon and strikes again. The princess began to change as well, and began her second phase. She has gone through the molting process and is in a frenzy. Our hero is desperate. The princess is only the second stage and his life points are already running out. But suddenly, and very timely, he remembers about the sticky net he has recently acquired. He throws the net over one of the lizards, puts all the power into the tip and pierces it. But for some reason this combo didn't work, and Rice flies back. But still the stun effect works, and the lizard stands motionless with the net on. But Rice has no strength. It looks like this battle is going to be a failure. Night has fallen. The system reports that defeating the strongest rooster, the unicorn, adds 15 points to the attack power. Recognizing this, our hero again co-ops all his forces and delivers another blow to the lizard, which is still standing covered by the net. The system reports that the hero has successfully dispatched the lizard princess. Rice has gotten the new achievement, Nightmare of the Lizards. He can now climb a wall up to 20 meters high. The gawkers are here and can't believe their eyes that our hero took down the princess alone. He's only a cook, and it's a sight to behold. The young man is rewarded with the princess lizard's body and wonders what to do with it. Our hero thinks that the spider web should probably be given to the spider queen, but where to find it now? But the spider queen is there and tells him that there's no need to look for it. She sees that our hero has avenged their suffering. Now her people can live free. She says Rice has done them a great favor. Now the number of lizards in the forest will decrease. It seems to him that something is wrong here. The users won't be able to hunt them anymore. The Spider Woman replied that the ruler of the lizards will still come back. As long as they are alive, this fight will last forever. But from now on, they will show what the red spiders are capable of. Rice worries that this could upset the balance of the system. After all, if the lizards die, then the players won't be able to hunt them for a while. The spider lady only replied that the hero had accomplished his mission and should be rewarded. Our hero has received additional points on all parameters and the skill Poison Projectile. He can breed and use poison that paralyzes monsters. Rice also received a new profession, Innovator, as a reward for initiating the development of the plot. The Gawkers congratulate the young man and demand that he tell in detail all his achievements and how he managed all this. Our hero gladly answers all the questions. He says that he just tried it and somehow it all worked out. When evening came, Rice started cooking. Many people gathered around him to try his cooking. Rice thinks it's good that so many people came. It's hard to stand by the fire, and he's forgotten what it's like. He hands out napkins for the guests to wipe their mouths and hands. Suddenly, Melina shows up. She used the friend finder function and just followed the route she had been given. The young man didn't even know there was such a function. Melina congratulates him on successfully completing the quest. Rice asks what he can buy him a treat. She says she wants the dish he just made. In return, she will help since she has a skill now too. Their conversation is interrupted by the sounds of a scuffle nearby. It's people trying to hold the line, but it's not working out. Melina stops our hero and is about to bring order to the queue, which she does by screaming. She shouts with all her might to the people gathered that they have enough ingredients, so everyone will get some. Finally, Rice finishes cooking the last steak and informs Melina. He thanks the girl for being able to appease the customers and tells her that this piece is hers. The young man asks the girl what roast of meat she wants. Melina replies that it will be a well-done steak. The stranger approaches him and asks him for one steak of lizard meat. He said that unfortunately they had run out, but the stranger pointed to the steak that belonged to Melina. But Melina didn't wait for our hero's response and greedily stuffed the still very hot steak into her mouth. The stranger laughed nervously and asked for something else because he had come to taste Rice's food. Rice offered the stranger the last chicken kebab. The stranger accepted. The stranger is also a cook, but he's hiding it. He wants to taste what kind of food the vaunted Rice cooks. The stranger is sure that our hero can't be better than him. With these thoughts, he takes a bite of chicken kebab. He realizes that this kebab is the most delicious thing he has eaten in his life. It's hard for the young man to admit it, but Rice's kebab is great and it tastes great. Meanwhile, back at the bistro, Iram's partner is trying to figure out the new apprentice's secret. It's definitely not as simple as it seems. The young man asks the stranger if he's okay because he's passed out. But the young man is ecstatic and repeats only that the dish has a great flavor and amazing frying. He asks exactly what seasonings Rice used to get such a delicate texture. He'd love to know the recipe, since he's also a cook. He says that in real life he hangs around in the restaurant industry. The place where he works is very famous. Rice tensed up as to why the young man was acting this way. He replied that there is no secret. He just follows the recipe clearly. The young man says he understands our hero's unwillingness to reveal secrets to everyone he meets. He says the cook definitely used salt, but you can't get it anywhere in the neighborhood. So Rice bought the salt. Our hero says that if you're very careful, you can find the salt. To which the stranger shakes his head uncertainly. In the forest, you can find a salt beetle in the trees. If you look closely, you can see that it is the source of the salt. Melina says that such things should be found out on your own, not begged like an insane beggar. The stranger looks at Melina, and he begins to think she is incredibly cute. He wonders if she's just as nice in person. The stranger says he's overdoing it and asks to add the girl as a friend. While Rice is cleaning up his workplace, the two continue to work things out. The young man is ready to pass out as he has to work tomorrow. He thanks Melina for helping him with the sale. Melina reciprocates by thanking Rice for feeding everyone delicious food and her too. The stranger also wants to add the guys as friends, at least as a coworker, at least as an acquaintance. Rice and Melina are out of the game. Whitehead feels lonely and humiliated. The waitress in the cafe wonders what happened to the head of the kitchen today. Fooling around again. The main thing is not to let the director find out. A respectable man in a suit enters. The waitress asks him to sit down while she brings him food. This is Lim Chong Mung, 67 years old, and he wants to order a bibimbap. The girl comes into the kitchen and doesn't immediately see that rude cook. But no, he's right there, sitting on a chair and staring at his phone. Lim Chan asks to add an egg on top of the bibimbap. He's been to this place before and decided to give it a second chance because of the favorable reviews. The waitress informs the kitchen that a guest wants bibimbap with fried egg. Devin is unhappy that this pain in the ass also wants special orders and calls an assistant. He asks Irim to make the bibimbap, but Irim doesn't understand why he has to do it when the cook is there. Devin says it's a test of Irim's skills. Less words, more deeds. Irim gets down to business. The waitress thinks Devin is a complete moron, acting worse and worse every day. The bibimbap is ready and the magnificent dish is brought to the table for the noble guest. Lim Chan says he has been visiting different restaurants for many months to find the most delicious bibimbap, but this one looks very ordinary. But he decides to try it anyway and puts a piece of the flavorful bibimbap in his mouth. He tastes it and closes his eyes in pleasure. Lim Chan feels such harmony, the yolk perfectly cooked, the rice perfectly cooked. Lim Chan realizes that this is nothing like anything he has tasted before. Leaning back in his chair, he concludes that this is the perfect dish. Who would have thought that bibimbap would be so good? This flavor can be compared to an aesthetic pleasure. Lim Chan thinks that even if he ate it every day, it wouldn't bore him one bit. After eating the entire portion, Lim Chan admitted to himself that he experienced a triumph of taste. Lim Chan asked the waitress if the cook had changed. She said it was the same as always and asked him what was wrong. Lim replied that when he came earlier, the food tasted different, so that's why he asked about the cook. The waitress said that lately, customers were always praising the bibimbap. She leaned over to Lim Chan and said that the truth was that the bibimbap was not prepared by the chef, but by his kitchen assistant. Lim Chan was taken aback and didn't believe it. His knowledge of cooking is not deep, but this assistant is definitely a professional with vast experience. Lim Chan doesn't understand why, being so talented, he is working as an assistant. Lim Chan pays for the order and says the bibimbap was wonderful, and he still can't believe the kitchen assistant made it. Lim Chan says that both the meat and rice were cooked perfectly, so the result is spot on. Lim Chan asks if he can have a brief word with the new employee. The waitress agrees and calls for Irim to come over for a second. The visitor wants to talk to him. Lim Chan says he's just curious to see the young man who made the bibimbap. He tells Irim that he is amazed at his amazing skills. Irim can't believe his ears. Chan says that the bibimbap made by Irim was the best bibimbap he has ever tasted. Lim Chan holds out his card to Irim and says that he finds it strange that Irim is working as an assistant with such skills. He adds that if Irim needs help, he should just let him know. Irim thanks the gentleman. Lim says he will take Irim to a position that matches his skills if he wants. Irim was left to digest this information while the waitresses chirped about how cool it was. Irim pensively looks at the business card and thinks about who this man is. The business card reads, Restaurant Director Chang Meng. Devon flies over to Irim and scolds him for excommunicating himself from the kitchen without permission. Irim says a visitor called him out. Devon is indignant that the assistant left his workplace so carelessly. Irim apologizes for his transgression. Devon begins to overstep his bounds, pointing his finger at Irim and humiliating him in public. Devon says that he is in charge of the kitchen, and if he tells the director, Irim will be fired immediately. Mira, a waitress, rushes to Irim's defense. She says that he didn't leave the kitchen by choice. Devon says this isn't a diner. There are no exceptions to the rules here. Mira says he crossed the line and she will be fine if she gets fired. Devon tells Mira that she is being too sensitive and wonders if she likes Irim. Irim bows and says he was wrong and will make amends. He won't make that mistake from now on. After work, Irim goes to his house and listens to what people passing by are talking about. They are discussing food and their wait times at the diners. Irim ponders how long he has to wait for it to happen. He used to dream of opening an establishment where people wouldn't have to wait for long periods of time, but now it's not feasible. Irim came home, had a drink, loaded the game, and went to reality. Our hero breathes in the freshness of the air, the smell of grass. He feels very good. In addition, he got a new skill. We need to try it out. Rice can climb to a height equal to 20 meters. He climbs up the thick trunk of a palm tree with ease and is surprised that it works so easily. Rice thinks about what would happen if he fell from the tree. It's only a game after all. But it turns out that he didn't fall. He has the ability to walk up the trunk. The young man climbs to the very top of the tree and climbs out the top, looking out into the bright sunshine. Rice thinks this is awesome. Even though it's a game, it's more intense than real life. All our hero thinks about is that he doesn't want to leave this place at all. Reality. The kitchen of a cafe. There is a pot on the stove, a fire under it, and something delicious in it. Irim has already come to work early in the morning and is hard at work chopping greens. Devon has also come to work, but he is in no mood. He is hungry and asks his assistants to serve him breakfast. The principal is also on site and asks Devon to make his bibimbap. Devon is not thrilled with this request. Daewon says he can't as the ingredients are not prepared yet. Boss says Sang-en can help with the ingredients, but Daewon replies that he has to supervise the process himself. Boss smirks. Daewon asks the director not to distract him from his work. The principal says that Devon has been acting disgusting lately. Devon explodes and says that he's actually the cook in the kitchen and can't waste food left and right. The principal is shocked. He interjects Devon with his words. Devon says it's a waste of groceries because there is no benefit. Devon suggests that the director cook his own. The principal decides to turn to Irim. Irim does not refuse the principal. and within minutes the principal is sitting at the table with a plate of flavorful food. The principal holds up a spoonful of bibimbap and eats her first bite. The flavor of the dish was so delicious that the director was astonished. He went outside where Devon was smoking, and with a tremor in his voice suggested that he delegate the preparation of the bibimbap to Iram. Devon grudgingly asked the principal if that was all, or if there was anything else he wanted to say. The director replied that the assistant was not that easy, and they need to get busy teaching him the other dishes on the menu. Devon asked the director what's wrong, since all the food is the same. The director replied that it's up to him to decide, but the new employee has won many awards, and he's talented, and most importantly, the food is incredibly delicious. The director thinks that Iram is worthy of becoming a sous chef at the very least. Devon is stunned by this statement. He throws the cigarette butt down in a rage and tells the director that sous chef at the diner is too much. As he leaves, Devon says that Iram only cooked one dish. That's no reason to promote him. Devon notices the red rubber gloves hanging on the sink and throws them away. He gets mad at Iram and says it's not right to store gloves like that. They will get dirty and moldy in the sink. Iram apologizes and Mira thinks Devon has become too cocky. Devon tells Iram about the rumor that Iram has awards. But Iram says that's not really true. Devon says it's not culinary honors that make a kitchen chief, it's career building. Iram asks if Devon is overreacting when he talks about kitchen chief. Devon starts to get aggressive. Iram asks him to be more polite. He can't believe the cook is talking about the uselessness of skills. Iram says the foundation of cooking is technique and skill. And if Devon is a real cook, that should be an immutable truth to him. Devon yells, then he's not going to bury his eyes at everything if all the others do is praise Iram. Iram says he won't back down and Devon's skills and personality get no respect. Devon yells that he is the kitchen boss of Nair Bistro Kitchen, and he doesn't care how his assistant cooks, because that kitchen is his. Iram is frustrated with Devon as a person. He uses his position to insult his subordinates. Iram says he's not going to stay here, so Devon doesn't have to worry about his position. Mira and Devon are stunned by this statement, but Iram thanks everyone for their support. Mira asks Devon to stop Iram. Devon yells at Iram that he is a jerk and should come back immediately. Suddenly, Devon goes completely off the rails and yells for Iram to get the hell out of here sooner, and in general, he's ruining everything like an idiot. The principal comes running at the noise and doesn't realize what's even going on. Iram paces down the street and thinks that he promised himself he would endure any circumstances. But even if he lost his sense of taste, smell, cut all ties, he can't allow his honor to be insulted. Iram sat down on the bench and thinks about how he can't even handle the job of assistant, how he can find his place in the world of cooking. Unnoticed, a man in a dark blue suit approached the bench where Iram was sitting. It turns out to be the man who recently gave Iram his business card. He says he listened to what that cook said and followed Iram all the way from the bistro. Iram asked the man why he had come. The gentleman replied that he wants to offer Iram a job at his restaurant. He is asking Iram to become his chef. Iram is taken aback by such an offer and asks the gentleman again what he means. The gentleman says that he's the owner of Changmeng Restaurant and wants to invite Iram to work in his establishment. Iram is embarrassed and says that there is nothing special about his abilities. The master says that Iram is very modest. Iram says that it can't even be called a quarrel. There was a misunderstanding. He said that his opinion was not in line with his superiors, and the actions were taken in the wrong way. In the end, he ended up being the extreme. Iram promised himself to just work hard, but no one can give a guarantee that everyone will like you. The master says that Iram has his whole life ahead of him, and he's already looking at everything so glumly. Whatever happens will be in the past. He says he's tried his hand at many things throughout his life, and one day he got the urge to open a restaurant, and he did just recently. He tells Iram that the place is set up but empty, so he is looking for motivated people to revitalize the place. But our Iram decided to tell the gentleman the whole truth about himself. He said he used to be a chef, but after the accident, he lost his sense of smell and taste. He thanks fate for the chance, but if he is going to work in his restaurant, he will have to put up with his problems. The gentleman stands up, puts his hand on the young man's shoulder and says that it's not a problem for him. He tells Iram not to make a big deal out of it and suggests that he do an interview first. Lim Chan can't let such a nugget slip through his fingers. He doesn't hire employees for nothing. Everything is official. Iram and Lim Chan shake hands and head to the restaurant for the interview. Iram didn't expect that this big restaurant is Lim Chan's place of business. Lim Chan says that he invested a lot of money in the design of the place. He added that it may have come out a little old-fashioned, but Iram thinks the restaurant is quite modern and distinctive. Chan says his house is nearby, right behind the police station, which is very convenient. They go inside and Iram is amazed at how bright and cozy the restaurant is. Lim Chan invites Iram into the kitchen. Iram is delighted by the gorgeous dishes. Lim Chan says they're just opening, so they've only bought the basics so far. Lim Chan says he's ready to do an interview and asks the young man to cook him any dish of his choice. Iram clarifies if he can really cook anything. Lim Chan says absolutely everything is at his disposal. He says let it be any Korean dish, bibimbap will work too. Iram says he's ready to start cooking immediately. The host says he's looking forward to it. His past bibimbap was wonderful. Iram realizes he's getting a second chance. First of all, the dish must be Korean cuisine. Free choice is both easy and difficult. You don't know how your decision will be perceived. All skills will be evaluated with one dish. Iram is evaluating the available products. There are different types of meat as well as kimchi. There are basic sauces and seasonings, as well as the much-needed chili powder. Iram is given the freedom to choose, but the products are scarce. Plus, he can't rely on the taste and smell of the dish as he cooks. But all of this does not frustrate him, but gives him an unreal incentive to act. While waiting for the dish, Lim Chan closed his eyes in pleasure, smelling the odors coming from the kitchen. Finally, Iram brings the master a dish. It is spicy noodles with kimchi and radish shoots. Lim Chan grabs the noodles with his chopsticks and puts a small amount into his mouth. But then the door opens and Iram's former boss bursts in. He asks Lim Chan to feed him. Iram awkwardly greets his boss. He clearly didn't expect to see him here. The fat man asks Lim Chan if he's his nephew or his son. Iram replies that he's here for a job interview. The boss asks Iram to cook him something and then yells at Lim Chan for not paying attention to him. Lim Chan doesn't really want to be distracted by the conversation, but he still has to. The boss stops Iram and asks him for the same thing that's in Lim Chan's plate. Before he tastes it, he says that young people hardly know how to cook such traditional dishes. Iram chuckles good-naturedly and says he knows what he's talking about. The boss tastes it and is ecstatic. The noodles are soft and flavorful. The radish leaves are juicy, spicy, and crunchy with sourness. It's so refreshing, like he's taken a dip in cool seawater. Iram got hired at a fancy restaurant. He's back in the game. It's really invigorating for him. Immediately upon his return, our hero is yelled at by someone. It's Shinken, glad he met him. Shinken says he's been busy lately, so he didn't stop by. However, when he returns, he finds out that our hero has completed an important mission. Rice can't believe he did the cool thing. Shinken says because a coworker decided to play to be able to cook. Shinken says our hero is fully committed to the game and it's cool. He's both showing skill and cooking beautifully. This is out of the ordinary. Our hero asks Shinken where they're going. Shinken replied that they were going to the common area. Rice was sure that the rookies play in the area before the woods, and that area is called the Rookie Zone. Shinken asked if Rice chose the zone when he created the character. Our character replied that he just used random. Shinken says that if they only eat and wander, they will only explore 98% of the entire map. He tells him that it looks like they're finally in the general area and calls for him to follow him rather quickly. They enter the Korean Common Zone. Shinken says that they use magic here. Rice struts around and realizes that the atmosphere is different here. There was no tension in the newbie zone, and here, for some reason, everyone is fighting. There's a pig here, though unlike the real ones, it's smaller. Shinken says they can do whatever they want here. For starters, they can hunt. He says there are monsters here that attack first, so you have to be careful, like the death bee, which immobilizes with poison. Shinken has gone hunting, leaving Rice to himself. He promises to be back soon. He notices a sign with the name of some settlement and decides to move in that direction. He ponders with inspiration what food he can get here. In town, vendors offer green spheres for 3,001. Others offer wolfskins for only 23,001. In the distance, a blacksmith is forging weapons on a hot anvil. Our hero made his way to a shop where users sell and buy various potions. Rice wondered why there are no children in this village. Probably because the game is only for adults, but the atmosphere here is not calm. He looked around the street again and didn't see any child characters, though there weren't many adults around either. Rice sees the symbol for a diner and decides it's just what he needs. He is very curious about the food they sell there. He walks into the place. He's greeted by a young woman. Our hero orders a token P1. The tired waitress says that they have nothing else but bread and chowder. The young man is at a complete loss for words. The girl brought the dishes. Our hero did not expect much from this place, but he did not think that the menu would be so meager. Looking at the plate, Rice thought since the food he cooked in the game was quite tasty, this should not disappoint. Our hero put a spoonful of chowder in his mouth and almost choked. It turned out to be horribly unpalatable. Rice doesn't understand how anyone could sell such a thing. Now he can see why no one comes in here. It's the first time he's ever been in a diner, but his impression is ruined. Our hero can't eat it. He fantasizes that he'd put some chicken to make it juicier. The flavor would be richer because of the meat broth. And inside the bread, he'd add a fried egg. That's when Rice realized how hungry he was. Adding a couple ingredients to the dishes summarized that it was now more like a meal. Rice gave it a taste. Indeed, the meat broth added richness. The bread is a bit tough, of course, but the egg makes up for it with its juiciness. The waitress observes our hero. He looks quite satisfied with his meal. She approaches him and cautiously asks him if he is a cook by any chance. The girl begs the cook to save her establishment. The young man says he is. He is indeed a cook. The girl says no wonder Rice ate with such relish. The girl says it looks like our hero has a lot of experience under his belt. She wonders if he's a professional or just a hobby. Rice replies that he is a professional. The girl pounces on the chowder that Rice hasn't finished and begins to eat greedily. She says that if she got the chance, she should have tasted that food. NPS is telling the truth. The girl knows her food leaves a lot to be desired, but still asks how unpalatable everything was. Our hero thinks about lying or telling the truth, but decides in the end not to lie. He says that the food, frankly speaking, is so bad. But for some reason, the girl explodes, screams, and calls Rice names. But she quickly calms down and says he's right. She has to face it. Her food has always been unpalatable. She asks Rice to teach her how to cook her meals. Our hero wonders if he should do it or not. Our hero decides to help, but first he has to cook everything himself. He chooses the ingredients. It is not very difficult for him to cook such dishes. The system gives a task. It is necessary to prepare a meal that will raise Rosalind's satisfaction level above 70. Rice brings the prepared food to Rosalind and she tastes it. Our hero is confident that his food tastes great, but the level of satisfaction has risen only 32%. The fact is that Rosalind does not like chicken. Rosalind decides to try the bread. Rice thinks there is hardly a single person who won't appreciate it. But the expression on Rosalind's face is very ambiguous. He can't understand her reaction. The girl's satisfaction level flies to the maximum. She exclaims that the bread is wonderful. Rosalind says that Rice's skills remind her of strangers coming from the forest of red spiders. Our hero interjects what that means. Rosalind says that the village of Tirco used to be bustling with life, with travelers from all over the world coming here. Houses, eateries, shops flourished, but one day he appeared on the streets. It was the devil Raiden. He took all the knowledge from the people of the Azella continent, and they were left with almost nothing. Their village was no exception, and that was when Rosalind lost her ability to cook everything but chowder and bread. Roz noted that this quest had a backstory, human knowledge stolen by the devil. Rosalind says that the people who come to the area to help are called strangers. Reese asks Rosalind if she would like to learn his recipes, but after all, she doesn't know any recipes. A new quest arrives. The quest is to cook 2 dishes using Rosalind's recipes. As a reward, Rice will receive Rosalind's favor and a recipe for honey wine. Rosalind says that in their village they can only use ingredients they already have. Rice goes to the village to look for the ingredients he needs. Rosalind stays behind to wait for him. Our hero thinks how to be because neither roosters, unicorns, nor lizards live here. First, we need to walk around and see what is for sale in this village. On the road, people are leaning over a creature. They try to feed it, but to no avail. Rice comes closer and sees a small kitten. People are trying to feed it apples and pears. Rice thinks maybe it's part of some kind of game. But this is the first time he's ever seen reality have a cat. It's definitely not part of the game. Our hero wants to try to take the kitten with him, so he leans over and calls out to it, holding out his hands. The kitten happily responds to the man's caresses, presenting its fluffy cheeks to him. The system gives a task from the quest. The tired kitten is in great need of honey. Honey is a very rare ingredient, but Rice remembers that there is a deadly bee not far from here. He strokes the kitten and says that he will definitely get honey for him. He just needs to wait here for a little while. The kitten looks pitifully at our hero and scratches his leg, showing that he wants to go along with his new friend. Around the area, vendors begin to appear. They start selling spotted pigs, low-level mana stones. The square fills up with people. A merchant sells 1 eyeball for 50,000 won. There are only 6 left to buy. Another sells a red and blue-colored stone face for only 100,000 won. Rice realizes that there are many professional sellers here. Suddenly, Rice hears an ad for chicken kebabs for sale. Rice turns around to look at the seller. This is the guy who recently bought a huge quantity of chicken kebabs. Now he's reselling them at a markup. Our hero decides it's none of his business and he won't counter, but such street food should cost a lot less. Suddenly, a guy yells out to Rice. It's Arthur. He's glad they've met again. By the way, Arthur recognizes a fellow shoemaker. Rice is also happy to see an acquaintance and says he's recently in the common area. He thanks Arthur for the net. It helped him catch the lizard princess. Arthur is surprised that our hero went after the princess alone with such mediocre equipment. Arthur says that usually such players wear clothing made from materials obtained during the battle, but the clothing was unchanged. Ather thinks Rice is incredibly badass for tackling monsters by himself and without equipment, but our hero says it's just luck. He asks Ather if he's still making shoes. Ather says that if you give him materials, he can craft anything, not just shoes. Rice pulls a lizard skin out of his inventory and holds it out to Ather. Ather is shocked. It's a very rare material. His friend asks him to take his order. Ather realizes that this is a very big responsibility and is not sure he can do it. Ather decides to try and ask Rice to buy some ingredients at the market. Our hero returns from the market with a long, thick thread and a canvas cloth. Rice sets to work. This is the first time he has ever mastered with such high-quality leather. It's a matter of honor for Ather. He's unstoppable now. Our hero watches Ather's marvelous transformation. Ather is marvelous in his skill. To him, it seems as if Ather has improved his already wonderful skills. A little time passes and a magnificent suit appears in front of Rice, consisting of pants and a jacket with a fur collar. He looks at the suit and opens his mouth in amazement at how couture the clothes turned out to be. The young man has received a luxurious outfit and a reward from the system. It is the achievement Artisan's Reward plus 10 points to dexterity. Rice praises Ather for a great job and wants to pay for the costume, but Ather says that if it wasn't for our hero, it wouldn't have turned out so great. Besides, Ather did his best because it was because of him that he was able to touch such rare materials and learn new things. Two men are guarding a pig, wondering if they can catch it. The merchant in the shop told them that they were being caught on their own. They rushed to attack the pig, but the pig did not let itself be harmed and made the warriors afraid of it and ran away. Our hero noticed this incident and became very interested in the spotted pig. Rice accelerated. He accumulated power on his spearhead and struck the pig with a devastating blow. One of the warriors thanks our hero for engaging the pig. If it hadn't been for him, he would have been gone. The warrior says that they decided to attack the pig to get some Yepsal. Rice remembered that he was very fond of some Hepsal. It was his favorite food, especially before he lost the taste. The warrior is about to carve the carcass himself and asks our hero if he will help him. Since they are in the game, there is no other way. He examines the pig carcass. Thanks to the skill's shrewd chef's eye, he can analyze everything. He had to think back to his past life. When he hadn't lost his tastes and smell yet, he often gathered his friends on the roof and cooked some hepsalim. His friends would drink to him, snack, and praise his cooking. He was a star and a good friend. Now Rice can't remember the taste of Sam Hepsalim at all. It is completely erased from his memory. At the store, the pig is usually cut in half, and then into 3 more pieces. The end result is 6 pieces. Our hero asks the warrior to give him his sword. The warrior is worried that his level has dropped, but our hero says that his current level is enough. Rice takes the warrior's sword, slays the pig, and immediately cuts it into pieces. The master of the sword watches the young man's actions and wonders if he is a butcher. He says it's like the carcasses that hang in butcher shops. Rice says they need to cut off the right part for the samhepsal. The cook says to start by taking out the bones, which he decides to do. Our hero then proceeds to cut off the head of the pig. He is very focused on his work. Rice starts cutting the meat from the bottom. As far as he knows, he has to cut it off with the fat layer. Then you have to separate the meat from the bone. This fillet is perfect for making tonkatsu. Our chef is almost done and thinks it looks very similar. The young man ponders what he can use as a grill and looks around. He decides to use the shield as a grill, much to the surprise of his new acquaintance. Our hero is sure that the shield will fit perfectly. He wonders what the flavor will be like. Rice notes that the fillet looks like real meat and the flavor is simply divine. The new acquaintance is still surprised that the young man started cooking some hepsal right in the game. Everyone can see how much Rice is obsessed with cooking, that they want to taste the finished dish sooner rather than later. Passers-by are afraid that our hero will eat everything himself and they won't get a bite. He finds the finished dish simply delicious. He and all the passers-by drool at the mere sight of it. Rice tastes the samhepsal, hoping to remember the taste of the dish from the past. Our hero remembers the flavor. It's exactly the flavor he felt in the past while sitting on the rooftop. Fried to a golden crust, crispy taste, as well as the smell of oil left after frying. The warrior takes a portion for tasting too. He is interested in the unusual way of arranging a piece of meat on a skewer. Our hero decides to make a spiral-wrapped samhepsal. He's very enthusiastic. But to do it, he has to catch at least 100 pigs in the neighboring streets. Rice set off after the herd of spotted pigs, and the new acquaintance finally remembers where he's seen Rice and what his name is. Meanwhile, he's busy cooking. It is the 389th time he has butchered a pig, and now he can do it with his eyes closed. Observers are stunned by this spectacle and call it a slaughterhouse. Our hero has already slaughtered his 400th pig. A new achievement has been unlocked for him. For butchering 400 monsters, he was rewarded with the skill Butcher F. Now with this skill, Rice will be able to save most of his materials. Rice ponders whether he should use the new skill to complete the quest or not. He thinks on the children to reinsure himself and add some more ingredients to improve the flavor. Along with the samgyeopsal, lettuce, chili peppers, and onions are a must-have, and all this will be perfectly complemented by a plate of steamed rice. And it is also advisable to prepare cold noodles with beef broth. In any case, such taste and flavor our hero can get only in virtual reality. He decided to fry 100 pieces and then go out. He needs some salt, but now there's hardly any left. Rice thinks about what to do. He remembered that he has a skill related to cooking. He will try to use the skill Chef's Blessing once. Things started to twirl and swirl. The system asked what he needed. He answered that he needed salt. In the same second, 2 vials filled with salt fell into his hands. Rice thought that he might be the first player who cooked samgyeopsal in reality. He salted the dish and decided to get up and stretch. He has 19 more slices of brisket. He decided not to touch them just yet. The young man is going to walk around the neighborhood and look for vegetables. He is a chef after all. He found carrots and cucumbers in the fields. Rice will be able to use them later. All that's left is to find honey and get honey wine. He remembered what Sinkin had said, that there were dangerous bees that attacked the players first. There's this bee. It's definitely more dangerous than those roosting unicorns and lizards. The bee is very aggressive. It's a good thing Rice brought his shield with him, which he used as a grill. Rice has identified the bee's weakness, but if it could strike, the consequences could be severe. The bee started running around the guy, trying to sting him, but he gave it a stab in the weak spot, and it succeeded. For the bee, our hero got honey, but in very small quantities. Looks like we're going to have to find a hive after all. But Rice did not have time to leave. The bees decided to attack him as a whole hive. He's identified each bee's weak spot. He wondered how many bees he could defeat. He had to use multiple stabbing, and he succeeded. If he keeps this up, there should be more bees. But 30 minutes later, not a single bee had appeared around our hero. He pulled out the resulting honey and realized that he could even use it as an ingredient. Rice decides to taste the obtained honey and takes a small amount with his finger. He tastes a drop of honey and realizes that this honey is very, very sweet. Rice can't stop. He wants to find the hive as soon as possible. Not far away, he hears people screaming. They can't move and say that the creature seems to have taken advantage of the immobilizing effect. The young man says that if he had known this would happen, he would have pumped 5 levels first before going down this path. A huge bee stands in front of them. The system warns that the main opponent bee-mate has recognized it as an enemy. It is rumored that the pain effect inflicted in the game is 30% reflected in real life. Courageous King thought that even if they had low levels, they would be able to cope with their combined efforts. This was his mistake. Suddenly, the immobilization effect subsided and they had a chance to escape. The Courageous King says that before he gives up, he'll try to engage in combat, even though he doesn't have a combat profession at all. He takes a swing at the bee with his cleaver. He can't run when his comrades have fallen without a trace. Our hero is about to help the young man not make a fatal mistake, runs up and delivers a stabbing blow. The young man thinks that if he catches the bee-mate, the whole hive will come here, and then he can get the honey wine. The game is fierce, but our hero is sure that he will win. He strikes several strikes in a row and then uses weak spot detection. All of these actions were precise and eventually lead Rice to victory over the bee-mate. Rice received the bee-mate's wings and 20 grams of honey wine. It turns out this is the reward for defeating the bee-mate, not the entire hive. But in any case, the quest is done. The young man he helped to escape from the bee thanks him for not running away and not leaving him to perish. He is a courageous king and wants to become his friend to serve him faithfully. Cook says that is not necessary. The courageous king asks Rice to become at least his butler for him. Rice finally gets off the guy. He's so tough, but he never seems to have been in any battles. On his way, he met a tall tree similar to a palm tree. He had never seen a tree like that before. He hypothesized that special fruits might grow on this tree. Maybe he could use them as ingredients. Rice decides to try to climb to the top of the tree and does so using the lizard force. The young man makes it to the top where he discovers a nest of eggs. Our hero thinks there is a secret item hidden in the nest. It's the mayonnaise egg. You need to add sugar and salt to the egg to make mayonnaise. This is an unexpected and pleasant surprise for our chef. Since this is a game, absolutely everything is possible here. Any way you look at it, virtual reality presents vast possibilities in the field of cooking. Rice thinks it's hard to believe how calibrated everything is every time, down to the last detail. Meanwhile, people are crowded around the kitten. The kitten is not moving and looks very tired. Perhaps it hasn't eaten all day. They say the user had previously received a food-related quest, but for some reason he's not coming back. People say that if nothing is done, The quest may end and he will die. This seems very cruel. The system told everyone there that the quest was over. They looked around and saw Rice approaching. Our hero was walking back tiredly but proudly, carrying food in his hand for the kitten. The kitten looked fondly at Rice. He was very happy that this kind man had returned. The owner apologized to the kitten for being gone so long. He opened a jar of honey in front of the kitten. The people who gathered were surprised that Rice had gotten a task from the cat. Everything in this game is unbelievable. The kitten really liked the honey. The professional quest Tired Kitten has been completed. As a reward, our hero received the award Mysterious Kitten. He was pleased that he received a pet as a reward. The kitten immediately climbed up his arm to the top. The system says the owner must now give the kitten a name. He has never had a pet before. Rice examines the kitten and wonders what he should name this baby. The kitten, looking at its new owner, meows affectionately, and our hero decides to name it Meow. Meow is tumbling around in the owner's hair. The system reports that stroking the kitten replenishes 50 units of health and satiety. The humans say it's very cute that the kitten obeys Rice unquestioningly. The task ended spectacularly. A beautiful girl says that in reality, you can get a pet if you complete a sequence of certain quests. The young man wonders if you can get a pet for more than just money. The girl says that, of course, you can just pay for a pet, but that's not the only way. She says that in reality, there are absolutely no restrictions. One can follow one's own path. You can try anything you want. You don't necessarily have to follow the accepted rules to succeed in the game. People reason that the game is really not designed solely for hunting. There are no levels here. The young man says that he can try jumping off the rope. The girl replies that if you look, you can find anything in this game. She tells him that his actions change the outlook of the users every time. The girl says that she would love the opportunity to get to know Raz better. Raz returns to the tavern. Rosalind was sleeping tiredly with her head resting squarely on the dining table. Our hero apologized to Rosalind for the long absence and offered to get her started if she didn't mind. Rosalind didn't immediately realize what he was talking about. She quickly perked up and began to worry that she had fallen asleep and done nothing. Rice noted that she didn't look like a computer-controlled character. Rice laid out the ingredients he'd managed to find, including spotted pig meat. He's going to make samgyeopsal with vegetables and sandwiches. Rosalind is surprised that Reese hunted the pigs alone, but he assures her that meat can be bought from other users as well. Our hero suggests that we not discuss this now but concentrate on cooking. Our hero asks Rosalind to fry 2 pieces of samgyeopsal. Rosalind is confused and asks our hero what exactly she needs to do. Our hero says she can cook the meat under direct fire. When the meat starts to release fat, she needs to turn the samgyeopsal over. Our hero reminds Rosalind about the vegetables. He says that there should not be any dirt on them. They should be washed well. Our hero begins to chop the vegetables promptly. This knife is not very comfortable for him. He is used to his own. Rosalind reminds him that she can't use skills, but Rice tells her not to worry. He gives her a squeeze of soy flowers to prepare this. Rosalind relaxes at those words. Just need to add the sauce and stir. After roasting, you can put the vegetables aside. Rosalind thanks Rice for the prepared ingredients. Our hero asks Rosalind if she has forgotten something, but Rosalind doesn't understand what it's about. He says she needs to turn the meat over. Rosalind wakes up and says she was distracted. The young man demonstrates the twisted samgyeopsal to Rosalind. She loves it. It looks very appetizing. Rice added that if you add a vegetable sauce to the samgyeopsal, you get the pork barbecue specialty, bulgogi. The chef told Rosalind about the eggs mayonnaise. He adds salt and sugar to them and you get mayonnaise. Now all that is left is to mix the mayonnaise with honey and butter the bread. The filling will consist of bulgogi and pickles. Rosalind is delighted with how appetizing it all looks. Our hero says the serving is also important as it pleases the eye. Rosalind asks for permission to taste the food and brings it to his mouth with trepidation. Thanks to him, Rosalind's powers begin to return to her, and the villagers begin to eat a more varied diet, forgetting about chowder and bread. Rice had taught Rosalind how to make great meals, so this contribution would forever remain in the history of Turco Village. The system reported that the task was complete. Our hero increased Rosalind's favor and received a recipe for honey wine. The system also reported that the culinary god Michelin is interested in Rice. He is puzzled by this news. He didn't know there were deities in the game. Every time he learned something new. As a token of appreciation, Rosalind gives him all the kitchen utensils she has never used. Rice is shocked by such a gift. Our hero admonishes Rosalind. She promises to practice her skills all the time. He asks what kind of devil she's talking about. Rosalind says that all strangers want to fight the devil. But Rice says he's only interested in cooking. Rosalind says goodbye and tells him to take care and come visit. After Rice left, Roseland's diner became an incredibly popular place. Guests loved her some hepsel and ordered 2 to 3 servings at a time. Rosalind hired waiters who would give guests their order numbers. Not everyone liked it, but there was nothing to do. The village of Turco has become a cult place where all the users gather. There is no problem with the supply. In terms of taste, the dishes that Rosalind cooks are no different from what Rice would cook. Since users don't gain weight in virtual reality, they can enjoy their meals to the fullest. Passers-by ask other passers-by where to sells samgyeopsal and more of the village's most delicious pulgogi. The young man sees that his dishes are popular and remembers the times when he used to design new menus at the restaurant. The owner senses that the kitten is quiet, sitting on his head. Turns out Meow just fell asleep. Our hero has never had a pet and wonders how kitties behave in real life. Passing by Fargo's gun store, he decides to rest too, since his pet is sleeping sweetly. A man shouts at Rice. He hasn't seen the man before, but he knows his name. The man, out of breath from running fast, says that he learned about the cook from Rosalind. He has been looking for him for a very long time. The man's name is Ferguson. He has been looking for Rice for a long time to ask a favor. Our hero thinks it's another quest. He asks Ferguson how he can help him. Ferguson says that when his father was young, he was a fine warrior. Dad fought many battles, but then he retired and said he stopped feeling the flavor for some unknown reason. After that, he said he felt much worse than he did in the war. Then Dad became addicted to alcohol. This is a quest. You have to cook a meal and please Ferguson's father. Failure to do so will result in an instant fall from favor with Ferguson and his father. Ferguson asks Rice if he will help his father, but Rice isn't sure, as the demands are too vague. He apologizes and says that this is not the right time for such an assignment. Ferguson is very upset. Our hero sees this and tries to stop him. To him, this assignment seems most similar to a real-life story. He entered the store, where he was warmly greeted by the owner. He said that they usually don't let animals in with them, but he would turn a blind eye if Rice purchased at least one item. Our hero noted that this store looks like their movie. The items look like museum pieces. He even found author's wares. For example, the stained gloves of justice for 200,000 won. Rice takes the gloves in his hands and examines them. It's a magnificent piece of work, but the owner says not to touch it if you're not going to buy it. But he decides to take the cloak gloves as well. If the items are made by author, one can't even doubt the quality. The young man said goodbye to his master, and after putting on his new clothes, he went on his way. The system reported that Rice had a new ability, understanding attributes. Rice has discovered a new characteristic of the equipment. The system says that the equipment characteristic shows how useful an attribute is in different cases. However, if the value is evaluated, all attributes will be put into a steady state. The status of damage received will not be taken into account. Our hero didn't really delve into it, but decided something was a useful achievement. He walked on, blown by the refreshing breeze. Meanwhile, Melina walked into the Rosalind Cafe and ordered herself a serving of pulgogi. She can't wait to finally try this deliciousness. Suddenly, the king of cooking walks up to Melina, pushing people away. She greets him and asks him how he got here. The king says he's not following her at all and ordered a single serving of pulgogi. He notices that he and Melina ordered the same dishes, which can't just be a coincidence. But Melina doesn't like that kind of insistence, saying that the king of cooking just came and repeated after her. That's all. Tasting the food, he said Rice's kebab tasted good because all the food in the game tasted good. Melina advised the cooking king to read the description of the dish he was eating. He decided to take her advice and read that it was Rice's specialty. The boy was shocked. He started reading the descriptions of all the dishes, and it turned out that they were all invented by him. The twisted samgyeopsal, the pork sandwich, and the juicy pulgogi were all invented by our chef. So the king of cooking, who tried to compare himself to him, was completely confused. After all, he'd never accomplished anything himself. The cooking king refused to recognize the superiority of the dishes prepared by his rival. Iram wakes up in his apartment. It's morning. He has played too much and thinks maybe he should sleep a little longer. But he decides to wake up and, first of all, make something to eat for breakfast. Even though he cooked and ate a lot in the game, he was still hungry in real life. Iram takes off his headphones and realizes that it's hard to realize the real world after playing a long game. The tastes and smells, even the communication wasn't real and it couldn't be taken seriously. Iram heats a bag of cooked food in boiling water. In the game, he could smell a lot of odors. However, he is still not capable of it in real life. Therefore, reality feels like a simulation. Naeem gets frustrated and helplessly puts his hand down on the countertop. He says that his life is so sullen. Iram sits down in front of a plate of heated food and says that this is just the harsh truth of his life. He can't smell or taste anything here. It's hard for Iram to get used to this arrangement after experiencing the possibilities that reality provides. However, he hopes that he will be able to taste at least a very small flavor. But as he thought, nothing at all has changed since his last time in the real world. Nevertheless, he really wants to be cured. Wishing alone can't make a difference, but at least he can imagine. And Rice imagines the many multifaceted flavors of vegetables, fruits, meats, mushrooms, and herbs. Iram places his spoon on his empty plate and concludes that this struggle is making him miserable. But he can't give up so easily. Meanwhile, Nari's bistro is in full swing. Customers can't wait for their orders. The kitchen is running very slowly. Maya, the waitress, can't do her job. She's running back and forth with plates. Someone asked for a hard-boiled egg, but it was cooked soft-boiled. The kitchen promises to redo it. Meyer thinks that because of the terrible character of the kitchen manager, no one wants to work in a bistro. She has to serve the orders herself. She thinks sadly that it would be better if Iram were here. She wonders how he's doing now. Jangmin Restaurant. Iram is in charge of the kitchen now. It's a nice nostalgia for him. Even though Iram lost his senses, he was still able to get back to work. The boss is surprised to see Iram at work on his day off. Iram says he came to practice on his technique. The gentleman praises his chef and asks where he should put the unrefined perilla oil. Iram really doesn't waste any time and starts practicing his skills to be even better. As Iram was practicing molding balls of dough, the master called out to him. A man had come to visit. The master introduced Iram as his young chef. The man introduced himself and said his name was Yu Soo-jae. He's a friend of Chief Iram's. The gentleman says he's one of his favorite friends and asks if the man wants to grab a bite to eat. Soo-jae says that since it's a restaurant, he should order. Soo-jae asks the chef to prepare his specialty. Mr. Yi Iram is frozen in bewilderment. Soo-jae confesses that his taste buds have gotten weaker with age. He crossed his fingers and added that it's hard for a young person to understand. But as you get older, your senses dull. Soo-jae tells his friend that he used to be able to feel the salt added to a dish, but now he can eat a spoonful of red pepper and not notice. Iram asks Soo-jae if he's lost his sense of taste and smell. Soo-jae says he realizes he's eating delicious food and smells it, but his tongue refuses to recognize the taste. He says his case is rare. He really misses the taste of the buckwheat noodles his late wife used to make. It was a noodle she cooked often. Regular noodles without pickled radish and sauce, yet the smell was so pleasant. At the same time, there was something crunchy in those noodles. 40 years had passed, and he vaguely remembered the characteristics of that dish. Soo-jae told him that he got married at the age of 20. They had children early, 10 years earlier than Iram's current age. He says that with having children comes incredible responsibility, but it's hard to explain in words. Back then, Soo-jae cooked noodles and he promised that his family would be happy and see the world. It was very presumptuous. My wife grumbled that as long as I talked, the noodles would swell. She would tell me to stop talking nonsense and get to eating. That's how happily they lived. With those words, Soo-jae finished his story. But his wife left the world probably because she was so busy. He doesn't remember the smell and taste of those noodles. We could ask his son, but time takes away our most precious possessions. Soo-jae asks Iram if he can fulfill his special wish and make buckwheat noodles. Iram recalls the man's words that there were no radishes or sauce in the dish and doesn't understand how that's possible. The master tells Iram that he can cook something else. His friend always acts like this. You can take it easy. The master tells his friend not to speak his mind out loud, but Iram still decides to cook buckwheat noodles for the man and ponders how he should do it. Iram gets an idea and seems to have everything under control. A little time passed. Iram came out of the kitchen and said that the special order was done. The master couldn't believe his ears. Buckwheat noodles with perilla oil. Soo-jae looked at the dish and exclaimed that it was exactly what was needed. The master thanked Iram and said it wasn't his responsibility. Iram said it wasn't difficult for him. He added perilla oil. The master tasted the dish and said that this oil has an interesting flavor. Soo-jae said he was very pleased that his request was fulfilled, but he probably wouldn't be able to taste it. The master tasted the dish and noticed that Iram had added bean sprouts to it. The flavor isn't pronounced, but you can feel the sweetness. It's great. The master asks his friend how he feels, whether he liked the noodles or not. But Soo-jae sits with his hand covering his eyes. He is slightly shaken and tears are weaving down his face. Images of the past begin to flash in his mind. He sits there eating his wife's noodles. He was offered a transfer to another department, but he decided to stay so he could see his wife more often. His wife says he needs to move up the ladder anyway, but Soo-jae has already made up his mind. His wife thinks it's sweet that Soo-jae loves her so much. He's become very sentimental. Soo-jae says he'll work for a month and take a vacation. He asks his wife where she would like to go. She says she will go anywhere with her husband as long as he is there for her. Soo-jae feels like his wife is by his side and takes his hand. She says she realizes how angry her husband will be that she left first. She says she's happy to have him. Every time he complimented her tasteless noodles, she's been blessed with great happiness. She apologizes for leaving him alone. She says she's really sorry. Soo-jae, crying, says there's nothing to apologize for since it's impossible to go back. She says that whether he is young or old, she still loves him more than anything in the world. Now it's time for her to leave. Soo-jae in his thoughts snaps and runs after his wife, who disappears into the white light. He calls out to her, calling out to her. Soo-jae is flooded with tears from the memories and is unable to control himself. He calls his wife by name, Ji-yeon. He tells his friend that it was the best dish in the whole world. Soo-jae heartily thanks Urim and says that this is exactly the right flavor. He puts the chopsticks into the empty plate. The dish is completely eaten. Soo-jae leaves. He wants to see his son. Suddenly he really wants to see him. Soo-jae tells Irim that it was a special dish and now he owes him forever. He says that for some, it's just food. But for him, it's an opportunity to bring back memories. Irim says that Sir's gratitude is enough for him. As they leave, Soo-jae tells his friend not to miss out on this talented treasure in the form of Irim. The man turns out to be the chairman. He was escorted by security guards to the limo and he drove away. Irim was stunned. He thought Soo-jae was just a simple farmer. But of course, the gentleman knew everything. Soo-jae from the car window tells Irim that he enjoyed the meal thanks to him. He will look forward to the opening. The blonde beauty monitors the villagers' social media. All of them absent-mindedly post themselves with food from Rice. It seems the village is full of people thanks to him, but will everyone have enough room for such a huge number of people? These arguments are very similar to the behavior of people in line at popular restaurants in real life. The girl thinks about how grandiose it must be for users to behave like this in the game. She decides to go in and try the samgyeopsal on a skewer herself to appreciate the phenomenon. She looks at the dish and thinks it looks pretty ordinary. When Rice made it, it looked appetizing, but now it's not as impressive. She says that when Rice created this dish, all the flavors were calculated. Whether it's a fashion trend or really good, she'll only know if she tastes it. The blonde girl tasted the dish and was struck by lightning. It's divine, the perfect combination of ingredients. It's like a real samgyeopsal with the flavor of juicy meat, crispy crust, and soft texture of roasted pork. It's even tastier than the real thing. She doesn't understand how this is possible, since their development wasn't that deep. The girl thinks Rice is a unique character and a very interesting person. I wonder what he is like in ordinary real life. He had just decided to visit Roseland. He approached the tavern and was surprised at how popular this place has become. Our hero notices some numbers at the top. The system says that if the dishes he created are sold in the tavern, he likes it a lot. The system says that the reward can be found in the income from weaving enterprise window. The income from the eatery in Turco village is 55,501. That's samgyeopsal and pulgogi. Meow the kitten came in. The young man didn't forget about him. He asked the kitten if he was okay. Meow has a present for his master. It is 200 grams of gochujang, 200 grams of pancakes, and 500 grams of vegetable oil. Rice cradles the kitten to his face and pats it. He tells the kitty that there is hardly any cat here better than Meow. The young man says that as soon as he checked in, the game is one of pleasure. Business at the diner is booming and the kitty gives gifts. The young man thinks that now he can relax and enjoy the marvelous Rice. Rice sees a young man. He thinks it is the man whose father has lost his sense of taste. This is the blacksmith shop that belongs to him. The young man approached Mr. Ferguson and said he would help his father with his problems. Mr. Ferguson brought the young man to his house, opened the door, telling his father they had a guest. Mr. Ferguson introduced the young man to his father as a terrific cook. The father said he was just another donkey. The son says the young man comes from another territory and is extremely talented. The father asks if the young man can cook. He says he doesn't know how good Rice's abilities are, but he can't feel anything anyway. Rice looks at the man very determined and says he will do his best. The man asks the young man if he knows what breaded fried chicken is. He says he has heard, of course. Any Korean knows what breaded fried chicken is. But the cook says he doesn't have the batter for deep frying and asks what about the other dish. But the father yells that he doesn't want anything else but fried chicken. Rice realizes that even though the dish is simple, the ingredients aren't easy to get. Maybe the tasks are getting harder each time. Now we have to go back to the beginner's area and get the chicken meat. The kitten on his head starts meowing. Rice doesn't know what's wrong. He thinks the kitten is hungry. But soon the reason for the meowing becomes clear. Some unidentified birds have swooped down from the sky at breakneck speed. They're mayonnaise birds smelling their eggs in Rice's inventory. The system says they recognize him as an enemy. Rice decides that this time he will not run away, but will fight. The young man turns on the weakness recognition feature. It's a good thing it's working. That means these birds have less than 2 stars. If the birds with 2 stars, Rice will be able to overpower them. He puts up his shield and keeps his weapon at the ready. He concentrates, accumulates his power, and delivers a great stabbing blow. The young man threw a glancing blow but missed the opportunity to hit the weak spot. If he falls again, he could be injured. Before the visibility of the weak spot is gone, you need to finish the whole thing with a single blow. The system warns that the bird has recognized the young man as an enemy. Each touch with the beak reduces HP by 2%. Our hero forces himself to collect himself, otherwise all is lost. He must strike again at the weak spot. He has enough skill and strength for a double strike. It ends in success. The young man receives the mayonnaise bird carcass. When cooked, it acquires the flavor of chicken. The young man realizes that these are the ingredients for the mission. Now he doesn't need to go to the nub zone. There was no such condition that mandated the use of chicken meat exclusively. Rice went back and butchered his prey, forming good chunks of selected poultry. He is at the Ferguson home and decided to start by making a marinade for the meat. The young man is glad to have plenty of ingredients in the kitchen, but one has to save money. There's no telling when more groceries will be needed. Young adds soy flour, whole garlic cloves, sugar, and pepper. Rice hopes the seasonings will harmonize. The system reported that the ingredient soy sauce was received. The hero is happy about this gift. So if you add some sugar and bring it to a boil, there will be a soy sauce base. Ferguson asks his father why he's peeking. The father thinks the underdog might be poisoning their food. Now that the sauce is ready, we can add the meat. It will take about 2 hours for it to soak in the marinade. Rice says he'll be back soon. The meat will marinate for about 2 hours. Don't touch anything while he's gone. Ferguson's father suggested that he rest here while the meat marinates. The young man said that time is money, besides he has business in the village. A little later, he sells samgyeopsal for only 5,000 won and in limited quantities. One of the customers says it's similar to the samgyeopsal sold at Turco's snack shop. Suddenly, someone shouts Rice's name from the crowd. It's Arthur. He says the man is still selling kebabs on the street. The crowd screams, some wanting to know what it takes to get a restaurant named after them and how they can learn what Young can do. Arthur apologizes, but he started the conversation first and asks him not to make a fuss. Arthur says he's been to the diner recently. Rice seems to have completed the quest and his name is displayed on all the equipment. He shows Arthur his equipment and says he bought it as soon as he saw it. Rice gives Arthur the wings of the deadly bee and asks him if he can do anything with the wings. Arthur uses his design skill to see what he can make of it. He asks the young man to get him 4 pairs of wings and 40 grams of bee honey. He will create something incredible. The friend says he will write to Arthur when he gets the materials. Arthur thanked and said he would hunt nearby. After the name Bazaar, Rice sits on a rock and rests. He sold 79 pieces today. There is 1 skewer of samgyeopsal left and our hero decides to eat it for the pleasure of himself. He does not have time to put the samgyeopsal in his mouth as a man in a black cloak appears out of nowhere and wants to buy the remaining samgyeopsal. The young man sells the rest, wishes the buyer a pleasant appetite, and decides to leave for good. The cloaked man sinks his teeth into the meat, not hoping to get much from it. But his taste buds just exploded with delight, and a feeling of bliss filled him all over. The system reported that he had tasted the samgyeopsal food and earned 1 bonus. So it was Rice. A type in a trench coat caught some guy on the street and started prying if he knew the user who was selling this food. He put a gun to the guy's throat, and he had to confess that the user who cooks so well is called Rice. The guy ran away from the lunatic shining heels, and the man in the cape kept repeating our hero's name. Thanks to him, his ability has increased. It's a marvelous feeling. Meanwhile, the young man is searching in the dark for delicious honey. This search begins to irritate him. He reflects on the fact that he has 4 pairs of bee-mate wings and 4 jars of honey wine. But he doesn't need the wine. The main problem is getting the honey. Maybe we should pay attention to the word delicious. Our hero doesn't realize how much more he has to fight. Maybe he's just wasting his time. He heard from someone that there is a forum in reality. He has to look for it. Rice doesn't understand why there's no information about delicious honey on the forum because it's a readily available ingredient. Arthur won't be able to replace it. The young man ponders where he can find this honey. Maybe it can be made on his own. Finally, we meet a blonde beauty. She's the head manager of Oh Ha Yoon, Nick Letitia. She's in her 30s, was noticed at an early age for her planning and system building skills. 4 years ago, after the unexpected death of her parents, Oh Ha Yoon loaded herself with work. She couldn't accept the fact that her parents were gone. She refused to believe it. After their death, her life changed dramatically. Many people offered her jobs, but she just wanted to forget about her grief. So she chose Illusion, a large international company. Illusion offered her to do a complete retooling of the world of reality. A lot of time and effort was spent. However, no matter how much she tried to forget herself by working, the psychological problems did not leave her. Quitting the game, taking a little rest before checking out the event. We'll need to figure out the characteristics of the professions and data values, and double-check the malfunctions and failures in the system. The number of users is getting bigger and bigger. Because of this, there may be malfunctions in the settings. A girl realizes she needs to eat. She opens a pudding. It looks very sweet. Even the smell is sweet. She tries to remember what she ate yesterday. It wasn't very good sushi. She realizes she needs to eat something high in sugar, like this pudding. She hears her parents' voices in her head. They're telling her to eat well while working or you'll get sick. Oh Ha-eun realizes that they are just voices, and neither of them can enjoy food anymore. She has to take care of herself. No one else will do it. She needs to do it herself. Ha-en's hand shakes. She hears her mom's voice again, telling her not to live this life. But Ha-en realizes she can't eat this pudding. Why did she even open it in the first place then? She should just throw it away. The girl thinks of the young man. What was so good about him? He seemed so happy and content. And why did she remember him? Meanwhile, back in reality, the boy finally finds Arthur. Arthur is busy slaughtering pigs. Yunosha says that he got all the items. He created 400 grams of delicious honey. Arthur asks Rice how he managed to create this honey. No matter how much he searched the forums for information, nothing. He says that with a little thought, he mixed honey wine and regular honey. Arthur told him that it was amazing and he didn't expect anything else from him. Arthur made the cloak of the queen bee. It is resistant to heat and cold. When falling from a height, it activates floating in the air. Arthur asks Rice to put the cloak on and try it out right here. The young man puts the cloak on and says he really likes it. Arthur says the cloak suits him very well. Arthur remembers the spotted pigs he just hunted. The pigs herd under Rice, literally knocking him down. They launch an attack. Arthur fights off the other pigs and yells at him to get the hell out of here. Arthur used the multiple hits skill. This is his first experience using this skill, but it worked out pretty well. One of the spotted pigs approaches him and pushes him down right off the ravine. Arthur yells at him to spread his cloak. It's the only way he can stay in the air. Rice opens his cloak and becomes like a huge bat. Arthur, looking at his friend, thinks about how amazing this guy really is. The young man flies through the sky easily and freely. Passers-by take their heads away and look at the sight. He wonders if the man flying in the sky is a magician, but he remembers that there has never been a profession of a mage in the game. A friend had purposely hidden his name on Arthur's advice. He did not really like that he was constantly recognized. Our hero flies over the village and thinks about where he should land. If he keeps this up, he'll end up God knows where. Rice spots a blacksmith shop down below, aka Ferguson's house. He could land there. He just had to figure out how to get lower. Arthur hadn't explained to him what to do to get down. The young man decided to give the abort flight command. The system reported that the first command was accepted. Ras realized that just thinking was enough, and the system would do the intended action. But after realizing this, Rice was already flying downward. Our hero is a man doomed to fall and get hurt whenever he finds himself in combat. He breaks through the roof of Ferguson's house. His father reminds him that he was going to take care of business, not break through the roof. He yells at the young man, proving to him that he is not a chef, but just a crook prowling around. The young man apologizes and says he's not a crook. The father hobbles out of the bottle. Ferguson bursts into the kitchen and doesn't understand what's going on. The hero asks Ferguson how long the meat has been marinating. About 12 hours. Ferguson confirms and says that Rice has indeed been gone quite a while. The young man hurriedly gets to work on the cooking. If it had been 12 hours, it should have marinated enough. The young man pulls the meat out of the marinade. If there isn't enough seasoning, he will add salt later to the finished dish. Ras says he won't even need water, just enough to evenly coat the meat with cornstarch. When Rice worked as a chef, he often used the technique of cooking with leftovers. All the leftovers would do is roast the meat. If the temperature is too high, it will burn on the outside but not cook well on the inside. However, if the temperature is too low, the chicken will absorb the oil and turn out too greasy. You just have to toss the chicken in the deep fryer in the oil. Rice notes a very nice sizzle. It should be done. You also need to make sure there is no oil left. Otherwise, it will get too greasy, so you need to get rid of it so you don't ruin the flavor. Ferguson and his father enter the kitchen, smelling an incredible odor. The father is surprised that Rice actually cooked the chicken. The young man asks if they can pour him a pint of beer too. Father and son promise to pour him not just a cup, but a whole barrel. After a while, there is a dish with tasty, juicy, and crispy chicken with sauce and 3 mugs of beer on the table. All 3 of them sat down at the table. Rice said that the chicken could be eaten with the sauce. He added honey and lemon juice to it. He was the first to eat his creation. It had been a long time since he had eaten karag, but no matter how long it's been, the flavor of chicken is always amazing. Ferguson, looking at the young man, has threaded the first piece of chicken on his fork and is about to try it. His father, on the other hand, is very skeptical. He says the chicken isn't even fried. You can hardly expect much from it. The young man watches the man and doesn't understand why he is silent. Maybe it's because he didn't use chicken. Rice thinks he hasn't completed the task, since the exclamation point above his head still hasn't disappeared. But Father Ferguson knelt down in front of Rice and thanked him profusely. Some of his memories came back to him. He said that after the demon attack, a lot of people lost their memory. They forgot not only the culture, but also their important memories. Our chef's dish turned out to be the key to the memories. It's all thanks to an amazing ability. The young man is finally starting to understand what this game is about. The key to memories is food. Ferguson began to have memories too. He remembered that his mom used to make them a similar dish. This dish brought back both father and son's memories. It is good that Karage's chicken is similar to this dish. Race asks Mr. Fatu where his yen is now and what she is doing. Mr. Fatu answers him that his wife died a year ago. He used to bring home mayonnaise bird and his wife used to make us dishes with it. It was very tasty. I was used to that flavor. When his wife was gone, he couldn't replicate that flavor. Despite his failed attempts, it allowed him and his son to remember her. But soon the devil stripped away all memories, including the painful ones. But he couldn't enjoy the false life and started drinking. Fatu slammed his hand on the table and told his son it was time to get their family heirloom. Ferguson seemed to understand what his father meant by family heirloom. Dad says he's right. The family heirloom is his comrade who was always with him during the days of battle. The son says the item serves as a reminder of those days. But Fatu says it's fine, you can carry it. Ferguson brings his father's sword. The sword is made of an unexplored ore, lanium. It has an attack power of 50 and 10 to dexterity. Fatu asks Rice to bear his knife. He says he realizes how valuable this knife is and asks once again for permission to bear it. He takes the young man's hand and places it on the scabbard. He says, no nonsense, just bear the sword. Fatu says this sword needs to be named. Come up with a name. Rice is surprised at how light this sword is. The man says the young man has to come up with a name for the sword in order to use it, so that the object will become associated with him. He decides on the name Bone Sword. Fatu says that this is quite bloodthirsty, as the sword did break quite a few bones. Ferguson says that if the sword needs sharpening, Young can come to him anytime. He will take care of it. Rice gives a heartfelt thank you to Ferguson and his father, Mr. Fatu. Fatu says they are the ones who should be thanking him. And while he's still here, he can grab some condiments from the kitchen. Thanks to him, father and son have been able to move on with their lives, forgetting the things that tormented them in the past. Fatu decided to take up brewing, something his wife used to be passionate about. As much joy as alcohol brings to people, Fatu felt when the memories of his beloved came back to him. The system says that Turco's development is almost complete. People are recognizing Rice. Thanks to this, he can buy the things he needs more profitably. Fatu called out to Reis. He offered him to take this alcohol. It was the only one left. The young man is very embarrassed that this man is doing so much for him, but Fatu insists. This alcohol is Fatu's special recipe. Within 10 minutes of drinking, it increases attack power, decreases the ability to defend. That's what Rice thought, that if you want to drink alcohol, you have to prepare to be penalized. He decides to try it at his leisure when he is free. Fatu bids farewell to his new acquaintance. Rice wishes him success in growing his business. He feels like organizing his own venture too. He thinks of going to Rosalind for advice. When he reached the diner, he saw an untold number of people in front of its doors. The young man did not understand when it had managed to expand so much. The bouncer asked the young man if he's going to go through without queuing. This NPS is a player who knows Rice. The bouncer lets the young man through. People started to get indignant, but he said that the young man was as good as a deputy. The diner was in full swing. There were plenty of guests, all munching on delicious, succulent dishes. Rice met Melina practically at the door. She told him she worked here part-time. He's surprised she's moonlighting in the game. She says there are perks to it. She can save up and buy quality equipment. Melina asks our hero how he's doing. She thinks he's made a lot of new friends. Suddenly, some big guy with joyful shouts ran up to him and squeezed him very tightly in his arms. Our hero was frightened and recoiled from the guy. He apologized and said that he was just very happy to see Rice. The guy introduced himself as Mina Manho. He is a big fan of Rice because he has taken the establishment to the next level. Manho starts barraging the guy with questions about his haircut, the new menu, and his plans for the future. Melina whisperingly asks the young man who he is. He replies that this is the first time he's seen him. Suddenly, Melina remembers that there was a Manho who had recently gotten the extermination quest. Manhwa asks Rice if he would be willing to accompany him on the quest, since it is a quest for the fighter profession. But Manhwa politely declined. He found this type of person very suspicious. When Manhwa refused, he sobbed, and the people around him comforted him. He said he would almost stop playing here, but thanks to Mr. He didn't stop. A young man walks through a beautiful valley with his kitten. They are breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the day. Rice notes that now Meow does not sit on his head, but confidently walks on his own. He reflects that there is a lot of freedom of action in the game, but he still encounters restrictions on what he wants to do. If you think about it, it's not surprising. What kind of player would treat NPCs well? Reflections interrupted by a huge insect, unknown from where it appeared in front of his nose. The young man admitted that this game incredibly realistically recreates bugs. He was scared for nothing, and all because of the size. Someone is hunting a monster called a windjumper. Rice notices that this user's attack is very, very strong. Looking at the stricken fighter, Young realized that the insect probably possessed magic. But he still wasn't going to eat grasshoppers. He decided to go from here. While our hero was chatting with himself, the mayonnaise bird wanted to pounce on him. But Meow successfully defended his master. The young man struck a sharp blow, and the bird was defeated. This attack was very unexpected. Rice turned around frightened to see if his kitten was all right. The kitten meowed happily. Rice was very surprised at Meow's ability to fight. It was time for lunch. The young man set up in the clearing and started roasting meat. He explains to Meow that the dish is cooked perfectly when the oil glistens evenly all over the surface. Meow, with sparkling eyes, stood on his hind legs in front of his master. Rice realized that the kitten wanted to taste the food. The young man swallows one bite and says with relish that it's the tender texture of the meat, and the taste of the butter in his mouth is something incredible. He tosses the kitten a piece of meat, and the kitten deftly catches it on the fly. The hero wonders if cats can eat some Hepsol, but this is virtual reality, so everything should be fine. The young man wants to eat until he leaves the game, but someone calls him again. It's player Manhwa and his team of warriors. He's happy to meet the master again. The system notified that player Manhwa was given the opportunity to change his costume. Rice asks him why he didn't go to fulfill the quest. Manhwa says it was in his plans, but he still wants to find at least one companion first. The young man says he will succeed. Manhwa asks the hero again if he will keep him company, but Rice again refuses. His partners don't like Manhwa trying to find a companion. Just can't rely on the NPS players. The young man says that with that attitude, Manhwa won't even be able to clear the first part of the dungeon where Marina lives. Rice doesn't understand how Manhwa will fight strong monsters like blue crabs and electric shrimp. Saying those words, young man vivaciously pictured those delicious things on his table. Their taste was something he had already forgotten too. Rice instantly changes his mind and is about to join Manhwa, all for the sake of the beautiful sea creatures. They shake hands. The system has opened a new professional quest. Get rid of the Marina Asylum. Marina is a witch who steals children to try out her dark charms on them. The system asks if Rice wants to join the quest. The young man presses the agree button. Manhwa is thrilled up to his ears that he'll be doing the quest with the celebrity chef. He adds that he can't take his eyes off the kitten and asks to pet it. But Meow doesn't like the idea and pounces on his new acquaintance's face. Manhwa stands there with his face scrunched up and says that the kitty looks even cuter when he's angry. The team heads into the woods. Rice says it's a pretty nice place for a witch. Manhwa asks the young man if he's ever caught grasshoppers. It looks like they use magic. Manhwa can't say anything. A young man sees a bird on the path and asks Manhwa if it's a rooster, a unicorn. Rice asks Mr. Rook if he minds if they hunt. Manhwa doesn't understand why but agrees. Rook doesn't really want to, but he's obligated to help. He draws his sword and tells them to prepare to attack. A battle ensues between the warriors and the rooster. One of the partners says that 2 more will show up by 9 o'clock. Rook orders to not relax and attack, delivering smashing blows to all the birds at the same time. Our hero doesn't even have time to join in. He just watches mesmerized as his team fights the birds. It's the first time Rice sees the NPCs fighting. They're even better than he expected, and the young man is threatened as he watches. But Manhwa has already come to the rescue. He attacks the bird and yells at it not to touch Mr. He. The team relieved the young man of the need to take out his weapon at all. Rice remained standing and watching. The NPCs of the war had dealt with the birds and the carcasses were simply abandoned. Well, it's meat after all. They don't need it. The young man examined the carcasses and came to the conclusion that outside they do not differ from the ones he had fought before. Who knows, maybe the meat is as dense as Korean chicken. He likes the special flavor of chicken soup with rice. The travelers reach the Marina dungeon. The entrance is even decorated. You can see that people live here. Maybe it's a trap. Rice asks Manhwa what he thinks about the current situation. He replies that they are alone here. There is no one else. Rook stops in front of the cave and suggests they take a break before going in. They pull out some jerky for a snack and refreshment. The white-haired man asks why they keep eating it. The girl replies that the diner doesn't have other takeout options available. Rice and Meow also enjoy a piece of jerky. The texture and flavor of the dried meat was nice, the same flavor that he used to taste before. Manhwa reminds everyone that the person who created the dishes in the diner is now with them. Mr. Rice is the star of the diner in Turco. You can rely on him now. The young man says this is not the right time to show off his skills, but the crowd is excited for Rice to show them what these chefs can do. He looks around and wonders what to make, not really looking forward to fried food again. The cook's gaze fell on a bright red flower, a berry. Could this be what he is thinking about? The young man carefully bent over the berry and was finally convinced that it was ginseng. He decided to dig up the plant to make sure it was the ginseng for sure. His partners are waiting with anticipation. After all, he is the hero who took the diner to great heights. Our cook took out a wok, put the chicken in it, poured water in it, and started to boil. Next, Race thinks to put 10 Chinese dates, and after adding some green onions, he decided to make a delicious dish called samgyeopsal. It was the turn for garlic, which he took from Mr. Fatu's kitchen, now the fresh ginseng root, which would make this dish truly marvelous. Ruck asked the chef what he's cooking. The smell is amazing. Manhwa speaks, it looks like Rice is cooking chicken with all sorts of stuff. Rice puts the lid on everything and says to wait exactly 1 hour. The warriors are outraged, but had to agree. The time passes. Everyone gathers around the vat. Young opens the lid. Everyone feels as if they are going to starve to death. Our hero opens the lid. Beneath it languishes the delicious samgyeopsal. When eaten, it increases satiety by 50 points. Everyone immediately crowded around the vat and began to shout something about the color and divine aroma of the dish. Rice starts pouring samgyeopsal on plates. He says to hurry up and eat before it gets cold. The white-haired man says it's the first time he's seen such a thing. He takes the meat from the broth and eats it. Taking a bite, he is ecstatic at the incredibly soft meat, both dense and tender texture and amazing flavor. Warrior says the smells of cooked vegetables and meat come together as one. She feels like a lot of strength is being added. Rook says the flavor is so intense, you can feel it from the first spoonful. This is the first time he tastes this, but now he will never forget the flavor. Manhwa tears the chicken meat with his teeth and marvels at his unrivaled culinary talents as well. He pours a plate of samgyeopsal for himself as well. Ever since he lost his taste, every dish opens up in a new way. That time when he made bulgogi, many ingredients had to be substituted. Now everything is prepared with the right products. Rice tasted samgyeopsal and the whole world blossomed at his feet. That's the flavor, light chicken broth with tender meat. Manhwa finished it and said he was very full. The young man has surpassed his expectations. He's the real engine of the game. The others finished their food as well. They didn't think that chicken broth with meat could be this good. Increased approval from Jail, Karen in hand. The young man is glad they liked it, so their approval increases when he cooks something new. The kitten liked it too. He meows happily. Meow's affection has increased by 100. The pet has reached a new level. Rice strokes the kitty. The system reported that it has gained many different skills, including imitation and rumbling. Manhwa is jealous of him that he can pet the kitty. He really wants a pet too, but the others tell him not to embarrass himself. Karen and Roger tell him to be on guard. Many of the wanderers were losing as early as the first stage. The team entered the dungeon and traveled further down the stone road lit by the light of the campfires. Manhwa quietly asked him about reaching levels and how long it takes. Rice thinks that levels increase as quests are completed, but Manhwa talks about characterization. Manhwa is surprised that the young man didn't know about such a thing, but it's for sure, because young master is a chef. He says that the monsters that dwell here are not comparable to the ones he's met before. Manhwa asks not to be intimidated. Jail says that this is where the domain of the cutter crabs begin. You have to be careful when treading water. The young man takes a sniff and realizes that the water inside the dungeon smells like the ocean. Meow interrupts his thoughts with an angry hiss. He rounded his eyes 6 up. What was the matter became clear at once. Crabs, cutter crabs, began to jump out of the water. Manhwa sharply ordered him to step back and he himself struck the crabs with a slashing blow. Rice was surprised that Manhwa was also using a slashing attack. He hadn't noticed it before. Manhwa ordered everyone to prepare for battle. They were surrounded by enemies. The kitten flew off his master's shoulder and darted away, his paws glistening. But Meow didn't get far. He plopped his face down on the damp ground. Rice rushed to his pet in front of the crab, lifted him off the ground and asked him why he had put himself in such danger. Manhwa, meanwhile, was rushing at the crab, repeating that attacking a cat was the worst of all sins. Manhwa stabbed the crab through and through, but new ones were quickly creeping up from behind. But Rice jumped into the battlefield with the sword that Fatu had given him as a parting gift. The young man's hands even went numb from how strong the armor was. Though it needed to add complexity, it wasn't as realistic. Our hero realizes that if he makes a mistake, he could lose his arm. He has to use basic attacks to increase his stats. The more you fight, the stronger the attack. Rice decides to chew without much skill, even though it won't be easy. Kitten watches his master desperately fighting the scary creatures. Meow decides not to leave his master in distress and throws himself at the crabs, imagining that he is a big and strong tiger. The system reported that a hiss was activated, and the enemy was frightened enough. The young man saw this, praised Meow, and told him to go back inside because he was about to attack. Rice gathered all his might and told himself that by all means, he must try these delicious crabs. After a while, Manhwa summarized that he was done with the crabs, but then he saw something that looked like shrimp. It's a thunder shrimp. They're lightning shrimp, so you have to be careful and remember to duck. The shrimp didn't wait long and hit everyone with a lightning strike. Ruck belligerently said that he would turn those shrimp into dried seafood, and he and Rice moved to attack. The young man decided to build up his strength gradually and used one basic attack after another. In the end, he managed it. The crabs and shrimp shrank and became tiny. Looks like there was some sorcery involved. The young man decided to collect them. Manhwa informed Rook that Yunosha was gathering ingredients to use as food. Jael and Karen are perplexed as to how Yunosha, being a cook, performed so well in battle. It was dangerous even for professionals like them. Manhwa shouted for them to stop belittling Mr. Rice since he had prepared such a delicious meal for them. As the team moved further into the depths of the cave, the young man had already managed to clean the arthropods they had collected. Manhwa said he loved shrimp and sauce and asked if he cooked in life. Rice replied that he works in a field related to cooking. Manhwa immediately wanted to visit the place for real. He said that he couldn't reveal the secret of the workplace yet, but he can make delicious marinated crabs right now. The cook adds red pepper and sesame seeds and says it's ready. Manhwa says only true gourmets snack on crab at restaurants that serve ribs. A plate of tender marinated crabs is a true delight. A plate of white or brown rice is a must, but we don't have any. Karen says she has some rice with her. She was asked why she brought it with her in the first place. Karen replied that she was going to make paella. He said that she would have to make hers later, too. Karen handed him a bag of rice. She said it might be a little stale, but not spoiled. Rice put the water in the wok on the fire to boil a batch of rice in it. Jael says all they do is eat. Manhwa urges not to listen to this NPC who is a nerd. He says it's impossible not to try such delicious food once. That's because he wanted to try them. It's almost ready. We can eat now. Manhwa asked for 2 servings. Jael says he doesn't have high expectations. Having a great outfit and eating raw crabs is not compatible. Jael says he doesn't understand why he would eat raw crab. It's hardly tasty and they stink. Manhwa stands up for Rice and says that the master wouldn't feed them anything bad. He asks Manhwa to take it easy. Jael is still trying to wiggle away from the dish and says that this food is not to his taste at all. He asks no one to worry. He says that the rice is ready. We can start with it. The rice looks absolutely mind-blowing. It's been so long since he's had plain white rice. Manhwa continues to extol Rice's food, calling it gorgeous, divine, and all that kind of stuff. Karen, Manhwa, and Rook lean over the food, unable to take it anymore. Rice explains that you have to hold the crab like this and suck out the meat that's inside the shell. He shows by example how it should be done. Fresh crab in a spicy marinade is especially good. It's exactly what he's been waiting for. The freshness of the sea, the pleasure of mixing the flavors of the spicy marinade and sweet meat. He scooped some white rice into a spoon and dripped the sauce on top. That's right, the best combination with white rice. Jael still doesn't understand why everyone eats with such gusto. Fresh crabs have a fishy odor. But looking at the friendly group of people eating their food, Jael thought that maybe he had made a mistake. He went up to him, and he understood at once and held out a plate of food to him, which increased Jael's favor. All 4 warriors, with the exception of their genius cook, leisurely sucked the meat from under the crab shell. Now it's time to rinse your mouth. It's called sunyeon, a drink made from nurungi boiled with water. It's hot. In addition, he managed to get 5 mugs of beer. He said everyone could have one. Everyone began to clink glasses and drink to health and good luck. The favor of Rook, Karen, and Jael increased. Having had enough to eat, Karen suggested we go down further now that they were done here. Just have to be very careful. But it didn't take long for another aggressive attack to arrive. He remembered that to increase his defense, he had to take damage. But I don't think that's a very good idea. The crab struck with such force that Ona's body just slid face down on the ground. Jael tells her not to pull any more pranks or help. Her cheek is pretty swollen. Meow climbs up to his face. He's scared for his master. Meow starts using the massaging skill and heals Ona up a bit. Rook says it seems the level is complete. Everyone did a good job. Rice asks if they are going to the next level. On the wall, the travelers see a strange sign and the question, "Have you eaten well?" They've never seen anything like this before. This is not a good thing. Manhwa jokes and says that maybe another chef is here, a cook. Karen said that from now on, stronger monsters will come their way, so stop laughing and joking around. At that very second, they were attacked by a bear with burning eyes and very strange looking. Manhwa and he yells, not realizing what kind of teddy bear it is. Manhwa tells he to stay behind his back. Rice realizes that he really has to stay alert now. He could lose his life if he experimented with the punches. A scary plush rabbit with a mouth sewn shut with string comes at him from behind. The guy stops, takes a close look at the bear and the bunny, and is finally convinced that they are toys. Manhwa says he'll make sure not a single hair falls off Rice's head. Rice volunteers to help. Manhwa says it's the first time he's met monsters like this. He'd better keep his distance. He needs to figure out how they attack first. But Manhwa doesn't have time to say another word. This toy hare gains great speed and knocks the warrior down. The guy's shocked at how fast the hare is. They seem to have a very high speed programmed into them. The guy decides to take action and use the hare's weakness. See if he can get something out of it. He finds the weak spot right on the hare's head, but it slips away from Rice with lightning speed. Ruck and Jail ask Rice and Manhwa to stay back and not interfere. It's too dangerous. The hare is too fast. The guy sees a weak spot but can't strike. We have to time it right. Meanwhile, Manhwa wakes up and calls out to the rabbit, calling it an overgrown rabbit. He teases the toy, saying he can't hit it with a punch like that. Manhwa aimed his punch and all his power at the rabbit and used his skill. Jail calls out to Rice and Manhwa for help. He's pinned by the bear's paw and his whole body is stiff, but they are busy with the hare. They decided to attack it at the same time. They pounced on the hare from two different sides and each used a super slashing punch. When it was over, the toys shrank in size. They were really just toys enchanted by a witch. Manhwa says that it looks like they turned into monsters because of the witchcraft. The boy says this quest is harder than he thought. Karen wants to give the toys to her niece as a trophy, but Rook says no need. They may still have traces of magic on them. The warriors can't wait to see the witch for themselves. She must be as hideous as her skills. Finally, the travelers come to a dead end. This is the witch Marina's hideout. Manhwa says this place has a creepy atmosphere. Rice says it can't be, it's part of a cave. Again, the writing on the wall has them worried. That witch is definitely crazy. How can you write something like that while being a child kidnapper? Suddenly they hear a voice from nowhere. The voice asks the travelers what purpose they have come here for, if it is to find the children. The figure of a beautiful girl separates from the wall. She says that there is nothing to do now. The children were gotten rid of long ago. Manhwa rushes out of his seat and rushes at the witch with his gun. He yells that she deserves a painful death. The witch says the others tried too. They accused her just like he did. But Manhwa can try. Manhwa doesn't listen to the witch. He rushes at her to deliver a stabbing blow sooner rather than later. But she just withdraws her arm and Manhwa is thrown back by the wave. The witch says that's not enough. The others see what's happened to Manhwa and rather rush to his aid. Karen rushes in first, ignoring the messages to be careful of Marina's magic. Guy tries to recognize Marina's weaknesses but can't see them. She seems to be a level 3 enemy. Rice can only use this skill with level 2 enemies. But maybe the witch has no soul, so that means no weaknesses either. He needs to find her weaknesses immediately, but he doesn't know how to do it. His friends are dying at the hands of Marina, screaming and crying for help. He needs to act soon. In the wall behind Marina, Guy sees a cross, and on the cross is a mark. He seems to have found Marina's weak spot. Rice couldn't see her weak spot before, so he thought that she was a level 3 enemy. There must be a reason for it being in the wall. Marina said that if they came to kill her, let them try. Guy is assessing his options and wondering if he can handle it. Meow wants to do her part too. Rice suggests she use the massaging skill on Manhwa. Guy asks Meow to heal Manhwa, and then they quickly leave. Rice decides that it's worth a try and targets Marina with an attack. Marina says there's no turning back. If the warriors want to get out of here, it will only be as the undead. The guy thinks Marina is very strong, but as long as the NPCs are distracting her attention, he has a chance. Marina broadcasts that no human can escape this fate. Our hero approaches. Marina tells him there's no point in resisting. She floats away, covering the cross with her. The boy realizes that Marina seems to have guessed his intentions. Manhwa has already come to his aid, having been successfully cured by the kitten. Manhwa asks Rice to leave the witch to him. The witch says that their efforts are in vain. The guy concentrates all the power. He needs to first destroy the cross behind Marina's back. He succeeds in doing so. The captive Karen and Jail start to free themselves from their restraints. Suddenly, something large and heavy falls flat in front of Rice. It's the body of a witch. No one can believe it's the woman Marin. They have completely different energies. At the same second, a horrible witch ghost appears near Marina's body. The guy deduced that it wasn't just an undead body. If it was, why would it be guarded by magic? It's a boss battle to find the hidden mystery, which is why it was so difficult for everyone. The ugly ghost of the girl still continued to scare everyone present. Rice pondered if maybe he should wake up that body. It doesn't look like she's just sleeping. The guy doesn't have time to ponder. It's still not clear what to do. He decides to just try all the ways. Karen is fighting the witch's ghost. It looks like it's a serious fight. Marina's voice says no one is leaving here alive. The voice says that instead of dead children, she will be happy to listen to their cries. Suddenly something strange began to happen. The ghost of the witch suddenly froze. He screams that it happened because he hit the corpse. We need to attack soon. There will be only one chance to strike. Our hero tries to strike again, but the corpse seems to push him away. Meanwhile, time is running out. The blows have stopped working. The ghost is attacking again. Manhwa begs the guy to think of something quick while he's still alive. Rice hits the body one more time and the ghost goes still again. They try again and again. He finally manages to strike the hardest blow through the body, so hard that it even breaks the pedestal on which Marina is lying. The ghost screams as loud as it can and begins to slowly disappear. Manhwa thanks Mr. Rice for the perfect punch. Marina is definitely finished now. The system reported that the mission to conquer Marina's hideout was completed, but Marina's body, either as a ghost or as a human, sits on the cold floor crying. She says she deserves to die after all. Last year, when she was still human, a terrible pestilence swept the village. The disease killed many children then. Marina says the villagers were overcome with grief, and many died after the children, and those who remained became hermits. Marina says she couldn't bear to see this, so she became a witch to save them. Though even after losing all hope, they would continue to live because of the power that hate brings. The villagers were furious and thirsty for revenge, thanks to which they were able to continue living. She, having become their enemy, was forced to flee. A lot of water has passed since then, and now she is truly dead. The guy was rewarded with 501 experience points and witch hunter status. Manhwa thanks Mr. Rice and says they couldn't have done it without him. Rook congratulates Manhwa on defending his fighter title and calls him a true warrior. Rice thanks his co-workers as well. He says they did a good job even though they annoyed him at first. Manhwa says the guy's skills are undeniably precise and inimitable. He finds it strange that so far, when he defeated enemies, the environment either changed or disappeared. Marina is sobbing and the body is still there. He wonders if it's right to leave it as it is and walk away. There's a chain around Marina's neck with a ring around it that says Elise. Rice is wondering who Elise is. It seems to have something to do with Marina. Eliza sounds like a person's name, so maybe there's a connection. Rice asked his co-workers if they knew a person named Eliza. Marina's body opened its eyes and said the name Eliza. The system issued a new quest to put Marina's voodoo to rest. Manhwa turned around at the words and a very strange picture appeared in front of his eyes. Marina's body has risen again. She seems to be very agitated about something and it has to do with Eliza. Marina remembers everything. Elise once loved delicious meals, crabs, and shrimp. She remembers her last moments with Elise, her coffin and her stuffed animals. She lost her daughter, who was swallowed up by illness. She wants to blame the world too, but there's no one to blame. It's a cruel set of circumstances. If she could see Eliza again, she wouldn't mind becoming a witch. The system says to let Marina's soul rest so she doesn't turn into a witch. The time limit is 60 minutes. Manhwa doesn't understand what has upset Marina so much that she suddenly can't calm down. Manhwa uses the earth separation skill, but Marina doesn't think about calming down. He resents that they've already completed the quest, and here it is again. It's unclear to him what this Marina wants. Rice guesses that Manhwa can't see this quest. Apparently it's a secret quest for himself. But then why can't Guy choose whether or not to proceed with the quest? Plus, he's lost 5 points of each characteristic. Rice doesn't understand what he did wrong and how to complete this quest. The system reported that Rice found a special quest item. Indeed, Rice noticed tomatoes and basil growing nearby. A new inscription appeared on the wall. I really enjoyed the meal. The boy sat down to prepare the food. Manhwa told him that he had extra buffs left. Everyone stared at Rice, wondering what he was doing. First, the cook blanches the tomatoes for about 50 seconds. If you blanch them too long, they'll turn out watery. Then the horny chicken meat, garlic, ginger, black pepper, let the broth cook. Once the tomatoes have cooled, you need to peel them from their skins. Perfect, just the right texture and temperature. I'd like to try it, but since time is limited, we have to hurry. Manhwa asked how long he'll be sitting and cooking. We have to at least try the fight, right? Rice doesn't understand why Manhwa didn't notice anything. Manhwa doesn't understand what Rice has discovered this time. The guy explains that it's tomato seafood soup, but Manhwa figured it out anyway. Marina is still hanging in the air. Meanwhile, there are 45 seconds left. Our hero seems to have realized the reason why he keeps finding the ingredients. The reason is that the secret quest can only be accepted by those who were able to notice Eliza's existence. So right now, the only thing Raz is capable of doing is handing Marina a plate of steaming delicious food. He said he made this soup for Eliza because he and his mom love this seafood and shrimp soup so much. There's only a minute and a half left to go. Rice has one attempt to complete this quest. Here's Elise. She says this is her favorite dish. She likes both shrimp and crab. Eliza tells her mom that when she grows up, she will make her delicious meals. Marina repeats over and over that she is very, very sorry for what happened to her daughter. Marina says that her little girl is waiting for her in heaven while she wastes her time. The guy hopes he's done well. Marina pulls herself off the ground and slowly climbs up. She asks her daughter if she has waited long for her. Marina thanks Rice for bringing back memories of Eliza to her. The tomato seafood soup was just the way Elise liked it. She climbs higher and higher and tells him that there is nothing holding her here anymore. She is no longer a witch. Marina flies away, quest completed. The guy got a reward of 501 and plus 100 to mana. The partners confirmed that the Marina disappeared. No one believes that the quest is really over. Rice demonstrates how a small fire flares up on his outstretched palm. He's the patron saint of Fire F. Manhwa says it's awesome. The rewards of the secret quest are very good. He brags that he can change the caliber. The young man wants to see how it works. He launches the fire forward in front of him. Looking at the explosion, Manhwa is shocked, and Rice says he's been rewarded with something else new. It's a frost shield. Plus 30 to defense, plus 20 to water, as well as the freeze skill. Manhwa is shocked at how much the cook froze everything. Now the master has gained a lot of power, becoming a master of flame and ice magic. Rook thanks his colleague too. He says that they are knights of Earl Beatley. If Rice is in Louvertan, he asks to contact them. Rice accepts the thanks and thanks Rook and everyone else too. The whole five emerge unharmed from the cave with the quest completed. Thanks to him, Marina is relieved of her resentment and goes to the afterlife with peace of mind where she will meet her daughter. The rewards earned in the secret quest were recorded in the historical chronicles, bonus stats under 5. Iram disconnected from reality. He realized that he had been playing for too long and didn't realize what time it was. The clock reads 2 in the morning. Iram realizes he's hungry and needs a refreshment. Iram orders from a 24-hour restaurant called Jajangmyeon. It was brought very quickly. Ira sits down at the table to begin his meal. He can't feel anything, but he hasn't eaten jajangmyeon in a very long time and misses it. Iram decides to start eating and imagine the flavor of the dish at the same time. Iram thinks that the cooks added too much onion to the sauce. The Swedish smell is too strong. If they had added less, it would have been perfect. Iram stopped and fell silent. He didn't realize what had just happened at all. Iram had just smelled the odor, but after all, that was completely impossible. After Iram stopped smelling odors, he tried his best to reconstruct them in his memory. He tried many ways, even chewing raw garlic, but everything remained the same. With each new attempt came more and more despair. Had Iram's imagination become so animated that hallucinations began to appear? Iram tasted the jajangmyeon again and smelled the appetizing aroma of butter. It was really the fragrance of butter. If his sense of smell had recovered, then even with a slim chance, he could probably learn to sense flavors. The butter and sour-sweet smell of tungusk. Iram could taste it again. Even though things haven't fully recovered, it's easier to remember forgetting the feeling. Manhwa says on his blog that he passed the quest, but trolls like the others can't pass it. Stop by and send Manhwa a friend request. Manhwa tells us that it wasn't Marina's real body in the cave. It was in a secret space in the wall. He says he fought the player Rice, so the victory is not solely his due, but he has an eye that sees weaknesses. Ather enters the dialogue and says that he and Rice are old friends. He used to build equipment for him. Shinken joins in. He too was at the party not too long ago. He seems a little weird, but he's really awesome. Rice has somehow become famous. He has a lot of friends now. Melina decided that he should leave a comment too. She's thinking about what to write. She wants it to look like they know each other. She wrote that she'd be interested in trying his food, but thinks it's not too obvious. Melina doesn't want anyone to think Rice is interested in her. Melina summarized that it's just a game. Little does anyone think anything. Grandpa walked into the room. The girl's real name is Mira. He asked why she was still awake. Mira answered that she was on the phone. The grandfather asks how her part-time job is going. Mira replied that it's good, but there are few visitors lately, so it's boring. Grandpa says maybe the menu isn't very impressive, although he did try a special dish from a certain chef recently. Mira interjects again. She knows grandfather has no appetite at all. Dell says that food is not something you fill your eyes and nose with, but something that awakens memories. That's what that cook told me. Grandpa says this cook is a wonderful man. He will take his granddaughter to him next time. He asked if the world was working tomorrow. She said no. Day, shopping center. Everyone is getting ready for a famous artist's exhibition to be held here. There was a problem with the company that was supposed to organize the buffet at the exhibition. Mira listens to her grandfather's phone conversation. Recently, the employees went to a banquet during a business trip and got poisoned. They are closed today. The aide says he's sorry. Yoon Sa-jae says it's not his fault. But since it's the first day of the exhibition, it's a problem. Yoon Sa-jae is an artist who addresses food in his artwork. During his exhibition, he also hosts a lunch. But he can't serve food and delivery to the guests. And that's a problem. Suddenly, Sa-jae's phone rings. He looks at the screen. It's his longtime friend, Chang Meng. Sa-jae complains to Chang Meng that he has a problem. There's no food at the expo. The workers at the takeout restaurant got poisoned. Chang Meng says that he was going to go to the expo today too. Chang Meng suggests another solution. His restaurant can bring in a replacement today. He has 2 people to spare. Mira can see that Grandpa is very happy. He says today is her lucky day. The chief that grandfather is talking about is coming to his place today for an exhibition. Mira is thrilled with the taco news. She would be very interested to meet this chef. The assistant said the Chan Men restaurant will be coming to help, and they are asking for 2 people to help. Mira said that she would take care of it. She asked her to bring her clothes and an apron so she and her friend can change. Mira instantly dials her friend Sun Young's number and asks if she's busy today. Grandpa remarks that Mira reminds him of her father when she is so enthusiastic. A car pulls up to the exhibition center, and Jang Ming gets out. He asks Irim if he's ready. Irim gets out of the car too and says he'll do his best. They look at the signboard, advertising the exhibition. Irim didn't know that Mr. Yoon was painting. Chung Meng asks Irim how he's feeling. Outwardly, he looks calm as if he's been to places like this before. Irim recalled that in the past he's been invited to banquets and has appeared in competitions and TV programs. To his boss, he told him that he took it as a self-check before the opening. Meanwhile, Mira has waited for her friend and is very happy that she has come. They are very happy to see each other. Mira is thankful that Sun Yan didn't reject her request. Sun Yan greeted Mira's grandfather and said that Mira had told her a lot about her. He thanked for taking care of his granddaughter and for coming to help despite having the day off. The assistant tells Mr. Sang-jae that the cooks have arrived and are already in place. Chang Meng and Irim enter the room and greet Sang-jae cheerfully. Irim says hello too and turns his attention to the girls. He recognized Mira immediately. The girls say hello too, and Mira realizes that that amazing chef is Irim. Sang-jae tells Chang Meng that he's very happy to have such a friend. Chang Meng says that they are here to hold an away banquet. Mira says that they haven't heard from Irim since he left their diner. Irim says he was sorry to part ways and asks what she's doing here. She says she came to help her grandfather with the exhibition. Chang Meng tells Irim that he's seen this girl Mir somewhere. Irim says they work together at the Nar Bistro. Changmin leaves the young man to talk and says he'll go check on the kitchen. Left alone, Irim and Mira started talking. Mira said that Irim had disappointed her. Irim apologized. He should have said that he had found a new job. Mira replied that wasn't the point. She extended her pinky finger to him for reconciliation and asked that Irim just call her Mira. Also, when it's over, Irim should cook something nice for her. Irim gave Mira his little finger and they made a pact of peace. The visitors to the exhibition liked the dishes very much. They give off a very pleasant odor. This is a plate of makuksu, buckwheat noodles and soup. The piquancy and flavor of the perilla oil create a lovely assembly. Devin is right there too. He ponders that one usually makes chanchi kuksu, not the obscure makuksu. Even the appearance is unimpressive, and as soon as it can be eaten, Devin tastes the dish without enthusiasm and just swoons with delight. He says it's just perfection. He even dances, standing right in front of the picture. The other guests call it shame and embarrassment. Irim and Mira look around and notice Youngji Woo among the guests. Irim doesn't know who he is. Mira says that this person composed the music for the song Paul 1 for the band Heartstar. Youngji Woo also starts to duck and says that this dish is so great that he started composing the music right there. He's thinking about how it's been a long time since he's been out like this. Since he started playing for days on end, he's lost track of time. Youngjae Woo is a hitmaker and genius composer in the pop music industry. Despite his overwhelming influence in the music industry, he has recently become addicted to the reality game. He thinks about the fact that makooks are delicious, but he's not full yet. He needs to head to Turco's diner. And humming a song, he runs off. The guests wonder why this man is talking to himself. Meanwhile, Nair's Bistro is quiet and deserted with no customers. The boss is watching an episode of the program Cooking at Home with Chef Cook Can. The boss sits at the table with alcohol and watches the TV program. He is drunk and sad. Drinking another glass, he exclaims in his heart, "Where do they find all these cooks? But they wouldn't mess with someone like me anyway. And why did I have to open a bistro?" Three young people are resting after a busy day's work. Mira says beer is the best reward after a hard day's work. Sun Young says the chefs did a great job. It wasn't easy for Irim because he did all the work. Irim says thanks to the girls, it wasn't so tiring. Sun Young asked until when will Irim be modest. Trinity bring a wonderful pizza with pepperoni and shrimp. Mira exclaimed that the pizza is amazing. Irim replied that the pizza looked very appetizing. The smell of heated oil and the dough is piping hot. It's subtle, but he can smell it. Irim takes a bite and smells the faint odor of mozzarella. Judging by the texture, the pepperoni is of good quality. The meat flavor seems to be pretty intense as well. The shrimp assortment seems simple, but gives a marine flavor, and the broccoli a slight bitterness, spicy. Irim reasoned that he really wasn't imagining it. His sense of smell is slowly recovering. Sun Yan asked why Irim was taking a job as Devon's kitchen assistant. From her observations, Irim is much more skillful. Irim revealed that a year ago, he stopped sensing smells and tastes. That was also the reason why his restaurant closed down. Sun Young asked Irim how he is feeling now. He replied that he can't taste flavors, just a little. However, something good happened recently. Just a little, but he started to recognize smells. It happened a couple days ago. Sungyeon was happy for Irim and said that it was a big relief. It seemed like his sense of smell was slowly coming back. Irim said that being able to smell even just odors will help him stay a chef. Reality. Rice is on the move again. The system says the Badrin plains in Luberton have been located. Some bearded old man greets him. He says he is the conqueror of the Marina Cave himself. The young man is surprised to be recognized. The grandfather says that rumors of what happened in the cave have spread everywhere. Grandfather says their land has lost its fertility because of the demon. Not even weeds can grow. They're feeding off the famine relief cave. Rice didn't understand what a famine relief cave was. He thought that the village had some kind of supply of vegetables and nuts. He decided to look for information. This is a nasty place that only players with lucrative offers can benefit from. This place has a very hostile vibe. The system says Rice can get a quest from the green-haired NPC. The green-haired guy greets Rice and asks if he wants to go into the devastated cave. He says there is absolutely nothing inside it. It seems more and more people are falling for the ruse that's in the news. Downstairs, people are asking each other if they're here on a quest. Yeah, it turns out everyone's here for a group quest. The green-haired man says they can enter as a group of 10 and they only have one chance. The impatient players don't want to listen to the admonishment. They want to be let in as soon as possible. The guy says they only have one goal, to take care of the boss at the end of the cave. The green-haired guy opens the entrance to the cave for the players. The entrance is in the form of a huge mouth of an obscure earth monster. The system tells the conditions and rewards of the quest. The reward is all the items obtained in the cave. The one who deals the most damage to the boss will get everything. Green-haired advises not to check every nook and cranny, but to look at the whole picture. Only then will they get the real prize. Meanwhile, in real life, Mira is texting with her friend. They are discussing Irim. Mira writes that Irim really amazes her, not being able to taste or smell anything and cooking so perfectly. Sungyeon replies that Irim is so humble and makes her sympathetic. Sungyeon wrote that she feels as if Irim likes Mira. Mira sharply denied it and said it was all nonsense. She doesn't like Irim at all. He's just a nice and quiet guy who doesn't care about anything but cooking. Why would she like such a boring character? Sun Young noticed how Mira reacted so strongly. After all, she had only asked a question. Following that, Sungyeon asked Mira how she felt about starting to date Irim. Meanwhile, at the quest, the guy in armor says to keep your guard up and follow him because anything could pop out at any moment. Another asked if the village items will be separated in the general inventory. But he was told that everything would go to the last person. The players come across a checkpoint. They have a slightly strange feeling about it. The guy in the armor didn't know what to do, if he's going to fight the boss right here. Suddenly, a giant stream of water and heavy rocks started pouring down on the players from above. Rice is pinned to the ground, realizing it's just a trap. He notices an arugula bush near him. He is overjoyed and thinks this is a truly awesome game. The guy in the armor says that this game is tricking users. He asks if everything is okay. He tells him not to collect anything suspicious, so he doesn't get in trouble later. A potato on legs appears out of nowhere and strikes one of the players. The player is still alive, but he urgently needs a potion. The blow was very strong, but no one has time to help him. The potato shouts mashed potato and strikes again. The player is out of the game. Arugula, a dark brown dagger, and a wind necklace have gone into the general inventory. The players realize that when a player is eliminated, their items go into the general inventory. One player said he wouldn't have gotten involved if he had known. The leader ordered everyone to prepare for battle. If they lost, they would die. The potatoes began to advance as a whole troop. They have a very warlike look. The leader says he struck the blow, and then it's the rest of them. When he sells the signal, the fight started. The warriors' daggers started flying out of their hands. The potatoes were gaining the upper hand. Rice decided to use the weak point skill. The skill worked. The weaknesses of the spuds were very clearly visible. Rice went on the attack, landing many stabbing blows on the potatoes. The kitten sensed that the players and the owner needed his help and attacked. Rice noted that the potatoes were very strong. He decided to take some damage to boost his defense. The ringleader yells that he knows a way to get up. He tells everyone to move slowly in the direction he pointed with his hand. He also tells the player with blonde hair not to collect everything. Why collect useless potatoes? But things wouldn't be so sad if new characters didn't start appearing. The first to appear was Carrot Mage. Next to the Carrot Mage, the golden-haired corn swordsman came out. The ringleader says that the names the developers come up with are certainly something. The mage and swordsman didn't wait long and started attacking first. The ringleader gets tired of being mauled by some vegetables and puts all the power he has into his blow. And it works. The rind starts to crack, the corn starts to fall out. Rice is right there. He asks for permission to pick up all the corn that fell. After the battle, everyone decided to grab a bite to eat. The girl with pink hair eats juicy bulgogi pork sandwich and rice. The guy eats delicious samhepsel kebabs from Rice's. He grabbed food from a diner in Tirco before the hike. They discuss our hero. They say he owns a diner in Tirco. He cooked the food and then even opened the diner. Rice quietly listens to what people are saying about him, unaware that the same Rice is sitting next to them. They're speculating about what this guy looks like. He must be a high-ranked player. The ringleader looked up. He said that he thought he saw this path as they were falling. There was a hole gaping in the ceiling where sunlight poured down on a virtual plaque. It read, Manhwa's Best DD. Someone said that it must be the name of the #1 player who had recently completed the quest. Rice thinks that Manhwa seems to have cleared the place. Suddenly, earth clods and rocks started falling from the earthen ceiling again. In front of the players, a creature called the Thundering Seed grew in front of them. The body was made up of earth, and the head was the very place they were entering. The ringleader told everyone to prepare for battle. Long-range DDs to aim at the arms and legs, and melee DDs to attack the body and head. But Rice didn't care about anything. He was going to grab a bite to eat. The chicken kebab added points to satiation, and the egg added points to attack power. The system reported that the young man had consumed enough chicken. His attack power was now 183. The huge crop begins to advance with a strange roar, the leader ordering everyone to join the attack. But one blow from the monster's fist was enough to send all the players flying in different directions. The leader quickly rehabilitated himself and rushed back into the attack before the monster could gather himself for another strike. But desire alone wasn't enough to win. The monster brought its hand over the ringleader and easily crushed him to the ground with the palm of its hand. Ijishu yells for the others to attack sooner, or he himself will be dead. Ras flies up to the monster. He has a shield in his hand. Ras decided to use the frost skill. Another player realized that the monster's body was briefly frozen and used the tip skill. Rice attacked with such incredible force that everything around him spun, twirled, and sparkled. The players can't believe their eyes. They say that this guy is like a magician. Before that, no one paid attention to the young man because he was always collecting grass. They think that Rice is a high-ranked player. He looks at the monster and realizes that the monster took damage, but the blow wasn't fatal. The leader is still under the monster's huge arm and begs for someone to help him. Rice crawls over to Shay and wonders if the others are just watching because they are afraid to die. Meanwhile, the monster is almost collapsing and at the same time clenches his fist, and with it, Shay. The ringleader was already riddled with gore before he could detect the monster's weak spot. Rice concentrated his power and delivered one last decisive blow that proved fruitful. The system signaled the end of the group quest. All collected items will be sent to DD #1. Everyone is curious about Rice, asking him if he's a wizard, if he's okay. The name under the glowing hole has changed. It says, Rice is the best DD player. Everyone's shocked. I mean, he's the chef at Turco's diner. It's unbelievable. The chef is also good on the battlefield. One of the players joked that Aegis was giving orders. And in the end, it turned out that he was a nobody compared to Rice. Aegis didn't get the joke and held a mace to the guy. The guy asked to calm down. He led his right. Aegis is in charge, even though he got his ass kicked. Aegis says it's true, but he doesn't like that truth at all. He becomes furious in an instant and hits the guy in the face with his mace with all his might. The people around him are shocked by this turn of events. They can't predict what will happen next. The mace is covered in blood. The system reports that the player has been sent to the other world. Aegis says he hasn't been PC'd by a player in a long time. He turns to him and says he's pissing him off. Isn't Rice a garbage collector? Aegis didn't understand why he fought, and all the laurels went to him. He called him a piece of poop. He said he was really sorry. Aegis told him that the next time they met, he would finish him off. Aegis walked out of the game. Rice was left standing there in shock. The green-haired man was still sitting outside the cave, saddened by the idleness. His soaping was interrupted by Rice. He asked if his name was really Paddle. Paddle was very happy to see Rice. He was glad that he had survived. Our hero held out the hoe and said he found it inside. Paddle said it was his hoe, and he had been looking for it for ages. Rice said it was stuck in the golem's head. Paddle said it wasn't the golem, but either way the young man did well. He wished him good luck in the future. Rice gave Paddle his hoe, and he immediately sighed with it. He hit the ground with all his might, and immediately green shoots of some plants began to crawl out of the ground. People around got excited. They did not understand what these special effects are and why trees began to grow out of the ground. With the devil in power, the plain of plenty became a wasteland. Thanks to the power of Paddle's hoe, the land became green again. Rice unlocked a new achievement, interfering with history, as well as earning the title of He Who Walks First. The chronicles were filled with recent events, though Rice had only done the side quests. The host was already enjoying munching on Mao when he heard a familiar voice. It's his dear friend Hennem, he shouts to Rice, standing downstairs. He shouts to him that he is the manly king. He bids him to come with him. Hennem marvels at our hero and his strong legs. Rice says it's all thanks to the gear. Rice asks Hennem how he ended up here in the Badran Plains. Hennem says he saw Rice on the way and decided to approach. Hennem says he chose the profession of a farmer, as it was a business that required the strength of equanimity. He said he just liked to cook. They stumbled upon a restaurant and decided to stop there, sit, relax, and talk about everything. They were greeted by a strange chef who asked them to be understanding that his restaurant only served vegetables. He said that all the cattle had been scattered because of the devil. Rice said vegetables are good too. The system gave a new quest, Moida's request. The young man asked Hennem if he wanted to participate with him. Hennem happily agreed, and he decided to see which of his friends were still available. Reese turned to ask Hennem if he had anyone in mind, but the courageous king suddenly stepped out of the game. Meanwhile, in real life, Changmeng was preparing to open his restaurant. He wondered if he should have ordered more advertising. He suggested that Iram drink watermelon punch with him while there were no customers. But Iram said it was business hours. Iram said he'll look for watermelons now, but he'll answer the phone first. It's Mira calling. She asked if he was too busy on opening day, and if she could come for dinner with her colleagues in the evening. Iram turned to the director and relayed the contents of the phone call. Chang Meng is happy that the first visitors will come to the corporate dinner. Iram thinks about the fact that Devon and the former manager will probably come too. This is very unpleasant. In the evening, the guests started arriving. The first to enter were Mira and Sung Yan's friend. They greeted the principal and Iram. Next, Devon and the boss walked in. Devon was on the phone with his woman and promised not to sit long and drink. Orders came pouring in. The girls ordered the perilla butter makuka and the pibim kuksu. The boss savored the taste of the food brought to him. He doesn't understand how perilla oil makuku can have such a flavor. Mira says that she assured him that it would taste divine, right? Sun Young says it's the best noodles she's ever had. It must be the butter. Daewon says the oil is ordinary and can be bought at any store. He thinks this flavor is due to a lucky combination. Devon offered a drink. He is reminded that he promised his girlfriend not to drink. Changmeng watches the young guests with a smile. But Devon had a drink anyway. The clatter of chopsticks being put into empty plates has started to be heard. Devon says this is the place to come for corporate events. The boss says it sounds great. He's never had a cookie that tasted better. Director Lim approached the guests and asked if they all liked it. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The principal said that since everyone was praising the food so much, he would be happy to introduce the chef to them. Devon said he had wanted to know what kind of person he was since the exhibition. After all, a fisherman sees a fisherman from afar. Rice reluctantly came out of the kitchen. He greeted Devon. Devon opened his mouth in surprise and quietly said Rice's name. But Devon immediately changed his surprise to anger. He unfriendly asks Iram what he is doing here. Iram stares at him silently. It begins to dawn on Devon that Iram is the chef. The boss remembered Iram too, and once worked for him as an assistant chef. Who would have thought they would meet here? Mira tells Devon that Iram has become a chef too. Well, he is. He was before, but Devon doesn't believe it and asks for proof. Devon doesn't see the point of a gifted man working part-time at a bistro and quitting at the slightest displeasure. Devon looks slyly at Iram and asks if he's wrong. The assistant position was perfect for Iram after all. Iram, standing in front of him, opened his mouth for the first time and asked what Devon was getting at. Then Devon decided to go with the bank and asked if many guests had come in today. Devon admitted that the noodles were good, but not everyone was capable of adding seasoning to a dish. Mira explodes and starts yelling that Daewon is drunk and talking nonsense. Sun Young tries to calm her friend down. Daewon says that Iram quit, acting in the most disgusting way to take the chance to become a chef. Iram is sorry that his quitting was so sudden, but he had no such thought. He wasn't going to run away. Besides, he doesn't remember boasting about his past or acting arrogant. He's not the same person now, and he's not the same person from the past. Devon shuts Iram's mouth. He says that all things being equal, Iram was his subordinate, a bastard who cowardly ran away. Iram's fist starts to clench in anger, but he still holds his temper. He asks Devon to stop and adds that his food is really good, no matter who says what. Devon says it wasn't to say it was good and spits in his plate. He says artificial flavors were added to the food. If it wasn't for corporate, he wouldn't have even looked at that food. Chang Meng doesn't intend to listen to this humiliation anymore. He pounded his fist on the table and asked Devon to get away immediately. Daewon asked if it was okay to treat a guest like this. Warden Lim interjected who Devon thought was a guest. He yelled that his restaurant does not accept such guests. Devon insulted the cook, spitting out the food. He asked to leave the premises immediately. After paying, the former boss apologized for the incident, saying he was truly sorry. Chang Lim said it was fine. The girls pack up to go home as well. They apologized for making a fuss and reminded Iram that today was delicious as always. Iram and Chang Lim graciously said goodbye to the guests, escorting them out with a glance. As soon as the door closed behind the guests, both of them exhaled noisily and hung their heads. Mr. Chang Lim asked Iram if they had earned anything today. Iram said they had, but it was hardly enough to cover the groceries. Chung Min was amazed at how Iram worked under Daewon. They're so different, like heaven and earth. Iram said he would work even harder from now on. Chung Min suggested that Iram work together for as long as possible, for a long time. Rice is back in the game. The system told the latest news relayed a message from the courageous king. He reported that he was alive. He was amazed that there was now a level 26 Badrin deciduous forest in Badrin Valley. Rice wants to see what else has changed, but someone calls out to him from behind a tree. The young man says that he's been hunting mini cows. He asks our hero to help him remove the remains in exchange for all the carcasses. He thinks mini cows are beef anyway. The guy says he will give everything to him. He doesn't need anything, just to clean up. The young man agrees, but doesn't see any cows. The guy says they're so small you can hardly see them. He realized it was a trap as soon as someone flew up from above and knocked him off his back. It was Aegis who had arranged the surprise. He had said they would see each other again. Aegis was glad Rice remembered him, and he remembers how he was left with nothing and got kicked out of the game. Then he wondered why the player was the winner. Aegis's partner had heard that Rice was a famous chef. He suggested he join them and cook. The other suggested he go with them and do whatever he wanted. Still, games are necessary to relieve stress. Aegis says it's more fun to be on the dark side, killing people and then stealing from them. Our hero angrily tells them that he's not interested in that at all. They say they'll just kill him then and take the stuff. Suddenly, one of the players shrieked loudly and walked out of the game. A black-haired guy in a hooded cloak appeared in his place. He says their words sounded so stupid, all three of them except the silver-haired guy. Rice realizes he's seen this man before. It's not clear to him what he's doing here. Aegis asks the alien why he's meddling in the wrong business. Does he want to go to the dark side too? The alien is silently advancing on Aegis, but he has his mace at the ready. Aegis decided not to wait for a response and attacked the stranger blindly. But the man, without making any effort, stops his mace strike in midair. Another move and Aegis takes a mega hit and lies on the ground. Rice watches motionless and wonders who this man is. The stranger finishes what he started, turns to him and asks if it is him. He says yes and thanks him for his help. The stranger says that he saved Rice and hands him the meat of the mini cows. Our hero takes the meat and does not understand why the stranger gave it to him. The stranger politely asks the young man to cook this meat for him. The cook has prepared a delicious dish called kalbachim. It is beef ribs stewed with vegetables and sauce. He holds out a plate of food to the stranger and wishes him a pleasant appetite. The stranger examines the food and says quietly that it is food with which to increase stats, the rogue again. The young man takes a bite of kalbachim as well. He senses a sweet, spicy aroma, the taste of soft, lean meat. The stranger takes up the food and eats like a mesmerized man. He tells him that the kalbachim turned out delicious. Rice is delighted. He says that kalbachim has leftover broth. He suggests adding rice to it. The stranger replies that it is a good idea. They mixed the broth with the rice, and the dish began to resemble mukbang. But Rice is still very concerned about who the stranger is. He takes a fried egg and wonders if the man might have been following him. But as soon as the young man puts the first spoonful in his mouth, he realizes that nothing matters except the wonderful taste of the food. The stranger's in complete nirvana from the taste of the food Rice has prepared. He is very happy that he helped him, and now he is getting such an awesome reward. The stranger finishes his meal and closes his eyes in pleasure. He says that it was delicious, and he even increased his absorption skills. Our hero asks what absorption skills are. The stranger asks to be added as a friend. The stranger holds out a spirit fruit to him. This is one of the fruits that spirits feed on. If other living things eat it, they will die. He says he received it as a reward for an achievement, but he doesn't know how to use it, so he will give it to him. The stranger's name is Gourmet. He sent him an invitation to be his friend, and says the next time we meet we can drop the formalities. Rice said goodbye to the foodie, and wondered who foodies were, and why they were called that. In the meantime, he had assembled a team for the quest called Arthur, and now they had a trio. Him, Arthur, and Hennem. The system issued a quest. They need to gather 100 peace trees, build an enclosure of them, and find and bring 50 pets. Rice said they had representatives from the right professions, so let's try it. Hennem said he would do his best to build an enclosure. Arthur said that they can split up. Each can do his part alone. First, the courageous king needs to find the peace trees and gather them. Arthur will start building the enclosure when he gets the materials he needs. Rice's task will be to find the cattle and lead them to the corral for permanent housing. The young man has begun his task and thinks that since they have split up, they will complete the quest faster. Under Rice's super blows, the pigs fly apart like pebbles from under the wheels of a car. Raz gets the achievement. This achievement is obtained by defeating more than 1,000 monsters. He earned the skill Active F. The hero thought that there were no more cows left, but suddenly a beautiful white sheep jumped out in front of him. Rice thinks that she is one of the escaped animals. We have to catch her before she escapes. Our hero wanted to grab her, but the sheep deftly evaded him. He looked up and realized that there were apparently invisible sheep, and he only had 50 animals to bring. There had to be a better way than violence. Rice activated the chef's eye. The system says the pig ran away because it's so hungry it will follow anyone who feeds it. The young man decides that the animals need to be lured with food. He opens his inventory and looks at what he has. He picks out some arugula. He says he's on track. Calcium, beta-carotene, lutein, vitamin K. Arugula is full of antioxidants, and the fresh greens have a slight sweetness. We need to get the ingredients for the topping. Rice uses tomatoes, minced garlic, and onions. He's also using his new knife for the first time. It must be super handy. We need to saute the garlic and onions with a little salt, and when the onions are translucent, we need to add the tomatoes. And then the dough. It should be kneaded by hand. Usually for half a kilo of flour, you need 5 grams of yeast, 200 grams of salt, and 400 grams of water. The dough is ready. Now it's time to roll it out nicely. Rice does it perfectly. Our hero did it perfectly. He is glad that he has not lost his skills. After the dough is rolled out, we need to divide the sauce over the dough and bake it. Rice doesn't have an oven, so there's no other option but to use the fire conqueror skill. The result was a huge equal sign pizza with arugula. Rice laid it out in front of the animals, who immediately began to come over for lunch. Meanwhile, the guards at the gate were roused from their stupor by a cloud of peely moving inexorably down the road. It is our hero who flees from the herd of animals, raising a high pillar of dust around him. Leads the pack boss, Daddy Bull. He is the head of the mini cow herd. Rice frantically shouts to the guards to take care of driving the animals inside. Arthur and the courageous king show up just in time and subdue the bull. They ask Rice if he's finished with his part of the task. All he has to do is send the animals to the corral. If there are more than 50 of them left, the quest is complete. The young man counts the animals. 38, 39, 40, 42. He continues counting slowly, afraid that 50 will not be enough. But when he reaches the number 50, he exhales with relief. There are exactly 50 animals. They were just on the edge. Arthur and the king say they managed to pull it off in a very short time thanks to everyone on the team. The old cook can't believe that his cattle are sleeping on the spot, all 50 head. Tears are pouring from his eyes. He doesn't know how to repay the guys for their help. Rice says that now he can really grow his diner. Moist thanks the travelers again for their help. The quest Moist's reckless request is complete. Moist hears that someone has cut down a peace tree to build an enclosure. The courageous king says it was him. Arthur tells him that he built the enclosure. Moist asks Arthur to share knowledge from projects Arthur has worked on. Arthur and the courageous king say goodbye to Rice for a while and go to do their individual quests. Moist tells Arthur that he would like to make an adjustment to the menu. The young man has been given a professional quest called Taste of Meat. He needs to teach Moist how to cook more than one meat dish. He says he'll think about it. Moist invited him to eat. Another place. The two are waiting for their kebab to be cooked. The guy complains that it's taking too long. The girl reassures him. She got a text from a friend. She asked her boyfriend if he knows our hero, the man who appeared in the village. The boyfriend knows Rice. The boyfriend is surprised that Rice is so famous. The girl says it's enough to taste his food. She thinks it is 100 times tastier than the usual chicken kebabs. The guy and the girl decide to refuse the ordered kebab and go elsewhere. The chef who makes the kebabs is furious. He realized why those two left. They went to see him. Meanwhile, Rice prepared twenjin and chunchun takalbi for Moist. It's a stew made with soybean paste and spicy chicken. Moist says he is so excited to eat this soup. Rice says it's not a soup, it's a stew, and if you try it with rice, it will taste better. Moist is wildly excited about the new dishes. The quest is complete. He received a medium-level cooking kit and 100,000 won. In gratitude, Moist gave him the family heirloom of the spirits recipes. Now our hero will be able to cook ramen with the fruit, which was given to him by the gourmet. Thanks to him, the people of Badran will once again enjoy the taste of meat. People will sing the name of the man who improved their lives. Just before Rice can turn onto the road, he is met by a crowd of people asking for food to be cooked for them. They say they really want his food, but Rice says he doesn't cook anymore. Some tall guy tells him that you don't have to act like you're worthless if you have meager skills. He says everyone is capable of cooking. You shouldn't exalt yourself. He's a cook too and needs to come down to earth. Our hero turned around and said that we need to decide right now whether everyone is capable of cooking or not. They both cooked a kebab. The guy said, let's start with him. Skills don't matter here, it's just a game. The fat guy took to tasting it. He said the meat fried very well, tender. Then the fat man tasted Rice's excellent chicken kebab. His soul soared into the sky and soared with the angels. It was a flavor felt by all the receptors. The fatty concluded that the young man had definitely won, but the man did not doubt at all. The guy catches up with him and asks what cooking technique he used. Or maybe it was the special seasoning. Rice replies that it's in his hands. He hopes the king will study hard. The white-haired man is very angry. He is ready to take revenge on him at the first opportunity. The main control center, beautiful Letitia, looks at the pictures of the events that have taken place. She's asked if she's going home. She says she is. The guy replies that tomorrow is a day off. We can start to rest already. Letitia says she is looking at user videos. The guy asks about the cook. Letitia says she watches those players who have the highest chance of getting to the main quest and getting 10 billion won. Guy asks who she thinks has the highest chance of winning the main quest. Letitia replies that it's Gourmet, that user with the hidden skill of absorbing powers by absorbing monsters. Guy asked who advanced the closest to the main quest. Letitia replied that it was a player with the nickname Ugajaga. The guy said that nickname is weird. Letitia says that this player is unusual in his own right. He is only interested in completing quests and expanding his map. She says that Ugajaga is almost done with the legendary quest given by the devil. Guy interjects about the devil. The guy asked Letitia if she sent a gift to her grandfather who had a restaurant. Letitia says of course she did. Meanwhile, Rice is not without someone asking him to add him as a friend or cook something. Rice thinks he's been recognized everywhere since his last outing, when he just wanted to play peacefully. The system reported that the celebrity god Oscar was interested in the young man. Michelin, the god of cooking, is not happy that Oscar is interested in the young man. Oscar paid close attention to him. The system suggested that he change his occupation to celebrity, but with his current occupation removed. Rice replied that this was a very strange suggestion. The system replied that Oscar was no longer interested in him. The system reported that Michelin's interest increased in 50% and granted him the kitchen skill. He squeezed the kitten and told it that he seemed to have gotten a new skill. Rice thought he was past the beginner stage, but he still had a lot to learn. Some man in Lats is calling for volunteers for a quest, but no one wants to. People like to do something fun. The man stops people and even offers to buy them a drink. He's annoyed to think that the three of them can't make it. Suddenly someone comes forward. It's Rice, but the man sees he's not a warrior and turns him down. Rice is upset that he's no match. The warrior says that's not the point and asks what his profession is. Our hero says he's a cook. The warrior says a cook would be cooking food. The system has issued a new quest, conquering the 1,000-year-old castle ruins. You have to destroy all the gremlins in the castle ruins. He says he will do his best. The squad has entered the castle grounds. The warriors are not happy that the gremlins have invaded and made a fuss. A warrior asked the leader why he had brought Rice with him. The leader replied that someone should make them lunch and laughed. Suddenly our hero felt a rope with his foot. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. The rope signaled the approach of people and gremlins, and humanoid monsters began to swoop down on the travelers from above. Rice did not hesitate to use the Fire Conqueror skill and struck the monsters with a fiery blow. The two warriors huddled against the wall in fear. One was scared, the other was scared too. It was their first time seeing such creatures. The leader called them useless fools and asked Rice how he was doing. Our hero, meanwhile, attacked the humanoids, keeping up the attack and onslaught. When he finished, he exhaled heavily and said that the fight was not easy. The leader praised Rice and said that they now desperately needed another of his powers. The campers are in bad shape. They were blown away by the mere sight of the monsters. He asked them to prepare something to restore their energy. The young man agreed and said that he wanted to try such a thing himself. Rice activated the skill Kitchen. No matter where he is, the kitchen is always with him. It looks very magical. The ringleader was very surprised at what he saw. Our hero himself is amazed that he can make the kitchen appear. He says it's time to get started. Rice cooks, everyone around them discussing what they have seen. They've never seen such beautiful meat before, and it smells amazing, and they're drooling. He's prepared raw beef and a fantastic spicy roast pork. The warriors are already holding their forks and heartily thanking Rice for the food. The young man is, as always, the first to taste his dish. Looks like he has upgraded his cooking skills. The chief decided to start with the juicy pork. He took a bite. He felt the amazing spicy sweet flavor, the tender pork that goes well with the sauce. And this was a plate of appetizing and juicy yuko. He always dreamed of eating it again. But Rice didn't have time to savor the wonderful flavor of the dishes. The gremlin commander knocked the plate of yuko out of the young man's hands. The gremlin commander can't believe that Rice is enjoying a meal in his territory. The two warriors, who seem to have been reborn after eating, smack the commander with the words that there is no need to disturb those who are eating. The commander is defeated and lies face down in the asphalt. Now it is possible to rest a little. The leader says that thanks to their cook, he was able to regain his energy. Rice tells him that his stamina and skills should improve as well. The ringleader says that our hero is getting more than he expected. Apparently, today is going to be fun. The warriors continue to fight new gremlins from time to time. Rice successfully uses weak meta detection and aiming tip. The ringleader is also strong and doesn't miss. He uses the absolute champion skill. The new leader of the gremlins appeared and stated that their strength should not be underestimated. But the warriors aren't misses either. They tell the gremlin not to underestimate the humans. The young man praises his colleagues, saying that they've handled this perfectly too. He's a little worried that he didn't get a notification that the quest was completed. He asks his co-workers back to go together too. But the threat came from somewhere they didn't give it. The ringleader stabs Rice through with his dagger and says they will go back without him. He says fighting low-level monsters is easy for them. Outsiders like our hero come to defeat an army of demons. The leader says their job was to exterminate the gremlins, but he himself wanted to get rid of those who would get in the way. And because of him, they will be promoted. The poison on the tip soon wears off, and they just have to get to the top and find out where the rest of the gremlins are hiding. Rice says that the dish he made them didn't boost their skills because they are all his enemies. The squad of demon followers didn't understand why the young man is still alive. Rice says it's easy. The system has updated the quest condition. It's not just gremlins that need to be eliminated anymore. All right, 3-on-1. This is the first time Rice has fought a boss since he became a chef. The enemies turn on each other and a battle of unequal strength ensues. The ringleader says that since the poison on the spearhead didn't work, he's really a great guy. They say that as soon as they finish Rice, they will be able to kill all the others, and then Sir Raiden will become more powerful. Our hero didn't notice how one of the trio was behind him. They are clearly more cunning and dexterous than expected. But he managed to repel this blow as well. Now the warrior behind him had retreated for a while. The ringleader was fed up with Rice still being in formation and used the absolute champion. This backfired and riddled him with gore. Our hero realized that he couldn't win if he fought like before. We have to figure something out. Since this is a humanoid boss and they do not have such a wide attack range, he does not plan an attack. You have to keep going without respawning. It's like cooking a full meal. You have to take it one step at a time. Rice had dealt with the commander, leaving 2 henchmen. He used the frost skill. The opponents and all around turned into ice blocks. Turt Nudno act accurately. The young man concentrated, gathered all his strength, and used the aiming tip skill. The ringleader had risen, and now the final battle was between him and Rice. The ringleader was defeated. Our hero did not expect to spend so much stamina on this battle. He waits for a message from the system that the battle is over. The system reported that the Destroy the Dark Followers task is complete. A bunch of points and money flew to him. But that turned out not to be the end. The stones that were around him started moving and coming together. But Rice was scared in vain, and the stones turned out to be a large clay pot, another reward. It's a 1,000-year-old clay pot that Michelin unearthed. The size and temperature can be adjusted for fermentation. Rice immediately started thinking about cooking. He could use the pot for sourdough or maybe steaming. The system reported that Rice had left his mark on the river of the Badran continent. Devil Ryden now knew of his existence. Real life. There is a boy left in the town, crying and begging for help and food. The boy's name is Jae Yong. His dad went on a business trip. Dad asked the boy to stay at home and wait for him. The boy asked his dad when he will be back. Daddy replied that in a few days, but the dad didn't answer exactly how many days he would be gone. He asked him not to open the door for anyone. Daddy left, and the little boy was left alone in the big empty apartment. But Jae Young couldn't keep his promise. Because his dad wasn't there for a long time, the boy was so hungry that his stomach started to hurt. Irim was coming home and saw a crying child in the middle of the street. He, of course, paid attention to him. The boy took Irim to his house. Irim started to look at what food the boy had at home. The first thing he found was 2 sausages and offered them to the boy uncooked. Jae Young agreed and began to eat the sausages greedily, shoving them into his mouth at once. While the boy eats, Irim asks him about his dad and mom. The little boy said that mom hasn't lived with them for a long time and dad left but promised to come back. Irim asked how long it's been since daddy left. The boy replied that he had gone to bed 5 times. Irim wondered what the little boy had been eating. Jae-yeon said he ate rice from the multi-cooker and gochujang. Gochujang is Korean soybean paste. The boy says he mixed it and ate it. Iris is shocked to find nothing else. The boy says there was nothing left soon, so he didn't eat for a couple days. Iris doesn't understand how anyone can do that to their child. You have to be such a horrible person. He can't believe that someone could abandon their child so easily. How can you call yourself a parent and leave your child to starve to death? Irim lights the gas stove and is going to cook tteokbokki for the boy. Irim thinks of cooking tteokbokki with wheat flour or rice flour. The diners make it with rice flour, but there is a wheat option. Irim is going to put 4 tablespoons of sugar. He wonders if he will be able to make the dish he ate as a child. Irim decides that 4 spoons of sugar is too much for a child and puts in 2 to make it less sweet. 2 tablespoons of sugar, 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of ground red pepper, 1 tablespoon of gochujang. He added all the ingredients at once and let it boil on low heat. After boiling, 1 cup of green onions should be added. Once everything thickens, you need to stir everything well. Irim put a plate of tteokbokki in front of the boy and told him to eat slowly. Jae-yoon said it looks really cool. Irim likes this boy, he's really cute. The most important thing is that tteokbokki is not only beautiful, but also delicious. The boy said he hasn't eaten tteokbokki in a long time. It's very exciting. The boy tasted a piece and immediately coughed. The dish turned out to be spicy. But Irim couldn't test the spiciness because he can't feel it. Jae-yoon said that tteokbokki is very spicy, but it's also incredibly tasty and the boy likes it very much. Jae-yoon happily gobbles down the food, his cheeks slowly starting to turn pink. The boy says it's the best tteokbokki he's ever had. In the morning at the Nare Bistro, Devon is already sitting with a shot glass. No matter how much he thinks about Irima, it's all funny. What a dirty trick that Irim pulled after all. The boss tells Devon he needs to stop. Irim isn't working here. Devon yells back that he can't stop after being humiliated like that. On top of that, Mira is the one who likes Irim. It's really annoying. Mira stands nearby and hears everything. Devon teases Mira and says that she has a crush on Irim since she is still hanging out with him. Mira yells back at Devon that she doesn't like Irim but really likes his food. The boss says that Devon is talking nonsense because he is drunk. He asks Meyer to bear with him a little. Devon gulps down another shot. He has no intention of getting away with what Irim is doing. Everyone must witness it. Meyer yells at him, saying he started the whole thing, got angry, and made a scene. The boss backs Meyer up Mira and tells Devon to keep his cool. Mira says Devon wanted perilla butter noodles. She took him to a restaurant where it was perfectly cooked. Mira tells Devon to shut up and calm his inferiority complex. Mira says since Irim came along, his inferiority complex has only grown. Devon can only look down on everyone. Devon yells for Mira to shut up. The boss tries to quiet him down, but Devon yells that he doesn't need advice from the attendants. Mira's grandfather appears in the doorway. He heard the whole thing. He asked Devon if he wanted to die, saying nasty things to her baby. Devon turned around like a dumbfounded. He didn't understand what the matter was, or why Jay the painter had come here. Grandpa gave a command to his assistant, and he gave Devon a swell sedative punch. The chairman says he just came to see where his granddaughter works and ended up seeing a lot of things. Devon is shocked. Grandpa asked Meyer what he should do. That asshole threatened her. He'll do what she says. Mira demands that Devon apologize to her immediately. Devon apologizes in a suppressed voice. Mira says that now when they meet, Devon has to pretend that they don't know each other. Mira thanks her boss and says that today is her last day here. Grandpa asks his assistant to let the asshole go and they leave. There's no way Daewon can believe that Mira is Yu Sung-jae's granddaughter. Iram brings little Jae-yoon to the restaurant. He tells the boss that the boy has no adults he can stay with. The director allowed the boy to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner here, and then go home. The boy bowed and thanked the principal heartily, calling him grandfather. Iram said he would pay for the boy. The headmaster said not to worry about it, but better find out about his father as soon as possible. On the way home, Iram reflects that the owner is a very good man. Now he cannot worry about Jae-yoon. In his thoughts, Iram didn't notice Mira appeared in front of him. She wasn't expecting to see him either, so her greeting came out a bit stilted. Mira tells Iram that she quit the bistro and won't be working there from tomorrow. Mira protests and says it's all because of that jerk Devon. He just had to throw a tantrum. Iram says he still feels guilty for no reason. He asks Mira if she needs a job. Mira says she is not starving, but she is an adult, so she can't be unemployed. Iram tells Mira that it might be strange to ask for it so immediately. He says they are just looking for service staff at their restaurant. He doesn't decide, but he can ask the owner. Mira immediately says without any hesitation that she agrees. Iram is taken aback and says she can rest and call him later, but Mira is happy that she will be working in the restaurant with Iram. She began to ask from what time to what time is the workday and summarized that she would work until closing time. Iram realized that Mira's intentions were serious and said that he would charmingly ask the boss. Mira jumped up happy that she had managed to get a job in just a day. Iram thinks about how funny this whole thing is. Not so long ago, they were suffering working in the same kitchen. Rice in reality. This is the place he fought in last time. The system says it's a teleport point. Those who came in contact with the river, warp points would be accessible in the cities. Iram decided to prepare that spirit fruit he kept putting off for now. Iram uses the skill and his fine cuisine unfolds before him in a second. Our hero ponders that the recipe for the fruit of spirits now requires him to cook the fruit until its skin turns blue. He puts the fruit in the pot and looks at the recipe page one more time. When the fruit is cooked, it is taken on the odor of cooked blueberries. He finds this odor very delicious. Ras examines the fruit and concludes that it is boiled because it has turned blue. The spirits of the water show interest in the fruit of the spirits. The next step, let it dry until the skin turns light blue. Finally, the fruit dried and actually turned light blue. The system again reported that the water spirits were showing interest in the spirit fruit. It was time to use the leaven using the 1,000-year-old pot. It must be taken out first. Rice is surprised that it opens separately, just like an inventory. The young man dragged the fruit of the spirits into the inventory of the pot and managed to secure it there. Perfect. He said it was perfect. Now he needed to set the time. He smelled a different odor. It's an unusual sweet smell of Asian pear. This game is very interesting. Our hero took out the fruit of the perfume. It turned yellow and really became like a pear. Ras said that now all that was left was to roast it on the fire. Rice did everything according to the recipe. This is the cooked spirit fruit, a fruit that spirits eat with gusto. He reasons that he probably shouldn't eat the skin and cuts it off. The young man says that the peeled fruit smells peculiar. It smells like an apple and pineapple. The smell of the fruit is constantly changing. Someone could probably turn it into a sprayer to atomize the scent. What's left is the seed of the perfume fruit. If you grow the fruit in a special way, it could grow a perfume tree. He'll keep the seed. And now for the long-awaited tasting. Rice puts a fragrant piece of perfume fruit in his mouth. He felt like he was in a fairy tale forest. The system informed him that he would now be able to see the spirits for 10 hours. Immediately, the spirits began to fly above his head. They were beautiful, with multicolored light mesh wings sticking out behind their backs. Rice thinks that somewhere, then there is a secret quest. He greets the beautiful creatures. They pay attention to him. One fairy asked if Rice could see her. He answered in the affirmative and said he could see the others too. She told the others that the man could see them, and they all got excited and rushed to surround our hero. One with blue hair suggested that our hero could see them because he had a light soul. He's thinking of asking Rice for a favor. The system issues a rare secret quest called Rescuer of the Forest. The requirement is the release of the spirits. The creatures are overjoyed. She hopes Rice can help them and save their friends. They tell him to follow them. He rushes after the creatures through the forest, jumping over bumps and stumps. Rice ponders why this quest is considered difficult. Finally, they reach the place where one of the creatures said they had captured their friends. In front of Rice lay the beautiful village of Odeon. It was as if it was from a fairy tale story. He cannot pass into the village. There is a barrier in front of it, which was set up by a rescuer. The creature points to the top of the hill. The rescuer is there. It is not clear to him what this rescuer is. Maybe he's an NPS player. The gentle fairy says he appeared suddenly, put his friends in glass balls, and used the power of the spirits to isolate Odeon Village. Reese says his name is Rescue, but he's doing something wrong. The fairy says they aren't sure either. He hasn't been out of here for the last few days. The creatures once again ask Rice to save their friends. He is their only hope. He looks at the rescuer, who is sitting at a large wooden table. Behind him is a huge full moon. Rice realizes that this is definitely the boss, only it's not clear what he's doing here. Our hero uses the skill Weak Spot, but can't find its point. So the monster is level 4 or higher. But it's not that simple. He didn't get close enough before he was struck by a lightning strike. A strange creature appeared next to the boss. It was an electron capable of being struck by lightning. But Rice quickly came to his senses. He had experienced electrical attacks before and could withstand them. He was struck again, stunned, and fell to his knees. His vitality level became critically low. Kitten Meow came to the rescue and began to knead Rice's head, gradually healing him. The boss mutters that if the young man sticks around one more time, he will die immediately. Our hero thinks about the fact that he has never had such an insurmountable opponent before. He sits on a stump and talks to the creatures. They say that their friends and villagers are imprisoned in the dark ball. The red-haired elf says that because of the barrier, they cannot leave the forest, so it is very hard for them. The rescuer has forced the villagers to make costly sacrifices. They are already tired. By agonizing, they have filled themselves with negative energy. This negative energy is the source of the balloon's power. As that power grew, our friends and the village of Odeon found themselves in it. Rice realized that they must have become the slaves of this fake rescuer. Since the residents have negative energy, their lives are really shit. Rice hears people talking around him. They are all offering their fruit and meat. It's unclear until when they have to do this. People have given everything in donations. There's nothing to eat at home. They don't understand why the hell a stranger has come to their village. The guy asks the girl how long they will have to live like this. Stella doesn't know. It all depends on what their rescuer wants. Stella asks the guy to stop whining. He's not the only one with problems. She's tired the last few days too. At least someone would come to rescue them. Meow jumps off Rice's head, runs up to the young people and gets in their way. The boy and girl immediately glowed at the sight of such an adorable creature. The kitten caught the interest of the young people. That's what he wanted. He turned and the boy and girl followed him. The kitten led them to Rice's homemade stall. The stall looked like a lot of fun. There were 3 stumps standing around it to sit down on. The young men opened their mouths in surprise. The stall was what they least expected to see here. He informs them in a friendly manner that he opened this stall to help those who had a hard day. He asks the guests to take a seat so he can take their order from them. Rice says that the guests can choose whatever they want. He asks what to bring them. The guy asks Stella if she wants to eat here. Stella agrees and asks for the simplest dish. He says he will make it now. They just need to wait a little while and can enjoy the fried rice. Rice placed a dish of fried rice in front of the guests. The guys are thrilled, but just in case they ask if it's free, the guys happily gorge themselves on the shrimp fried rice and their spirits soar to the max. The guy asks the chef to recommend them another dish. At the happy talk, more people started coming to the stall. He said that he will cook something else now. A little time passed and Rice put a plate of mussel soup in front of the guests. People tasted it and couldn't believe how good the soup could be. The system reported that the happiness level of the locals was going up. As expected, things are going great since there's more than one dish on the menu. Using his current customers, he needs to maximize the level increase. Rice decided that the stall wouldn't be real without Fatu's homemade beer. The boys of the village were happy to have a pint of this wonderful beer. Outside of being incredibly happy at the moment, and Rice too, he can see that the guy's happiness level is increasing noticeably. The company has gotten into the swing of things and already Meow is involved in the cooking. He skillfully slices the cheese with his claws. The cheese is cut into neat cubes and sent to the soup pot. All he has to do is stir the soup and wait the necessary time for it to cook. And now the rich broccoli puree soup is poured into plates and served. The kitten is very proud that he was able to help in the preparation of such a wonderful soup. One of the boys tastes the soup and says that it is just incredible. The happiness of the villagers soars, the power of the dark balloon wanes. The system informs him that a new user has arrived at his stall. Rice greets the guest. She says she didn't really intend to come here. Her tastes have changed lately. She looks very unhappy. She tells him that she once visited another village and tried the mountain sun dish there. Rice suggested she start with a special dish on the menu, pork bulgogi. The girl tried it and said it was just like that man's dish. It's been a long time since she's had something this good. He finds it interesting that the girl compares him to another chef named Kang Sang-hai, but after all, he's not the only chef in this game. Finished with his cooking, Rice wonders what kind of chef he is. He would be interested in meeting him. Our hero asks the Merry Fairies to look after the stall. They readily agree. Rice decides to leave everything on them for now, and himself a little rest. He has to work tomorrow, so we'll stop here. Rice is out. Meanwhile, there's a new guest at Moist's diner. It's a guy with long red hair. Moist greets the stranger and asks how many people will be there. The guest says it's just him. The stranger, flashing his snow-white smile, says there will be the most popular dish here. Moist suggests he try the samgyeopsal. The guest says he has heard as if a real user made this dish. The guest tastes a piece of samgyeopsal and breaks out into a smile. He examines the piece. It's fried perfectly so the meat stays juicy, neatly shaped as if measured with a ruler. The stranger says that it was definitely prepared by an experienced chef, because a lot depends on professionalism. That's Kang Sang-hai himself. Meanwhile, little Jae-yoon is at the restaurant sitting in front of a huge plate of delicious food. The director asks Irim why he's been working so hard since morning like it's a banquet. Irim replies that he's just practicing. Jae-yeon and Jong-moon start eating at the same time and remain as delighted as ever. Reese thinks it's great. Their reactions are the same as in the game. The director asks Irim to put this dish on the menu. Irim ponders what it tastes like. Suddenly they are faking it for him. He needs to try it too. Irim is also going to sit next to them and taste his dish. It's unbelievably delicious. It's the beginning of the working day in the restaurant. The customers are coming in. Irim has prepared the bibimbap. Irim asks Miri to serve the spicy pork first and then the bibimbap. Mir now works at the restaurant with Irim. She is already carrying the spicy pork to the guests. The guests say they still ordered the bibimbap and ask when it will be ready. Mira says she will bring it now. The director enjoys watching Mir work. He finds the girl friendly, quick to adapt, and has a balanced personality. Meyer happily goes to clean up the dishes for the guests. Sunjae has raised his granddaughter well. The director looked at the clock that showed 15 o'clock and suggested that the guys eat. Mira says that break isn't until 4 o'clock. The principal replied that there are no visitors now, and he put up a sign about break till 5 o'clock. He asked the boy if he wants to eat. Irim made fried rice with beef brisket and kakdugi. Kakdugi is a type of kimchi made from radishes cut into small cubes. Everyone began to praise Irim for the deliciousness he had prepared. Irim is happy that everyone likes his dish. Albeit gradually, but his sense of smell is coming back. The flavor of the sesame oil is a bit strong. Irim felt like an electric shock. He realized that he had tasted the flavor, literally for a second, but he felt it. Irim decided not to torture himself with hope. His sense of smell was returning, and he didn't need anything else right now. There was a young man watching Irim. He noted that Irim is very good at eating, even better than the presenters of mukbangs, broadcast eating of food. The guy is doing it himself. Here he is telling subscribers that he prepared a halibut mukbang. He hasn't had sashimi in 1,000 years. He says the texture is even better than he expected. It's really delicious. The guy says there will be oranges for dessert, but the mukbang juice gets accidentally on the screen. The guy is upset that his viewership is decreasing even though he is making mukbangas. Suddenly, the guy decides to break the silence and turns to the principal. Irim and Mire ask him to teach him how to eat so appetizingly. Irim almost choked up. He wipes his mouth and asks the guy who he even is. The guy's name is Young-hoo Jem. He says he would really like to eat next to Irim and learn how to eat like that since he's a VJ. Mira asked Hoo Jem if he happens to be filming mukbangs. They say it's very popular right now. The director says that his chief is really a very good eater. The guy has a diamond in the eye. He doesn't mind, but it's up to Irim to decide. Irim is confused and doesn't know what to say. This is the first time he's ever heard of filming people eating. Hoo Jem is literally on his knees in front of Irim and offers to even pay him 10,000 won to teach him. Hoo Jem sits down with the whole company at the table. The director asked what the video bloggers do. Hoo replies that the bloggers are broadcasting. Mira promises to show the principal later what it is. And if you search for Hoo Jem's video, you can watch it yourself. Babe says if Hoo Jem is on YouTube, he will subscribe. Hoo Jem says his content isn't great for kids, but agrees. Rice on reality. The system says the happiness of the residents has peaked, the power of the dark ball is gone, and the spirits have been released. The elves thank the young man for the freedom of their friends. Before they are taken away, one of the elves offers to hurry up and take on a rescuer. Our hero went to the demon and gave him a strong stab right in the chest. The monster noticed that the orb began to shrink. He immediately realized that Rice was behind it. Rice thought about the spirits being free of the orb now, so the rescuer must be stronger than usual. He was thrown back again by an unknown force. It was again a lightning bolt sent by Electron. But he freed all the spirits, so Electron must be free too. Rice doesn't understand. But there's no time to think. Electron threw another lightning bolt at him, and he responded with fire force. They clashed in a powerful fight. He managed to survive the fight, but the lifesaver is still strong. If it continues like this, as soon as I relax, I'll be overpowered again. The lifeguard has ordered Electron to burn Rice to the ground. This could be the final blow. His thoughts tell him not to be afraid, but to fight. It's not very noticeable, but the enemy has weakened. The dark orb is broken. The rescue is on its deathbed too. Our hero has realized everything. He decided to attack the triangle while Electron was charging. The Electron starts to attack. He's struggling, but he manages to hold it back. Rice talks himself into just holding it out. Finally, the Electron has used up its charge and needs to recharge. For our hero, this is a chance not to be missed. Rice uses every skill he has, fire strikes and sword strokes. Suddenly, Meow appears and stands up for his master, and that seems to be enough. The savior falls to the ground and begins to turn into a man. Our hero orders to say who he is. The system informs him that the Forest Savior quest is complete. As a reward, Rice received 4 basic attributes, an electron and a treaty. The spirits thank the young man for their release. In gratitude, they give him some of their power. It increases the attributes of fire, water, and wind. They want to introduce a new friend to him. It's Electron. Electron tearfully apologizes for almost striking Rice. He forgives his friend. The system asks if Rice wants to make a pact with the little lightning spirit Electron. He agrees. The hero has a new pet, Electron. Electron says he will fight Rice more. He wants him to be his master. Rice is very excited about his adorable new pet, but Meow doesn't seem very happy about the news. In the head division, meanwhile, they're studying the latest news. Our hero has defeated the first dark follower of Uga Chaga. Letitia says it's unexpected. He was a user of the Demon King's first rank of power. She says that Rice flies through all her scenarios with ease, so she wants to see how he will continue to exceed her expectations. The system reported that Odeon was freed from the reign of the fake savior thanks to him. He is now the true savior. News of our hero has begun to spread among the dark followers. The Devil Idrin finds Rice to be a nuisance. He smiles and says they will meet soon. The previous quest was difficult. It was hard to complete. Still, Rice and Devil Idrin will definitely see each other very soon. The young man, Badrine. A beautiful sunny day. Badrine seemed to be getting bigger and busier. He noted the appearance of a white horse sculpture, a casino gambler, a traveling troubadour, and trained mid-level guards. Our hero looked at his tab with his friends. Turns out Sinkin is somewhere in Badrine. He's going to check with him about a meeting. The conversation was short. After a couple phrases, the friends figure out that Shinkin is right behind our hero. Shinkin cheerfully greets Rice. Along with Sinkin came Ather as well. Ather explained to Sinkin that they became friends after one quest. Ather asked Rice if he had gotten anything new. Rice showed what he got after the last quest. It's a sinister bone and it's almost impossible to get. Rice gave it to Ather. Ather took the thing, sat down on the grass and froze motionless. Shinkin said it had started again. Our hero asked him again what he was talking about. Sinkin explained that the analysis of the object had begun. Ather is an industrialist by trade. He says that when Ather is so focused, nothing can stop him. Sinkin asked Rice if he still enjoys working as a chef. The young man said it's super cool and decided to show off his kitchen to his friends. Sinkin said it was just incredible and very impressive. Our hero said they haven't seen each other in a while. Rice has pork, and he came up with the idea to make pashina by boiling the pork with salted shrimp and wrapping it in kimchi to make it tastier. Shinkin noted that his friends were working so hard, so he should probably write something too. Passersby didn't realize at first what was wrong with these people until they noticed Shinkin playing, Rice cooking, and Ather studying. Terry's boy wanted to stop and listen to Shinkin's beautiful songs. He unapologetically walked up to Sinkin, hugged him, and asked him to write a nice song for him. He and Sinkin seemed to know each other. After getting rejected, Terry approached Ather and asked him to make some cool gear for him. But even here, the boy was disappointed. Finally, Terry reached out to Rice. He asked him to make him something tasty. He asked who the kid was. The boys replied that it was a secret quest, but they thought it was a waste of time. Our hero asked which secret quest the guys were referring to. Shinkin said that they ask a little about the profession, but the further you go, the harder it gets. There are no rewards in the process. He felt so sorry for the little guy for some reason. He decided that he wasn't likely to have a hard time and decided to go along with it. Rice told Terry that he'd have something for him, but he'd just have to wait a little longer. Even if it's just a game, he can't let the kids starve. Melina has arrived in Badrine too. The town has clearly changed for the better. Clean air, good atmosphere, even more snacks. But there is one big problem. Melina looked at the guy in the cap and wondered what the hell he was doing here. The guy ran up to Melina, hugged him, and started to assure him that he really didn't know she was here. As Melina got closer, Rice noticed her and greeted her cheerfully, asking how she was doing. Melina happily started to reply that she was doing great, but she didn't have time to finish because she accidentally stepped on Ather. But Ather didn't even notice it. He was concentrating on the thing Rice had given him. Melina was terribly upset that she was in trouble, but Rice reassured her that Ather would be fine. He asked Melina what she was doing in Badrin. She said she came to see the sights. Shinken and Melina noticed each other too, and greeted each other warmly. The guy with the cap and lollipop was here as too. He told Shinken that he was okay singing too. Melina looked around the young man's kitchen and was delighted with his new skill. Meanwhile, Rice saw the kitten hanging around idly and asked him to chop some onions. The kitten didn't need to be asked twice. Mao gladly complied with his master's request. Melina took the kitty in her arms and began to admire him, especially that Mew helped with the cooking. She said it would be nice if Meow were real. He told her that real cats couldn't be like that, but he was going to get himself a street cat in Chuncheon. Ather gets distracted and asks Rice if he really lives in Chuncheon. Ather himself lives in Hongseong. Melina says she's from Chuncheon too, and Shinken is from Gangwon. Shinken says that apparently there are a lot of people from Gangwon here. He suggested that they meet in real life. Everyone starts talking about wanting to meet Rice in real life. Shinken says that's something that shouldn't be put off and suggests we meet tomorrow. Ather says tomorrow is Wednesday, so he can make it. Melina says she has tomorrow off too. Everyone is waiting to hear from Rice. The boy says he has tomorrow off too. He thinks to himself that it would be good to try pickling cabbage. He puts the cabbage in his pot and thinks that it will be very fast thanks to the 1,000-year-old pot. Rice puts the cabbage on a seasoning rack for hours. He noted that the system is very similar to a rice cooker. Now Rice has started making the kimchi seasoning. It would be great if he had fish sauce. Too bad he didn't. Everyone started to pick a place to meet. Shinken suggested Changmen's restaurant. Melina picks up on the idea, saying that they serve healthy food there. Shinken says it's a Korean food restaurant, but he's heard they make delicious bibimbap and buckwheat noodles. The guy in the cap started making up stuff as he went along, saying that tomorrow Changmeng will be renovated and everything will be closed. But Shinken said he didn't have to go there. He could pick another place. Rice, meanwhile, pickled the cabbage and asked Meow if he wanted to try some. Now he's giving the kimchi a good mixing with the seasoning. You don't even have to taste it. Just look at that killer color. Then Rice presses the meat and slices it into slices. The less fat and tighter the slice, the tastier it is. Ather asked the guy in the cap why he was dressed funny. The guy took offense and said it was a rare enchanted item. And the kitten is sick of waiting for food. His patience is bursting. It can't wait any longer. Ather introduces to the audience the pasim with rice. It's a Korean dish of boiled pork. Everyone expresses different emotions about the appearance of this dish. Rice holds out his portion to Terry and wishes him a pleasant appetite. Terry happily takes his plate, thanks, and says he will eat well now. Sinkin thinks that posam is best eaten with samjang. If you add it, it will be incredibly delicious. Melina argues that there's nothing better than garlic and kimchi as an appetizer. Or better yet, wrap everything in lettuce. Ader likes the pasim with perilla leaves and lettuce. That's the punchline. The guy in the cap almost swallows his fingers. He says it's better than any possum he's had before. Rice, of course, is sampling his dish along with everyone else, and he thinks the flavor is truly heavenly. Terry returns his plate to him and tells him he's had a great meal. But the meat on the plate is practically untouched. Rice asks Terry why he didn't finish it. It's not good. Terry says it's delicious. He's just full. Terry apologizes and asks his friend to make him some more food, but something else. The guy in the cap tells Terry that if the boy wasn't going to finish it, he shouldn't have asked. No need to throw away the leftovers. He understood why Sinkin said the boy would ask endlessly for something. But Rice would cook as much as he wanted. 2 hours later, Rice lay on the ground moaning that he was dying. He had to cook 15 meals. Melina asks if he should drink a potion, and the guy in the cap is eating leftovers off other people's plates. Terry calls out to Rice. He wakes up. He's already dozing off. Terry asks the chef in a cheerful voice to prepare the best dish with fish from the ocean. Rice said it would be a little difficult with the ocean fish right now and asked Terry to wait. Terry tells Rice to find him as he cooks. Ather tells him that he finally did it. Thanks to him, he has a new skill. Ather asked his friend to borrow his shield. Ather says that it's a good thing to try out his new skill, fusion. If it fails, Ather promises to make a better shield. Ather's shield turned out to be a luxurious frost shield. It has added points to attack, defense, stun, and bleed. Rice thanks Ather and tells him that the shield has gotten a lot cooler. Melina tells him that they chose Kalguksu's restaurant on the corner of the industrial complex for their meeting. Ather says he downloaded it but hasn't looked into it yet. The guy in the cap tells everyone to wear something comfortable tomorrow. No need to fancy up. Rice says that he will be disconnecting and saying goodbye to everyone until tomorrow in real life. Real life. Iram is at work early in the morning helping the director with the renovations. The principal asks Iram if he's finished. Iram says one side is almost done. The director says he didn't have to come and Iram came anyway in this heat, but Iram says he has to help. The director says that Iram has already helped enough and needs to rest. Chung Mung is already forcibly pushing Iram out of work to socialize with people and regain his strength. Iram agrees to go, but only after he finishes what he started. Mira has already approached the restaurant. She is nervous as it is the first time she meets people she met in the game. Mira thinks that the main thing is that they shouldn't be too weird, and the rest is nothing. Mira sees a young man. He's very tall, but he looks like he's there for a meeting. Mira thinks it's Rice. Mira walked up to the young man and asked if he was here for the reality meeting. He replied that he was. The young man introduced himself as Go Ji-woon, in reality nickname Ather. Mira immediately recognized Ji as the blacksmith. She introduced herself as Mira, and in reality she is Melina. Jian is also happy to meet her, but he's making sure everyone is on time. He's been waiting for 30 minutes. Ji-woon says that Shinken sent a message to the chat room. He's getting close to somewhere. Shinken greeted the crowd. He immediately realized what kind of meeting it was. Shinken looks like an idol. He probably wants to be a celebrity. Mira looks at the guy with her eyes bulging. She didn't expect such a person to come. Ji-woon greeted Shinken and said that he's an Ather. He also said that Shinken was 2 minutes late. Shinken laughed and said that apparently he came third. He introduced himself as Ha Dong-wook. Dong says he didn't expect anyone to come at all, but the other two are puzzled. They had an agreement. They went inside. Mira says she didn't expect to see someone who looks like an idol. Shinken says he doesn't know what she means. Mira says he's very handsome, even more handsome than the character in the game. Shinken says Mira is exaggerating, and she and Ji-woon are beautiful too. Dong-wook asks Ji-woon how old he is. He replies that it's a secret, very typical of Otter. Mira decided to send a message to the others. She will be very upset if they don't come. The king might not come, but Rice should. Another co-worker came to the reality meeting. Mira was the one who was most amazed. The Pan-Am with a cap on his head turned out to be none other than Devin. Devin and Mira looked at each other with a hateful look. They definitely didn't expect to see each other here. Mira is screaming that how come Devin has such a shitty character both in game and in real life. Shinken tries to calm everyone down through inhale, exhale, exhale, but no one seems to be listening to him. Ather asks Mira if she knows Devin. She replies that they used to work together. Devin yells that he practically raised Mira as an employee. Shinken smiles and says he feels like he's watching a soap opera. Mira tries to contact Rice to see if something is wrong or if everything is fine. Mira thinks about how in the game he's a sexy and cool chef. I wonder what he's like in real life. I wonder what he's like in real life. And then Iram appears at the door. He looks a little worried and asks if he is late. Mira asks Iram what he's doing here. She says that it's their day off and they decided to meet here. Iram tells Mira that he was helping his boss, so he was a little late. Mira doesn't seem to realize that Iram is Rice. The reason Devin blew up Iram didn't see him. He says they had one fight, and now Iram doesn't think he's human. At the same time, Go Ji-woon's surveillance power automatically activated. He scanned Iram and noted the soft expression on his face and incredible modesty. He immediately realized what the matter was. Iram confirmed his hunch when he extended his hand and introduced himself. Race. Mira and Devin were the most stunned by the news. They certainly hadn't expected this turn of events. Mira realizes that Rice in reality is a handyman, and the sweet and kind Iram in real life is the same person. Everyone greets each other once again, clarifying their real names, and finally, they start to sit down. Mira just can't believe that the two people she liked turned out to be one. It's just a marvelous coincidence. Shinken says situations like this are good content for comics. He asked Iram what he works as in real life. Iram said he works in a restaurant. Mira had no doubt that her lover was insanely talented in real life as well. Devin asked Iram why he didn't tell her that he used to work for him but ran away when things got tough. Ira starts sticking up for Iram. She doesn't understand why Devin is bringing it up again here. But Devin says he needs to address these issues here and now because Iram never apologized to him. But Iram shows his whole demeanor, his unwillingness to discuss anything. He tells Devin that this episode is in the past. Devin voices his hunch that Iram is a good cook in the game because of the lucky ingredients. He asks if Rice can cook without his stuff. Ather interjects and says that he made almost all of him's items and they aren't cooking related at all. Devin asks why Ather was making items for Rice. Ather seems to have something on him. Devin tells Ather that he is a craftsman and why would he help someone like Rice? Devin says as if Rice reads himself the best and despises the rest of us. Iram sits silent and motionless. Ather asks Devon to stop, then starts to go over the top. The friends are served food. Devon says he sees Ather as a little brother and wants to give him advice. There's no need to be so sensitive. Mira yells at Devon to stop lecturing him. Devon replies that at his age, such things are not considered lecturing. Ather asks Devon if he really wants to be treated like an older brother. Devon says that if he is older, he needs to be shown more respect. He asked Ather how old he is. Ather looked up, gave Devon a sizing look, and said he was 34. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. Ather asked how old Devon was. Devon hesitated and said he was younger than Ather. Ather said that leaves him older than everyone else, and asked Devon if they could socialize informally. Mira marvels at Ather and asks how he manages to look so young. Shinken is thrilled too. He thinks Ather looks like an idol. Ather says that since he is older, he has one request for Devon. Mira is very happy that Ather was able to subdue Devon. Turns out Devon can be treated the same way he treats others. Ather says there's no particular reason why he treats Irim so well. It's just that he's a friend. Ather asks Devon what he did to make Irim go away. But if it was enough, then it was probably just as much his fault. Devon asks Mira what restaurant she and Irim are working at now. Mira replied that it was Chang Mung's restaurant, the place they talked about earlier. Shinken is enthusiastic and says that's where he wanted to go yesterday. As they leave, Devon tells Irim that they need to have a cooking competition. Oh, in a dignified way. Irim gets up and suggests they start right away. Devon ogles him, but asks him not to regret it. The main rule of the competition is that there are no restrictions on technique or ingredients. The dish that people like best wins. The loser pays for today's game, ingredients, and rent. The chef at the restaurant says that because of any sales are zero, so we can try to brighten up the event. Mira asks what they will do if Irim suddenly loses. Shinken says that Irim is the chef of Jiangmeng restaurant. He can't fail. The clock is ticking. The guys have exactly 30 minutes and not a second more. Devon and Irim are standing at the same table, same utensils and same tools in front of them. Time's up. Devon has blue crab, acedia, giant shrimp, oyster, enoki mushrooms, and omajak. Enough ingredients. It's a great day. He may be the chef at the diner, but he's certainly not a man to look down on. And today he's going to prove it to Irim. Irim is concentrating on frying scrambled eggs, a glazed single egg. Devon looks at his rival's scrambled eggs with suspicion. Just by looking at Devon's ingredients, you can tell that his dish is more luxurious. Mira worries that Devon is making a spicy stew of their seafood, and Irim is just frying eggs. Shinken asks Mira if Devon is experienced enough. After all, they work together, so she knows how good he is. Mira is worried, considering Devon is also the chief. Ather says everything will be fine. Ather thinks that even though they're both good cooks, it's noticeable to everyone how hard Irim is trying. The difference is the effort they put in. Irim always puts cooking first and has no doubts that he makes good food. And Devon may be talented, but he despises Irim too much. He will be put in his place. The host of this event announces that time is up and it's time to wrap it up. Duan's specialty is spicy seafood stew and Irim's seafood pajan. The guests were asked to come one by one and try it. Mr. Duan tells Irim that he is finished because everyone has already chosen his seafood stew. Everyone began to praise Devon's dishes. Even Shinken said that the soup is very good. The guests thanked Devon. Someone came to eat yehelguksu, but he was very lucky. Ather said that if good ingredients are used, the food will surely become delicious. Even he could make something like that himself. Ather tasted the stew and proceeded to the pajan. He praises the pajan, saying that the pajan is incredibly crispy. Ather says the whites of the eggs are very crispy and savory. The yolk of the eggs is also sweet and savory. Also, the squid meat chews so well. Friends say it's just incredible. All the ingredients have distinct and unique flavors. Finished with the food, everyone started to put the empty plates on the table. Devon says that he asked for some to be left for him, but there were none left. The judge touched Devon's shoulder and says the results are clear. He needs to stop now. The cook says the main dish at this restaurant is kalguksu. Patrons are already full from the seafood soup. There's also a dish called okonomiyaki on the menu. It looks like the pajan had similar fried dough crumbs. This man is a professional, so Devon needs to stop and simply acknowledge that. Devon walked up to Irim, bowed, and said he lost. Devon told Irim that his cooking really is the best, was, is, and will be. Meanwhile, bistro boss Nair sits alone at the blacksmith for a glass. Devon has also come to work, though very early. The boss asks, what is he doing here this early if business is going down? Devon asks the boss if he's looking for new employees. The boss says he plans to work some more and close by the end of the year. He says Irim is gone, Mira's gone too. Visitors who can't forget that flavor won't be coming back. Devon looked askance at the boss and asked if he was giving up. The boss confirmed Devon's hunch. He said he probably wasn't cut out to run a business. A few hours before he left, Devin asked Iram why he and his skills worked under his boss. Iram replied that he'd been in a car accident a year ago, but had luckily survived. True, he had lost his taste and sense of smell. Since then, everything went wrong. He lost hope of opening his own restaurant and gave up everything. All attempts at a cure were fruitless. Feeling a ray of hope, he decided to start over and went to Nare. Devin listened to Iram, looked at him, and asked if he was better now. Iram said he was a little better, but practically nothing had changed. Devin realized that he had lost to a man who couldn't sense tastes or smells. It turns out, he wasn't seeing the whole picture. Devin has Hen send him the cost of the ingredients and rent. He'll pay for everything. Devin sits with his boss at the diner. He asks if this decision to abandon the business is final. The boss says there's nothing he can do. Geniuses like Iram and Mira are rare. Suddenly the boss has an epiphany and says he will work harder and asks Devin what they need for the rest of this month. Devin says he too will work even harder and won't be so cocky anymore. Devin asks him not to give up early. The boss can't believe his ears. It's like Devin has been switched. Devin says he just refuses to give up without a fight. It must be the competitive spirit. Devin offered to make the boss some appetizers, but the boss said it was no time for alcohol with that attitude. The boss said until he finds employees, he'll help Devin in the kitchen and they'll save this diner. The entrance to reality has been made. Good earlier morning, there are porous clouds and silence in the sky. To complete Terry's quest, he needs to go to the sea. This is what he decided to do early in the morning. No matter how much he searched the internet, he could not find where the sea is here. Maybe it wasn't here. Rice approached a fisherman on the shore and asked if he had caught anything. The fisherman replied that he had and showed him a basin with his catch. He was surprised at the size of the fish. From this freshwater fish, a spicy fish stew would surely be incredible. Ras approached another player named Yi Chul. He hasn't caught anything and says that fishing is very boring. Ras advises him to change places. Yi Chul says he has changed places many times. He asked Rice if there might be a certain level needed to fish. Instead of an answer, the guy got a surprise. A green monster jumped out of the water at him, saying that he was waiting for this silly little man. And Chul looked at the monster without enthusiasm and said that he wasn't waiting here again for this brute. Rice didn't understand why this guy is so calm after all. This monster is strong. The young man looks at the monster and it has come out of the water and is sitting wet. Then an ingenious plan comes to his mind. He summoned his Electron Chick. Electron Chick, glowering, asked which turd he should beat up. Rice pointed to the green goblin. Electron Chick said that was no problem and zapped the wet goblin with electricity. The goblin flew into the water from one hit. Electron Chick and Rice were delighted with their prank. Our hero took out his fishing rod and decided to try fishing too. It's evening. Meow is bored. There's no bite. Rice says that if he catches something, he will cook something tasty. Suddenly, the float rises and tenses up. Rice and Meow were instantly energized. Reese started pulling his catch at full speed. But what was his surprise when instead of a fish on the end of the line was a stone Adol Harubang. It's a piece of stone statue found on Jeju Island. They are believed to be gods offering protection from demons and fertility. The young man doesn't understand how he got this stone. It appears to have been attached to something. The system says it's the head of a stone golem, broken into pieces and discarded. 1 piece out of 7 has been reassembled. Simon, the fisherman, said people often find other pieces of the golem. He says there are a lot of pieces scattered around because even novices catch them. Rice ponders the 7 parts of the golem. He thinks that if he collects all the pieces, he'll have a whole golem. He asks Simon how to get to the ocean. Simon doesn't seem to know what an ocean is. Apparently, he's an NPS with his memory erased. Our hero decided to look for mention of the ocean in the system. But in reality, no one has not seen it. At most, someone has heard about the quest with the ocean. The young man once again asked Simon if he remembered what the ocean was. Simon replied that he did, but he couldn't think right now. Simon turns away from Rice and tries to pull information about what the ocean is from the bowels of his memory. If the NPS is reacting this way, it must be something. Meow is petting his owner. Rice offers the cat a fishing trip. He didn't have to wait long. He was lucky and caught a fish on the hook, which was very happy for his kitten. Soon another fish bites. Rice was very happy with his catch because it was his first time fishing. It was more fun than he thought it would be. Simon looked at the fish and said it was a mullet. Simon was surprised and said he would try fishing again. The master gives Meow the task of guarding the 2 fish he caught. Normally, you can't leave the fish with the cat, but now it's all a game all around. Simon says to become a pro, you have to catch something like this and shows a huge fish in his hand. The boy likes the fish and already imagines what a great sashimi will be made of it. He realized that Simon didn't really understand what he was talking about. He explained to his new acquaintance that sashimi was one way to eat freshwater fish. Rice activates the kitchen, puts on his gloves, and contemplates how he will cook sashimi if he hasn't eaten it for a long time. But the cook decides to think less and do more. He takes out Atara's special sashimi knife and starts by peeling the scales. Simon watches Rice's actions and says that Rice must be a very good cook. He washes the fish thoroughly and says that freshness is the main factor for sashimi, so you have to make sure it's clean and cook quickly. The young man tells himself that he can't screw up the chance to eat good sashimi for free. Rice carefully but confidently cuts the fish carcass along the belly. Next, our hero cuts the carcass along the backbone, dividing the fish into 2 equal parts. The system reports that his cooking skills have been upgraded. The cooking god Michelin approves. Rice tastes the first piece. It's crispy, slightly sweet despite the tough texture. It's exactly what Rice wanted. He's so engrossed that he doesn't notice the man who has approached their company. It's the knock it out with one punch that Rice had met before. He apologizes but really wants to try a piece of sashimi. He beckons his guest to join their meal. Meanwhile, Simon tries the sashimi and is left utterly delighted. "I'll knock it out in one hit," asks Rice if he's the chef by any chance. He says he hasn't made sashimi in a while. He asks Simon how he likes the dish. Simon shows a thumbs up and says this texture is the best. Meow also shows delight, though it's not clear if he's tried sashimi or not. Rice says that sashimi seems to taste even better in the winter. He suggests fishing some more and let go. Before he could finish, a new guest interrupted him. He said he was sorry to say that when he shared, but this sashimi is out of season, and when it comes to technique, it's on the level of good part-time worker. To paraphrase it another way, I can't eat that. The guy says he's off and wishes everyone a nice meal. Our hero is puzzled. He asks the guest to explain what the problem is. The guest replied that he was a bit disappointed with the skills, but he is a bit picky, so him can take it easy. Rice replies that indeed sashimi is not his thing. He has had very little training at a Japanese restaurant. He lacks skills, but he doesn't want it to end like this. The guy's name is Yi Chul. Rice asks him if he wants to be his friend. When Rice gets better, he'll invite Yi Chul. Back to real life. At Zhang Meng's restaurant, the director says it's time for a break. But Iram doesn't want to rest. He got fresh fish and wants to make something out of it. Chang Meng says he's still sleepy. Maybe that's why he's starting to feel sluggish. He sees that Iram has taken up his work. Iram says he's practicing sashimi. Chang Meng said the chief has gotten into sashimi in recent days. The video blogger said that if sashimi is on the menu, he will be filming mukbangi. Hujem said that if the place is turned into a sashimi restaurant, it will become very popular. Iram listened to their speeches with a smile and said that's not why he's practicing. It's just that his pride is at stake. Iram remembered how Yi Chul had denied him friendship and said that they could see each other occasionally for fishing. Mira noted that Iram has been working harder and harder lately. She thinks that the main task of a chef is to make delicious food. That's probably why Iram is practicing, and she won't fall behind him. Mira tells Iram that she will now be his assistant in the kitchen. Iram asks if it will be difficult for her. Mira says that she won't be in the hall forever. She will slowly learn and help Iram. Iram happily agrees and tells Mira that he believes in her. Rice is back in reality. He's come to fish to catch another fish for sashimi. People are already rushing ahead of each other to the establishment that makes delicious sashimi. People are saying that today our hero caught a Chinese base. Some are asking for 2 portions, others are picking up. Simon doesn't understand who these brats are. Someone says he's booked 3 portions, but he comes out of the wooden house and says there's no sashimi today. Rice doesn't have time to say anything before people start greeting someone nicknamed Mountain Sun. Simon calls these people noisy brats, and Rice is surprised that Mountain Sun has visited their village. Mountain Sun says he'll make sashimi for 10,000 won per serving, and the people don't mind. His real fans are here. Someone in the crowd says they caught the fish themselves and asks if it's okay. Mountain Sun begins to cook. He asks people to time themselves to see how long it takes him to finish. Mountain Sun is masterful with his knives. His skill and speed are amazing. He manages to cook the sashimi in 7 minutes. Exactly 7 minutes later, plates of magnificent assorted sashimi stood in front of the crowd, plus 65 points to satiety. Someone had brought in a huge fish and was asking to make sashimi out of it too. Rice appreciated this high work rate, satiation level, and the title of great chef. Rice thinks that even for a professional, this is incredible. If he comes even a little close to this kind of skill, he can pass the part-time employee's level. Meanwhile, in the wooden hut, Rice asked Simon if he was hungry. Simon answered in the affirmative. Our hero cooked a well-cooked fish, plus 55 points to satiety. Simon asked if he could eat. The young man replied that he had rented a house to cook in, so Simon could certainly help himself. Rice tasted the fish and concluded that it was mild, spicy, and light. Really the best. Simon said he remembered the man asking where the ocean was. Simon remembered by eating that fish. Simon says to go to a clearing, find a big tree. Then from the tree, take 20 steps in different directions, one at a time, and that's how rice gets to the ocean. The system gives the task, cooking for Simon. You have to cook Simon something with fish from the ocean. Rice accepts the assignment and suggests Meow to go get some fresh air by the ocean. Our hero has traveled a long way before finding the long-awaited ocean. He started at Moista's restaurant in Badrin, then passed the Lands of Plenty, Rosalind's pork restaurant in Turco, and finally he came to the finish line. Everything feels very unfamiliar to him after his return. It's been a while since he's been here, and Meow is here for the first time at all. His master tells the kitten that he used to hunt here a lot until he met him. In this forest, he met the Spider Queen and caught the Lizard Princess. He wonders how the queen is doing, but here's that tree. Rice counted 20 paces north, 20 paces east, then 10 north, 5 west, and 10 north again. The view was unusually beautiful. The warm ocean stretched many miles ahead. The huge moon was setting over the horizon. The only thing Rice and Meow could do when they saw this beauty was to open their mouths in amazement. Rice hadn't smelled that special smell of the ocean in years. Memories were beginning to return. He abruptly took off, shouting that now it was time for the long-awaited fishing trip. While these two romantics were running around in the ocean, someone was watching them. Another location. One says the difference in performance is huge. He asks why those fools massacred the rookie zone. Aegis, waving his mace, looks at the guy and slyly replies that it's their mission. Aegis says there's a guy thinks it's unfair, though the question of him joining their guild is still open. The blonde girl said that only work tools come out of them. She suggests that Aegis stop. Aegis says they also die with 1 or 2 hits. That's boring in general. Aegis says apparently the quest is over for the day. He suggests taking things one step at a time. Aegis suddenly notices a cat. It's Meow. He's so damn cute and charming. Aegis doesn't realize what kind of scumbag left his pet here. The girl tells Aegis that she can take care of the kitten herself. But Aegis starts to remember that it was that slob Rice who dragged the gray cat around with him. Aegis hits the cat with his mace with all his might. He said the cat reminded him of his enemy. But Meow is a genius who has mastered the skills of combat. He follows the instruction of the system that says to run 1 meter while avoiding 5 attacks. The enemy will be perplexed. Rice himself appears in the clearing. His gaze is filled with contempt. The girl fights the kitty, which turns out to be not so easy. She dodges Meow's blows and shouts to Muscle to help her. Muscle is happy to help, but Meow's introduction to confusion skill works perfectly. Muscle finally gets up, but the girl warns him that he has someone behind him. It's the beautiful Electronica, a friend of Rice's. Without much thought, Electron sends a bolt of lightning at those present. Aegis fights Rice. Aegis says that he appears when he has almost forgotten about him. The young man asks if Aegis always started the fight first. Aegis replies that no one cares and gives him a crushing blow with his mace. Our hero does not give up and diligently deflects Aegis's blows with his ice shield. Aegis skillfully deflects all the icy blows with his mace. Aegis cries out that he will not suffer anymore because of Rice. He showed all his courage and tried his best to overpower his enemy. But Rice doesn't let the enemy finish. He shoots Aegis in the forehead with a pouch of poison. Everyone is tied up. Aegis yells to him that he won't just get away with this. His guild is going to get to Rice. He got 30 points to his reputation. They tire Rice out with their noise. He tells the seal and Electron that it's time to go back to Simon. He's made the best sea bream sashimi ever. 60 points to satiation, 6 to strength, and 20 to mana. Simon is surprised that Rice actually caught such a huge fish. He says it's actually sea bream sashimi. He figures that a fish that size would cost at least 300,000 won at the market. Even though it can be cut into bigger pieces to get a better texture, it's worth cutting it as usual. The chef takes a piece of sashimi, dips it in the sea cucumber sauce, and puts it in his mouth. It's incredibly delicious. It's not. The flavor is so bright and the texture is vibrant. Sea bream is best eaten with sea urchin or abalone. It's sashimi made from expensive fish that's hard to catch. You can't just say delicious here. It's in season, so the flesh is fatty and thick, and because of the richness of the sesame oil, the sashimi tastes like beef tartare. That spicy flavor overpowers even the meat-to-weight ratio. Plus, the sauce adds a nice flavor as well. It feels like the ocean splashing in your mouth. Simon says that this is really a once-in-a-lifetime dish. Simon thanks Rice for helping him bring back forgotten memories. They are slowly coming back. Rice is pleased that Simon liked the dish. He asked Meow if he liked it. And Chul said that it was really the best sashimi this time. Reese didn't understand why Simon was suddenly so polite. He turned around and realized that it wasn't Simon who was speaking, but Yi Chul. Yi Chul said that he was always nearby, so they quickly met again. Rice asked Yi Chul if it worked out well this time. Yi Chol replied that it was just a phenomenal success. Yi Chol said that in real life, he is a 90-year-old man, and now the young man has granted his wish. He says that Rice granted the old man's wish, so he should thank him. And there's no need to refuse, they're not children. Park Yi Chul says he'll come up first in the search results. If a friend searches for him, he said to come to his office, he'll be waiting. As he left, Yi Chul thanked Rice again and said he would be waiting for him. Rice said of course he would come see him. The system reported that Yi Chul was out of the game. Simon asked Rice if his friend had left, and then asked him to go with him somewhere. Our hero agreed and said that he would go with Simon right now wherever he invited him. They walked up to a small wooden house. Simon hesitated and knocked on the door. In his head he prayed that whoever was behind that door was alive and well. No one opened. Simon pushed the door, it opened. A child's voice said the word, "Daddy." Inside the cabin stood a little boy who couldn't believe his eyes. He cried and asked Simon if he was really his daddy. Simon cried too and held out his arms to his son and said it was true. He was back. Simon named the boy Terry. Rice stands, darting his eyes around. He's trying to piece together all the data he has. Terry and Simon hug as hard as they can. The boy asks his dad where he's been for so long. Simon only repeats that he's sorry, sorry, sorry. Terry asks Simon where Mom is. He replies that his memories came back, then Mom's should too. Rice thought to himself that this was very thoughtful. Linked quests. Luna was already rushing home as well. She was very happy that both Terry and Simon were safe. Simon is happy that his wife has her memory back too. Terry is happy that his mom is here too. She holds out her arms to her son and tells him that she reached as far as the ocean after losing her memories. The family hugs tightly and each swears that they will never leave each other and will always be together. Rice asks if there is anything to treat them to in honor of such an occasion and has prepared their best dishes for them. The system reported that the sad Terry quest was complete. A magnificent magical bow had been purchased. Terry ran up to him to tell him something. He said that the name of the rocky mountain that can be seen from here is Guba. He says it's home to demons who are subject to the devil. That guy is watching Lou Barton and interfering with them. The young man remembered that last time a goblin showed up unexpectedly. So everything may look peaceful on the outside, but in reality, it will turn out to be quite different. The system gave a new quest, Save Gale. We need to exterminate the Dark Followers on Mount Guba. Our hero stared at the mountain on the horizon, asking himself if he should go to that mountain. We are transported to the time of the battle. A rider on horseback fights for Sir Ryden. He realizes why the quest involves archery, because horsemen are difficult to fight at close quarters. Rice ponders the need to have the rider fall first. Then he will fight him on the ground. Rice is looking for the enemy's weak spot. The rider is bearing down on Rice directly head-on, shouting triumphantly about Sir Ryden. The young man concentrates all his strength and all his skills and delivers a critical blow. After the rider falls, Rice orders Meow and Electron to attack the rider with all his might. Electron flies at the rider, ready to launch a lightning discharge, and the kitten spreads her claws. Ryder looks disdainfully at the creatures Rice sent. He tells him that this is fooling around. We need to fight on our own. But he didn't have time to finish his sentence. He was attacked en masse from multiple directions. Rice had gotten the koi and was now moving on horseback. He reached the fortress of Beatrice. He says that the NPS mentioned this place when he completed Marina's quest. Everything seems so new now, it looks like a city. The area is filled with people. Meow watches people haggling, looking for quest partners. In some nook and cranny, Rice saw two people. One asks the other why he threw something away. One says he can't swallow it anymore. The other says the first one won't die if he eats it and makes him eat it. The girl in red yells that the taste is fine. She can't eat anymore because she's full. She tries to shove some purple substance at the guy, telling him to eat every last crumb. Rice walks up to the strange company and asks if they're on a quest by any chance. The girl says it's a quest to increase the sympathy of this NPS. She cooked a meal for him. Rice can't believe she wants to feed it to him. The girl takes a closer look at the young man, notices the white hair and cloak, and realizes that the one in front of her is the one. Rice confesses that it's really him. Meanwhile, the guy is throwing up rainbows. The girl says her name is Eliza, and she's an alchemist and also a huge Rice fan. He asked if he could participate in the quest too. He thought Eliza reminded him of someone. Elise said Rice could do whatever he wanted. He said he'd cook something then. He decided to crack an egg first, add 1/3 of a tablespoon of sugar and salt. Then he evenly fried the bacon on both sides to brown on medium heat so there would be less grease. And for the final touch, Rice used the signature Firemaster. This is the best scrambled egg. A chatterbox with a saturation of 40 by 40 minutes, 20 to strength, 3 to speed. Guy thanks the chef for a proper meal, but Eliza shoves him away with the words that she'll have the famous meal first. But he asks Eliza to let the guy eat first. She agrees. The system gave the secret quest, Return of Starling. You have to teach Starling one or more recipes to cure him. The cook asked Elise if she liked her scrambled eggs. She said she thought tasting his food would become a hobby. Ray suggested that Elise try cooking the dish he had just made. Elise happily agreed and decided to start right away. Some guy has found a treasure and thanks Tiger for it because he's the best in the fight. Some guy reaches out his hand to be the first to grab the treasure, but the system says that the safe time limit has been exhausted and the game is logged out. Guy wakes up in the real world. He looks really dazed. His brother comes into the room and asks what's wrong. The guy says it's a terrible game. It just disconnected and wouldn't save. The brother tells Hen to calm down, but Hen is hysterical on the bed. He thinks the others must have already taken his part. The brother thought something serious had happened. He advised to go easy on the game and says he's going out to eat. Hen says to go together. He is very hungry and will pay for the food. The brother refuses. Hen says it's a very good noodle restaurant. He asks not to coddle but to follow him. The brother says he doesn't like the noodles. He'll go to his usual place, where they serve incredible bibimbap. These are brothers who don't care about the name of the restaurant they go to. In fact, they go to the same place. At Changmeng's restaurant, the manager asks Mira if she took the fried rice to table 4. One of the brothers says that even the fried rice tastes good here. The other replies that he knows that. The guests shout from the room that they are ready to order. Mira runs to their table. Mira says the guests demand the first order. There's noodles with kimchi. The director asks her to tell the guests that they need a couple more minutes. Rice has finished preparing the requested dish and asks Mira to pick it up. Mira replies that she'll be right there and tells the guests that the kimchi noodles are on their way out. The assistants tell Mira that she was right and that sales are going well. The guys reach Changmen's restaurant and finally realize that they were talking about the same place. One of the brothers ordered the buckwheat noodles with perilla oil just like he wanted. He ordered 2 portions at once. He took the second portion to his brother to try. They both liked it. It tasted the same as it did at the fair. Mira said that these noodles are very popular now because they are really tasty. Hen says he was worried about the availability. This place seems to be very popular. Hen's brother says he was hoping to see this famous chef today. Hen says his brother is always playing and not eating at all, so he brought him here. Mira suddenly recognized Hen's brother as the famous composer. Aram came out and said hello to Hen and his friend, but Hen said that he was his brother. The brother introduced himself and said his name was John Ju, and it was a pleasure to meet him. He also told no one to play games. He explained that in reality, there is a time limit. Aram is surprised that Ju is also playing reality games. Ju said that his level is pretty high, but he's not sure if Aram has heard of him. John Ju says his nickname in the game is Tiger. Aram almost freaks out at this news. Janju says that I think Aram's voice sounds familiar to him. Cooking Chef Reality knows him. And then it hits Tiger. It was Rice himself. They started talking about the fate that brought them together so well. He came back to reality. He wants to look for Ecole. He tells May that he'll look for him and then they'll play together. In a first and last name search, Rice found a man named Park Ecole. He turns out to be the president of Artlanders. Rice said it was one of the biggest companies in the country. Rice decides it's fate. He tells Meow that he seems to have done well in front of Ecole, but their conversation is distracted by something flying through the sky screaming Rice's name. It's Ather and he's flying a homemade, very strange machine. He's glad he finally found Rice. Ather lands and asks how him is doing with his bamboo greatopter. He's not surprised that Ather can fly now, too. Ather said he is a tinker and it's easy for him. Next time he will make a submarine. Ather says he came because he has something for Rice. He held out an armored blade mixed with the blood of a white snow snake to him. His friend asked Ather if he made it himself and said it was cool. Ather asked Rice to try out the blade. The young man examines his new blade and tells Ather that he could sleep a great blacksmith. Ather says he's not such a good blacksmith, but the blade turned out pretty good. Thanks to him and his items, Ather has increased his level. Our hero is grateful to Ather for giving him such a cool item. I think Ather said something about armor. Ather told him to think about the armor scabbard. The system reported that the snow-white sword scabbard was being equipped. At that very second, incredible things began to happen to Rice. A snow-white armor formed on his body. Ather said with a wise look that the compatibility was perfect and asked him if it fit him. Ather is shocked to see the blade turned into armor. It looks very interesting. Ather says it's a one-handed sword, so you can fight with 2 swords at once at the same time. Rice didn't understand how that is. Flying away, Ather said that now they will win together and wished to enjoy today's game. Rice pondered the thought of a double blade, whether it would have better efficiency. He urgently needs to try it out now. The young man went to find himself some people and adventures. He found a couple of guys who were happy to see him and started asking him for help with the quest right away. He said he would help some Hepsilim and started cooking like a god. The men said that this was not the help they asked for. Our hero wished them a pleasant appetite and said that now their strength and stamina would increase. But their conversation was not destined to continue, because from nowhere a warrior swooped in and almost knocked Rice off his feet. This is Gourmet. He looked at Rice unkindly and said that he had been looking for him for a long time. Rice was not very happy to see him. He asked Gourmet why he was looking for him. Meanwhile, the Snow White sword scabbard equipment was cancelled. Gourmet asked why Rice wasn't responding to his messages. Rice hesitated to answer. Gurman reiterated that he hadn't looked at his messages. But it didn't matter because he had finally found him. Gurman grabbed his comrade by the shoulders and very earnestly asked him to cook for him personally. Someone's voice from above ordered Gourmet to look up and then stop interrupting him. If the Gourmet wanted to eat, he could buy food from the restaurant where the cooks were trained. Why harass and bother the person? This is Eliza. She's determined to protect her comrade and she's not going to let it slide. She climbs down and yells for the Gourmet not to dare put his claws on their Rice's shoulders. In flight, Eliza opens a vial of green liquid. That's her super-powered tech. She's aiming it at the Gourmet. She conceived a chemical reaction between zinc and sulfuric acid to release hydrogen. But something went wrong and she just fell between Rice and the Gourmet. Rice asked Eliza if she was okay, and Gourmet said Eliza was stupid. Elise told Gourmet to shut up. Alchemists need to memorize all the spells to activate skills. So Gourmet is lucky. Gourmet says his profession is gourmet. There's nothing wrong with a foodie looking for a skillful cook. Besides, Gourmet didn't come empty-handed. With those words, he began to show him what he had. Eliza took the eraser grass and said that it was inedible. She asked why Gourmet carries it around with him. Rice says it's one of the ingredients in plastic. This herb can be used to create a container, for example. Eliza agrees that this herb can be used to create disposable items if you have the skill to make it. Rice wants Eliza to help him create disposable items in exchange for him teaching her how to cook. Eliza runs away. Our hero started thinking how he could sort all these items. A little boy asked Rice for permission to help him, but the Gourmet took the boy by the scruff of his neck and started to pull him away. The boy asked to be left alone for once. He hasn't eaten anything all day. He heard these words and asked the boy when he last ate. The boy asked if he was a stranger because someone had told him that strangers give money. The foodie impatiently asked our hero if he would do this quest. The boy said that everyone in the slum has no money, so they starve for days. He asked Rice to cook something for him. He agrees and invites the foodie to join him. Rice says he can cook something with most of his ingredients. Toth says that in exchange he can eat as much as he wants of whatever he cooks. The Gourmet says he has already completed that quest, but there is no choice. Our hero, with Gourmet's help, set up an amazing table for the slum dwellers. There were happy cheers everywhere. He announced the opening of the buffet from Rice and began to distribute a plate to each person. People didn't immediately believe that they could take anything and eat it. Rice said they could eat as much as they wanted with no leftovers. The foodie watches Rice and thinks this kid is too kind. People come up and fill up on their food and say they haven't eaten so well in a long time. The young man pours sauce over half the chicken for them so it's sweet and crispy. And this is flounder sushi, pure flavor from this white meaty fish. Flavorful bulgogi with charcoal roasted mushrooms. And for dessert, a thin seafood flour pancake. It's fantastic. The boy the chef met in the plaza eats with gusto. The Gourmet is not very pleased that the little boy got what he wanted. He listens to the cries of the people. He is pleased that people are enjoying the food and thinks he should try it too. The young boy caught a glimpse of Gourmet, who looked like a hungry beast devouring everything around him. By eating the food, the Gourmet gets new points, plus 1 point for persistence in devouring, plus 1 point to defense against devouring. Rice has created a place where people can eat to their heart's content, plus a nice option to choose from. Rice received the Magnanimous Heart Award. With a dream of opening a restaurant, Rice had long wanted to see such a picture. The chef was eager to start tasting his own dishes, but his meal was interrupted by the voice of the game's attendant. The voice said, "At this moment, an army of goblins has surrounded Beatrice's manor. Their numbers are reaching 1,000. In an hour, the management will start a grand event. Defense of Lubarton. Users who want to help stop the army can create a group. The group that deals the most damage to the enemy will be awarded rewards and rare items related to their professions. Since time is short, we ask everyone who wants to participate to hurry up." The leader wished all users the best of luck. In the sky above the city, a countdown sign lit up. People around immediately began to hustle and recruit people to their teams. Some are offering themselves and listing their merits. Gurman asked Rice if he's going to join a team. The system informs that Gurman has applied to join a team. He asks Rice to join him. Rice and EPI slam their fist against each other as a sign of allegiance. The system reports that Rice has joined the team of Epicure's player. EPI says they need 4 more people. He asks if he has any friends who might be able to join. He looks at his contact list and asks Ather if he wants to join them on the quest. Ather says he was just about to write to him about it. He would be very happy to go on the quest together. Melina also agrees to participate and asks him to send her an invitation. Rice calls Sinkin, and it turns out he wouldn't mind doing the defense quest together either. The final invitee was the King Macho. He hadn't picked his team for the quest yet and gladly agreed to be on Rice's team. Epicurus expected Rice to have a lot of friends. Rice said just the ones he has. Everyone began to slowly join their comrades. The system named the team leader and the lineup of members. Melina says they haven't seen each other in a while since their last gathering, despite the fact that she sees him every day. The King Macho naively starts to panic. He tells him that he's afraid of strangers. Sinkin decides to play along with him. Rice introduces Coral Macho by telling him that he is a farmer. The King Macho feels that the others are friends both in reality and in life. There are 30 minutes left before the quest begins. Everyone is frantically trying to get something to buy, something to improve. He said that the equipment is good, but he has something better. All the team members stopped to listen carefully to Rice's proposal. Rice had prepared an incredible curry for everyone. 30 minutes of saturation, plus points to attack and defense. He applied the shrewd chef's eye. This skill gives advice on certain ingredients in addition to cooking information. If incredible curry is combined with best rice and best fried egg, the synergy of rice and curry appears. Following the discerning eye of a chef, combine them in this recipe. This can create the best combination ever. You get the best curry rice. A satiety of 90 for 40 minutes, plus points to attack and defense. Shinken says the effects are effects, but it's more than that. The smell of curry with warm rice and spicy egg, everything combines. Thanks to these dishes, the team's fighting power has increased to 200%. The reality leadership once again welcomed everyone present. The quest defense of Lubarton is about to begin. Epicure's team is on full alert. In 26 seconds, it will begin. The crowd of zombies are also at the ready. They're coming for Mr. Adrian. They are ready to burn Beatrice to the ground tonight. Melina asks Ather if he's worried. Ather replies that it's just a game, so no. They looked into the distance. In addition to the zombies, more wooden golems came to the battle. The system announced 10 seconds to the start of the battle. Epicurus's team is on full alert. The last seconds passed, and the army of zombies and goblins rushed into the city. Ather asks the Coral Macho if he can make the stone trees grow. The King Macho replies that no problem. Rice and Ather decide to charge a huge catapult. They use the skill High Damage Catapult. Ather gives the okay for him to attack. The young man releases the clutch, and a huge stone ball comes off the catapult and flies off in the direction of the horde of monsters. One of the zombies sees the stone ball approaching, but his brains are not enough to do anything urgent. The stone ball performed its function perfectly and crushed several monsters on the spot. He Meow and Electronchick also liked the effect of the high-damage catapult. King Macho fights zombies and golems hand-to-hand with cold weapons. He uses Pulse Strike. Suddenly, Meow jumps out of his seat. He seems to be up to something and hasn't told anyone. Meow bursts into the crowd of zombies at full speed and blows them to smithereens. Epicurus flies to his aid. The team seems to be working very well together. Epicurus doesn't use any weapons. All he needs is a punch from his fist to knock out a green zombie. The King Macho is still in ecstasy and realistic about everything that is happening, but Melina interrupts his reverie and calls for help. Melina juggles her wonderful battle symbols, and it seems to be a great weapon. Shinken performs War Song. She has raised her command buff for 30 minutes, adding points to attack, defense, and agility. The King Macho is perplexed by the song, but he immediately realized what the point was when he felt the increase in strength. He was immediately overwhelmed with power and used the skill Field Flash. Shinken appreciated the perfectly used skill. Melina had time to glance at the King Macho's antics and noted to herself that he was incredible. That second that Melina was distracted, it was enough for the zombie to seize the moment and strike her. From the surprise, Melina didn't have time to prepare and fend off the attack. She fell to the ground. The zombie prepares to deliver another blow to Melina. He screams his love for Mr. Adrian. But Melina still manages to get her bearings and quickly apply the Complaint Strike skill. The green monster is defeated. Melina is very pleased with herself, but she doesn't deny that it was dangerous on her part. Perhaps she should be a little more serious. But again, her reverie was taken advantage of by another zombie and loomed over her with an axe. Lucky for her, Ather was nearby and had time to use his unification skill and Tick's trap. At that very second, the zombie's arms were bound in iron pincers and he stopped moving. He asked Medina to step back and applied the skill Powerful Spring, and in a second, the zombie was flying into space. Ather helped Melina up and asked if she was okay and if she needed any potions. Melina replied that she was fine and alive, thanks to him. Ather said that they are not aiming to get first place, so one should just stay alive until the end. The leadership reported that the goblin army was down by 2/3. The goblins began to slow down the pace of the offensive. When Epicurus found himself next to Rice, he asked if he had any buffs. Rice hesitated to answer. But Rice got his bearings and said he had the Joy of Satiety buff. He immediately applied it, and the system reported that the command buff had increased 10% on basic stats. Electronic also contributed to the overall battle and hit a bunch of zombies with a powerful lightning strike. This command does some serious damage. The leadership reported that the phase had changed as half the time had passed. The wooden golems were coming. The young man froze when he saw the wooden golems. Some thoughts swirled in his mind. He remembered his fishing trip with Simon. He asked Simon if he could catch all the pieces of the golem, but Simon only smirked. Simon said that Rice has quite a few pieces. You have to wait a bit when all the golem pieces are collected. Our hero, holding the parts of the golem in his hand, said to the imaginary Simon that he would be good to be right. In a second, a huge stone Dol Harubang grew before everyone's eyes. People froze in incomprehension as to where Dol Harubang had come from out of nowhere. They don't understand if the golem is technically on their side or not. Rice doesn't understand why he can see everything from such a great height. Everyone down there seems like a bug. And then he starts to realize that he's suddenly magically become a giant stone golem called Dol Harubang. The King Macho says he doesn't know what it is. But while Rice holds off the golems, they need to focus on attacking. The young man can see that the others have some kind of plan, but he himself still doesn't understand what he is supposed to do in this huge body. The system tells him that the exclusive golem skills, rooting and column breaking, can be used. Rice decides to not think and go for it. He grabs the other golem by the body and with his weight rolls it to the ground. With the golem on the ground, Rice uses rooting and the golem fuses to the ground. The golem is delayed and the team uses this time as a chance for a productive attack. Rice watches this fun. You can't find fantasy movies like this. Kaki expected adding Dol Harubang was a great idea. In the reality leadership, everyone is engrossed in watching the battle unfold. Letitia's assistant says that the battle is ending and the boss needs to rest. Letitia says she needs to make sure there are no bugs. The assistant says that the magician's team is in first place and Epicurus's team is in second place with 690,000 damage. Letitia doesn't understand why Epicurus' team has so little damage. Our hero decided to destroy as many monsters as possible while he is golem. Suddenly, the system reported that the 10-minute limit had expired and golemization was complete. Rice was stunned to hear this, but he was even more stunned when he began to fall down in his human form. In flight, he decided to make an emergency use of the armored blade. The system reported that the armor was on. The 30 minutes had begun. Rice, dressed in snow-white armor on a snow-white horse with 2 swords, rushed into battle. At this time, his team is doing very well against the remaining Galumas. The King Macho applied a maximum charge. The guide reported that the last wooden golem had been destroyed. The quest, Defense of Lubarton, has been successfully completed. The warriors raised their weapons upwards and cheered. The system reported the acquisition of the title Defender of Lubarton. The King Macho and Melina shout joyfully to him that all of their team survived. Sinkin says that thanks to Rice's golem motion, their team's damage is just skyrocketing. He hopes they can claim a spot. Management has finally tallied up the results and reported that Team Epicure is in first place, beating Team Trickster by 2 points. All members of Epicure's first place team will receive a special professional item. Epicurus is very pleased with himself and his team. But the team of the magician is in decline. They were separated from the first dream by only 2 points. He got the Beatrice family seal of honor. He's glad he was on Epicure's team. Everyone survived and also won. The leadership is also happy with the results of the battle. Now they can go rest. Letitia is especially pleased with Rice. He's done well this time too. A team of a cook, a waiter, a blacksmith, and a musician and a gourmet took first place. Backup of the administrator's information. The game update is complete. Administrator mode has been disabled. Heian gets out of bed and removes the headphones from his head. On the TV screen is footage from the game. Heian was worried about the first large-scale raid. Fortunately, there were no bugs and everything went off without a hitch. 3,000 users participated in the quest. The game informed Heian that they would be monitoring the administrative server. Heian logged in once more to look at Rice's team. She's quite intriguing. Han ponders that she would be interested in playing together. She thinks about trying to play with Rice on a second character. Come to think of it, Ha-eun hasn't eaten anything. The pancakes of their kimchi she had recently gobbled up looked very appetizing. She ordered food from a restaurant with delivery. The courier left the package at the door and wished her a pleasant appetite. They brought tofu with kimchi. Ha-en thinks that since it's tofu, it'll probably be soft. Ha-en instructs herself not to overdo, not to eat everything. The main thing is to eat at least a little bit. She puts a small piece of tofu with kimchi in her mouth and chews. That's already a success. Now she tries to focus on the texture. The tofu is soft and the flavor of the fried kimchi adds spice. Ha-eun thinks, that's so far so good. If it continues to be like this, it'll be fine. Memories pop into his head again. The mom from the past asks Ha-en if she's eaten. You have to eat on time. Ha-en's food gets stuck in her throat. She chokes and starts coughing. It's the same thing again today. Ha-en's throat feels like it's on fire. She asks the universe for recovery. She doesn't want to be sick anymore. On the screen at the live game broadcast, Rice praises everyone for a great job and presents everyone with leftovers from last night's buffet. He hands out wings to his friends and says that eating after working hard is the best. Ha-en puts his food away with conversations from the game playing in the background. The players discuss pizza and ask Rice to make it for them. Rice says he has pizza too. He cooked it recently and still has some left over. He pulls out the pizza and is the first to munch on a slice. Ha-eun looks at the hero through the screen and tearfully thinks how he can eat so happily. Ha-eun wants to be happy too. She wants to be the same as before. She wants to overcome it, and she will overcome it. No matter if she's in pain, she'll definitely recover. Esophagitis and trauma won't stop her happiness. Meanwhile, back in reality, Rice's team is busy gluttonizing. Meow has already stuffed his belly and is sleeping. Someone called out to the owner. It's the magician. He congratulated Rice on his first place and readily admitted his loss. The magician offers him friendship. Rice shakes the magician's hand. He had seen the magician fight earlier. His skills were very impressive. Epicurus is about to leave. He needs to walk around and eat some monsters he hasn't eaten yet. Epicurus told him that if he found any new ingredients, he would bring them to him. Rice said he would be very grateful. Sinkin is getting ready to leave as well. Rice tells Sinkin that it was a lot of fun. He would love to work together next time. Sinkin is out of the game and wakes up in his room. He is lying on his mattress with unopened boxes and a guitar next to him. He gets out of bed and thinks that being on a team with Rice is a lot of fun. Sinkin remembers that GK has a new song coming out today. He needs to listen to it. The singer didn't understand how the title song could be in last place, how he sang it to make it that way. Sinkin listens to the track. He thinks that GK has taken it too far. He should have swapped the joyful original rap song for a rock ballad. He believes that if you're going to do it right, instead of ignoring the chorus and shouting out the high notes. Toth threw out his headphones and said that GK's skills are still at a very low level. Sinkin sits sadly on his mattress and doesn't understand the purpose of GK stealing his song in the first place. It's a sunny morning. A typical high-rise building looms in the middle of a blue, slightly cloudy sky. Adher wakes up, stretches, and thinks about how nice it is to wake up late after all this time. Adher asks Winnie's smart speaker to turn on the Lemon Chat songs. Winnie turns on the music. Adher listens to the track and listens, and something alarms him about it. Next to Hen, some other guy in a lettuce t-shirt says he was going to use a massage chair. Hen says that's the song that came out today. Hen doesn't understand why GK is singing a song he wrote. The guy in the lettuce t-shirt is surprised that Hen worked with GK, but Hen says he only works with talented people. Hen doesn't understand how this happened, after all. He gave the song to the talented newcomer who was recording the demo. Iram is already at work cooking. He hears conversations from the audience. Someone came in and says hello. Ji-woon brought his friend to Jangmung. Ji-woon said that the food here is delicious. Melina confirmed what he said. Little Jae-yoon is also here reading a book. He listens to what the guests are talking about. Ji-woon asks if they have the ingredients for the buckwheat noodles with perilla oil. Melina says they have a special menu. The chef cooks something special for everyone. Jang-ju sat down with a kid and asked what he was reading. Jae-young replies that he's reading Aesop's Fables. Ju doesn't know what that is, but Jae-yoon isn't surprised that the goofball doesn't know what the book is. Mira peeks into the kitchen and asks Iram if he will join their company. Iram replied that of course he would. He had prepared a special dish today. Iram presented his friends with thick soybean paste with samhepsel. Mira says that the menu is perfectly chosen, but you can't expect anything else from Iram. Baby says that it looks very tasty. Iram starts telling that the dish includes a delicacy and spicy snail. If you put that in the rice and add some soy sauce, it will be very tasty. Jungju scooped himself a boatload of it and thanked Iram for the excellent meeting. After tasting the dish, Ju was no longer so cheerful, for his mouth and face began to blaze with fire. Through his tears, he shouts to Iram. Iram tells Ju not to eat too much spicy food at once. He should eat as he recommended. A song comes from the speaker with the lyrics, "The day you left me, it started raining and tears came from my eyes." Ji-woon asked Mira to turn off the song. Mira was surprised that he didn't like GK. Ji-woon revealed that he had a hobby. He used to write songs. When he got a good song, he decided to find the right vocals for it. He takes his work very seriously. And then a producer he knew suggested one new vocalist, and he gave him the song. Ji-woo said that Ji-woon has the rights to this song, but Ji-woo said he just gifted it without registering the copyright. Iram thought about it and said that he had heard something like that somewhere before. Iram began to remember a similar conversation. Arthur asked Sinkin when he had time. Shinkin replied that he was free, but money was tight. The song he was supposed to get was picked up by another singer, so his debut was cancelled. Iram asked Ji if he remembered the name of that newcomer. The man asked what the question was about. Iram explained that he thought he had heard a similar story. He asked if that person's name was Dong-wook. Ji said he remembers the voice. Iram said that he knows someone who said he had a song stolen from him. That's why his debut was cancelled. Ha-eun is in her apartment. She managed to eat a whole plate of food. She didn't vomit. I think it's the first time since that day. Memories again. Her parents are dead. The baby is scared to sleep alone, very cold, scared of the dark. There's a man sitting next to her. It's her grandfather. He asks the girl if she's heard the phrase, "Let's eat together sometime." Usually this phrase is meaningless, but he says it when he really wants to see this person. To him, this phrase sounds very warm. So he tells Ha-in that he wants to eat with her sometime. He'll wait for her here. He asks her not to think about her being a loner and asks to have fun times together. He says he will wait for her so they can eat together again. He says it will be very hard in the future, but not to think that she's alone. He's hopeful that the girl will be happy. Sangmin is sitting in his restaurant. It's closed. No one is there but him. Chang-meng sits at a plate of rice and sashimi. A guy with purple hair is lounging on a chaise lounge. His name is K. He tells the others to work while he takes a nap. It's on a movie set. An assistant walks up to him with some news. The assistant asks if the guy saw today's article in the entertainment section. K says he's too busy to follow it. Besides, what could there be but articles praising his new song? The assistant says he sent him a message, so the boss better take a look for himself. K does open the news and starts listening. There's an interview with Janju in which Oh says that the songs were just practice. The assistant says that it looks like Janju is really pissed off. He will contact the company and ask them to remove the article. K is really angry. He won't let Janju do that to him. He will regret looking down on K. Iram is out on the town tonight. He's waiting for someone. Suddenly, someone shouts at him. It's Dong-wook. He apologized for making Iram wait so long. Iram says there's no need to apologize. He just came. It's okay. Dong-wook was surprised when Iram asked to see him. He asked what happened. Iram suggested to start with something to eat and then start talking. Dong-wook looks at the delicious table and thinks he hasn't eaten chicken feet in ages. Iram asked Dong-wook if he likes chicken feet. He wasn't sure and ordered a small portion. Dong-wook said he used to only eat them. Dong-wook thinks to himself that he doesn't have much money, so he was hesitant to come to meet Iram or not. Iram and Dong-wook happily had a drink to each other's health. Iram reminded Dong-wook that last time they had a conversation about the stolen song. He asked what had happened since then. Dong-wook said that he had been working on that song for a year, so there was no time to even get a part-time job. He can't ask his parents for money at that age, so it was a shame. He thought he wasn't cut out for it after all. Dong-wook says that no matter how hard he tried, things didn't go his way. The song ended up being stolen. Iram asks if GK's manager knows about it. Dong-wook says of course he does. Iram doesn't understand what kind of people these people are. Iram pours more for himself and his friend. He asks if Dong-wook left the company. Dong-wook says he couldn't stay with the company, the one that stole his songs. Dong-wook was so drunk that he knocked over a glass and fell asleep on the table. In his sleep, he hummed the lyrics to his songs. The other bar patrons didn't understand why the guy was singing GK songs, but they liked the voice. He seemed to sing even better than GK. Iram hears people saying that this guy's voice is much better than GK's voice. They get Dong-wook on camera. Dong-wook finishes the last line and falls asleep for good. The listeners say that the face is not wine in the frame. Maybe put it on the street musicians channel. Meanwhile, Jang-ju finally finished a new song after many hours of work. The track itself is much better than the damn GK track. But Jang-ju doesn't know who he can give this song to. No matter who he listens to, he doesn't like anyone. He can't give it to just anyone. Jang-ju sees a news story on the internet with 700,000 views with the headline, "Repeated GK Drunken Food Truck." He looks closely at the video and realizes that the back of one of the characters looks a lot like Irim's back. He zooms in closer on the image. Yes, it is indeed Irim's back. Ju turns on the video again. The day you threw me away and left, rain poured down from the sky, and tears accumulated in my eyes. Ju remembered how Irim had told him that he knew this aspiring singer. He had once said that another artist had stolen his songs. Ju smirked slyly and thought that he seemed to have found his singer. Irim wrote to John Wook and offered to introduce him to someone. John Wook has no idea who that might be. If it's an acquaintance of Irim's, he can probably be trusted. While there's time, John Wook decides to look up the prices at the restaurant they're meeting at. The prices turned out to be mind-boggling. 1,500 won per serving. That's pretty damn expensive. Dong Wook is already imagining asking to pay for just himself, or paying for 2 people and not paying a dime. Dong Wook thinks that if he wasn't a wimp, he could debut a better song. Starting today, he's going to practice singing again. Someone called out to him. Dong Wook turned around. Behind him is composer Jang Ju. Jang Ju and Dong Wook walk into a restaurant and order 2 servings of a fermented seafood specialty there. Ju tells Do Wook to eat and not to be shy, but the man is still very stiff. He can't believe he's eating with Jang Ju. It's like a dream. Jang Ju says it's his first time here, but people he knows said it's delicious. Dong Wook thinks about how he's never seen or tasted such exquisite food. Jang says he heard about Dong Wook's friendship with Irim. Jang Ju said that they were able to meet today because of Irim. Ji-yu says he heard about the song stealing and the thwarted debut. Ju says he knows that Wook recorded the song that GK is singing now. He says he made sure of his talent back then. If Dong Wook didn't have talent, Ju wouldn't have given him his song. Ju says if it's okay with Wook, he'll give him another song. Wook froze. Ju says Dong Wook cannot answer right away. You can think as much as he wants, but Dong Wook already jumped up and bowed deeply with gratitude. He said he would consider it an honor, but Jang Ju stopped him. He asked him not to thank him yet because the road to the song's release would not be easy. And maybe Dong Wook will return his thanks after 1,000 tries, but Dong Wook assured Ju that he would sing 100 or 1,000 times. Ji-yu suggested we head straight to the studio. Switching to reality, the login is being performed. Eliza tries to cook a dish, but instead of tasty noodles, it turned out to be a burnt dish. Rice doesn't understand how this happened. He comforts the girl, saying that he wasn't that good in the beginning either. If you keep trying, you can become successful at cooking. Rice is contacted by the King Macho. He asks to meet with him right away. He says he has found a great place. The young man asks Elise if she wants to go with him. Elisa replies that she doesn't want to. As soon as she is done with this, she is out of the game. Reese teleported over to the Coral Macho. The Coral Macho greeted him and said they are at a point where many are giving up. Coral Macho points to the top of the mountain and says that he seems to have found a way to get there. He says that he was going to go there alone at first, but he got something and decided to send Rice up there. He enthusiastically says that sounds great and asks what he needs to do. The King Macho handed him a giant's bean. This is the bean that giants eat. The young man told the Coral Macho that his glowing eyes would not help. This bean he could not eat. But the Coral Macho snatched back the bean from Rice's hands and planted it in the ground. The King Macho ordered the bean to grow, and it began to grow at an unprecedented rate. The King Macho told him to grab the vine quickly. Our hero, in bewilderment, grabbed the vine, and it began to carry him higher and higher, following the growth of the giant stem. The cook rushed upward with the vine until it threw him to the top of the years. The King Macho watched from below. Rice saw a place that looked like a secret dungeon. He ponders when to get off the vine. He decides to jump right now in flight. He asks Electron to help Meow with the landing. Electron catches the kitty and notes that the kitty is not fluffy at all, but rather fat. After a few seconds of flying, Rice landed on solid ground. Meow and Electron joined him. He noticed that it was rather quiet. Looking at the gate, he told the pets that they should go this way, but someone stopped him. The blue-haired creature asked Rice who told him it was safe to come here. The creature said it was their master's resting place. If you walk around without a guide, you could get lost and die. Rice was very surprised at these words and asked the creature who he was. The creature introduced himself as Tom. Tom said that he was the guardian of this tomb. Our hero returned to the city, put the kitten down on the ground and said that was enough for today. Rice left the game, and Ma remained sitting on the sidewalk thinking about what to do. In a moment, a beautiful blue butterfly landed on Meow's nose. Then it flew up and took him with it. Meow did not think about anything. He just followed the butterfly where it led him. The butterfly led the kitten into the forest where he met Mishka and Hare. They greeted Meow and said they remembered him. Meow's mind flashed back to unpleasant memories associated with the cave. But Bear said they had shrunk because they had lost the witch's magic. As a sign of apology, Mishka held out a chamomile to the kitten, but the kitten did not understand and decided that this chamomile should be eaten. Mishka and Bunny did not understand at first, but then they guessed that the kitten was just hungry. The bunny said that the kitten must have eaten nothing all day if he had come from such a faraway place. He asked where his master had gone. Mishka and Bunny said that since they were connected by history, they would find meow food. They really don't know what to feed cats. They saw an apple on a tree. It was very pretty and surely a cat should like it. But the apple was too high, not easy to reach. Then Mishka came up with a clever plan. Mishka kicked the hare and he flew high enough to flick a few apples with his paw. One of the falling apples fell on Meow's head, giving him a huge bump. After the apples, Mishka's gaze fell on oriental melons. It seemed to them that the cat should like such things. Meow had never eaten melons, but he really enjoyed rolling them. Mishka split the melon in two with a slight movement. Bunny said that if it wasn't for Meow, he wouldn't have seen these beautiful melons. Bunny tasted a piece of the melon. It was the first time he had ever felt such a thing. With each bite, you can feel the crunch, the softness, and the juiciness. The bunny said it was very cool. He only took one bite, but it's so sweet and refreshing. Bunny just fell in love with the oriental melon. Bunny woke up to Meow trying to chew the top of his head off for getting too caught up in his emotions. The next item on the gastro tour was bunches of grapes, which Meow was able to reach by jumping off the bear's belly like a trampoline. The friends picked up whole bales of all sorts of stuff and moved on. They saw a tree with sparse leaves on the ends of the branches. Bunny offered to collect them too, but the bear said that it was dangerous. But the fearless cat took it as a challenge and is going to climb the tree, which grows horizontally on the cliff face. Meow is already in the middle of the tree. At the bottom, two guys are discussing a new skill one of them has and though demonstrating it. One of them asks if they can demonstrate right here. The other says there's no one here, so whatever. The guy walks over to the rock and uses the skill Mega Precision. As he does so, he slams his fist into the rock and there is a stunning explosion. The rock and the tree on it thankfully stay in place, but the kitty is very scared. The kitten clutches at the tree and shakes with fear. Bunny and Mishka are worried that Meow will not faint. Meow tries to slowly move backwards but runs into an invisible obstacle. The system warns of a bug in the reality developers. A map error has occurred. Characters stuck in the Karas are corrected. Meanwhile, the Electron is also traveling. He flies into a forest where other spirits live. He is shouted down by Ani. She asks Electron why he's been coming here so much lately. Electron says he comes to his home. Ani says that's not what she means. She thought Electron made a contract and went to the human world. Ani says that those who are under contract have to clean the house, do all sorts of things while the master is away. Suddenly, someone started calling Electron very insistently and several times. Electron looked down and saw Bunny and Bear. They said that there was trouble and the cook was in danger. Electron was taken aback. He didn't understand how these toys could get here at all. The toys replied that they were made of magic and could get into the spirit realm. They really need help. Electron lamented for a while that he couldn't even rest easy at home. Then he reincarnated and said to be led. Electron follows the toy. He asked what had happened and if it was a trap. The toys replied that no, there was no more witchcraft. Suddenly, Electron saw what he had been brought for. On a tree branch sat an old exhausted kitten. Meow is badly hurt and has aged a lot. Electron wants to fly to the kitten, but he too is bumped against a barrier. The toys say they don't know what it is. Electron scrutinizes the barrier and says he can't feel any magic here. Electron says there is nothing he can do. Bunny tells Bear that they should have brought him here for nothing, but Electron isn't done. He says he can't help himself, but he knows someone who can. The cat brings Paddle and with him a spider. Paddle says that if they're friends of Rice's, of course he'll help them. And the spider said that Rice is the protector of spiders and lizards. It's pretty obvious that he should help Rice's friends. Paddle walked up to the barrier, rested his hand on it, and thought for a while. Finally, after much thought, Paddle realized what the matter was. He asked, listening to him carefully, "The bodies of all creatures have a range for recognizing the terrain of objects. Because of the impact, the cat merged with the branch. To put it simply, the cat became part of the branch." Electron asked if Meow would stay there forever. Paddle said there was one way to get the cat out. He asked again to listen to him carefully. "You have to hit the rock hard again so that the branch and the rocks fall down. But the problem is that the cat will also fall off that rock. The Spider Queen said she would take care of that." Paddle thanked her and said that he would take a beating then. The kitten looked pitifully at the company who decided to try to save him. Paddle told the kitten not to worry. Paddle hit the rock with all his might with his pickaxe. The branch broke off, and the kitten began to fall down. But the Spider Queen had already woven a soul net and was ready to meet the kitten at the bottom. Meow landed safely on the net. It was a soft and safe landing. The kitten climbed down, climbing onto Electro's back. Electro is very happy that Meow is okay, and it's time for them to go back to their master. Rice is very happy to welcome Kitten. Meow brought with him a whole bag of different fruits that he had collected. He thanked the kitten heartily. Meow leaned against him and rumbled softly. Rice took pity on his pet, pressed him to himself, and said that now he would cook him something tasty. Tom asked our hero what his name was. He answered and added that he works as a cook. Tom does not understand how the cook could get to the plane of giants. Tom added that in any case he doesn't belong here, so it's better to give up right away. Of all the passages in the dungeon, only one leads to the actual burial chamber. Tom says that if he wants to know the right way, he must please him, make the best dish. It seems to him that he can never get used to it. Rice notices that Meow has grabbed hold of some strange sprout and is trying to bite it off. Rice told the kitten that it was best not to eat unfamiliar plants. He decided to use the chef's eye skill to figure out what kind of plant it was. It's ramen fern plus eagle fern. Our hero decided to taste the plant, and indeed it tasted like raw ramen. Tom shouted to Rice and asked him if he had forgotten that he had to like the food first. He said that of course he remembered. Right now, he would make a dish that Tom would like. Rice started pulling chrysanthemum leaves, red peppers, chopped green onions, sausage, rice cakes, and canned ham out of the inventory. All of these should be cooked in water with ramen noodles, and then you get a delicious and spicy poo de chige. Tom said that he asked him to indulge, and Rice just cooked poo de chige. He doesn't like this type of dish. The young man says he worked very hard on this dish and asks Tom to taste it at least a little bit. He says the dish should be eaten before it gets cold, but Tom doesn't even want to taste it. Rice asks Meow to chew thoroughly, but when he turns around, he realizes that Meow has already eaten everything. The young man piled a plate of poo de chige for himself as well. He missed that spicy armature so much. One must take a spoonful of the fragrant soup and then dip it into the delicate rice. And the whole thing should be immediately put into the mouth without delay. Well-cooked and delicious sausages, steamed rice soaked in broth. Tom, looking at Rice's shower of outpourings, decided to try it too, but the noodles were too long for him. Tom threw the noodles right in his face, but he remained unfazed. He said that just because the noodles were long didn't mean they weren't tasty. On his next attempt, Tom burst into a yell about the broth being too hot. Tom yells that he burned his tongue and his whole mouth, and now he can't speak. Meow listens wearily to all of Tom's whining about every little thing, but Rice's stamina is enviable. Finally, Tom puts his spoon into the empty plate and says he's full. Tom's face changed, and he said it was really good. Rice was sure it would be. Tom said that Rice had managed to make him happy so he would keep his promise. Tom opened the doors to the cave and invited Rice with him, saying he would show him the way to the master. Meanwhile, in the recording studio, Dong-wook is slowly working on his new song. Jong-ju asks him to stretch out one word a little longer. He says it needs a little ad libitum in here. Ju says that you don't need to stretch it out that long because that way the meaning is lost. You have to keep the emotional component again. The guys sit down to eat. Ji-yu asked Dong-wook how he liked the first record. Dong-wook said it was a little difficult, but interesting. Dong-wook thought to himself that this moment was sweeter than any cream bun. He probably hadn't had such a happy moment in his life yet. The fish that Ji-yu bought is so delicious. Dong-wook agrees to work with him even if he has to re-record the song 100 times. Jong-ju thinks that Dong-wook really seems to like everything. It's been a long time since he's seen someone who's as serious about music. The guys have really re-recorded 100 times. Ji-yu's meticulousness seems to be the norm. Dong-wook is tired, but since this was his dream, he feels happy at the same time. Ju asks how much tired his partner is. Dong says it doesn't matter. He wants the recording to be really good. Dong-wook was taken aback by the word partner, but Ji-yu assured him that it does. They're partners. Dong-wook thought he'd never be able to be a singer again, but thanks to the game, he got the opportunity. He won't fail this time. Meanwhile, Tom leads Rice down the countless steps of the lighted corridors. Tom asks Rice to be careful not to touch the walls. We just need to follow him. He thinks about the fact that if he went alone, he would definitely get lost. Though maybe Meow would have found the right path. Finally, the travelers reached the tall and heavy doors. Tom said they were there. These were the master's chambers. Rice asked if he could come in. Tom said he certainly could, but he must remember to be polite. But Tom's obviously up to something bad. You could easily read it in his eyes. The master finally waited for someone to find his bedchamber. Whoever has come to him must fight him. Unfortunately, he can't remember who he was when he was alive. He only vaguely remembers that he shouldn't be here. Our hero asked his master what he was doing here then. They separated his spirit and sealed it in several places. The one asked the host if he knew where exactly the parts of his soul were. The host doesn't know where they are, so he waited for someone to come to him, because now he will have his freedom. The master says he is very grateful to him for finding him. The host falls on his back. The system reported that the rare hidden quest, the will of the unidentified soul, has been completed. He was about to leave, but Tom stopped him. He said that part of the host had died. Tom told him that when he got here, he lost his memory. The master said that he needed to find someone to be a support for him. But now his memory is back and he asks Rice's permission to go with him. His real name is Pepesh. A handsome boy stood in front of Rice. The system informed him that a new assignment. We need to help Pepesh grow up. Minus 100 points for failure. Our hero thought it wasn't a heavy penalty, but he still couldn't leave the boy in a place like this. He allowed Pepesh to go with him. The cook asked the boy not to complain about the food now. Pepesh agreed and said he would eat everything. Reese said that it was very good. He asked the boy if he knew where the exit was. Of course, Pepesh knows. Finally, they came out of the cave and were in the fresh air. He said that this rock looked the most ordinary, but if you investigate the new skill, exploration, Rice guessed that there was a hidden path here. That way they could descend quickly. Pepesh asked Rice if he could call him Master, but the latter said that Pepesh could call him by his first name. Pepesh thanked Rice and wanted to ask if they could go down now, but he was already tearing down. Our hero flew through the air on his cape as if on wings, and next to him flew Electron with Meow on his back. He shouted to Pepesh not to be afraid and to go down the rocks. Pepesh looked at Rice in surprise. He didn't think Rice could fly. Pepesh said he could fly too and let out his adorable gray wings. Now it was Rice's turn to be surprised. He felt like he had taken custody of the Demon King's son. Meanwhile, at Changmeng's restaurant, not all the customers are on their best behavior today. One of the guys yells that he's not drunk and he's fine. Another says his face is so red, it looks like it's about to burst. A girl tells another girl with a red cap that she's blushing too. The latter tells her to shut up. They accidentally drop a glass on the floor and it shatters. The girls ask to change their glass again. Ani tells the guests that it's too late. Let them finish their drinks and leave. Mira tells Ani that it's okay, she can go home too. Mira says she will stay and clean up after them herself. The time is late. The girl in red cap turns to Mira and asks why she is staring at their company like that. Mira says embarrassedly that she wasn't looking or staring, but the girl says she saw everything. She says that the attendants have no right to behave like that. After all, she's paying them money. Ani stands up for Mira and apologizes to the girl, saying that she was sorry for upsetting them. The girl poked her finger at Mira again and asked what she was staring at, what she was unhappy about. But Mira didn't intend to stand for it. She recoiled from the girl and asked her not to behave like that. But the girl is drunk and won't stop. She laughingly asks everyone to look at this rude girl. Then this girl with all her might pushes Mira right in her chest. Ani tries to intervene. Suddenly, someone hits the table with a strong fist and orders to stop it immediately. The stranger says that people are eating and drinking here. They should be ashamed to behave like this. But the girl is beyond drunk. She yells at the stranger and asks what he was saying. Then she turns to Mira again and asks her to answer for her actions. The man turns around and in a thunderous voice orders the girl to apologize for pushing his employee if she wants to go home on her own 2 feet. The man once again asked the girl in the cap to apologize to his employee whom she pushed. Ani asked Mira if she should call the police. Mira said that she would call them now. Male asked what were they thinking when they went on a rampage and caused trouble to the staff and regular guests. The drunk guy in the bunch grabbed a bottle with thoughts of running over the man and smashing the bottle over his head. Well, the guy was ahead of the guy and smacked him in the face with all his might. He had no other choice. The guy dropped the bottle and began to cower on the floor moaning. Ani said it didn't seem necessary to call the police anymore. The man stood up and said that the company didn't want to do the right thing. If they want to say something, now is the time. The drunken group decided to leave the establishment. They said they would never come back to this neck of the woods again. A man told Mira that he would pay for the guests, but Mira said he didn't need to. He had already helped them. The man apologized to the girls and said he couldn't hold back. At that time, Changmeng appeared in the restaurant. He asked what happened here and what kind of evil people came. Mira said that everything was already fine. They had a lot of help from the man. Changmeng apologized that he didn't know who the man was, but he was very grateful to him for helping his staff. The man looked at Changmeng very carefully and seemed to recognize someone from the past in him. Images from the past are in his mind. He says that others have been hurt too, and asks why no one can contact them. Maybe it's the one-hit man, or maybe they just look alike. The man says he didn't immediately realize it was a supervisor in front of him. He bowed and said it was a pleasure to meet him. The man said he had fond memories of the neighborhood. He handed Changmeng a business card and said to contact him. Mira asked Mr. Kaneo why he suggested they take the business card. He said that this could happen again. The man said goodbye and left. Chungmeng looked at the stranger perplexed, not knowing what to say to that. Reality. Rice and Pepesh moved into the village. Pepesh asked Rice if they would be living here. Rice said that they would have to move a bit elsewhere. He was met in the village by a delighted Eliza. She told everyone that Rice had done well again, but he says he hasn't done anything yet. Twee is also met by NPS player Starling, who ate Eliza's meals. He says that because of him, he has become a successful chef. The system announces a new quest. We need to help change Starling's life. As a reward, Rice will receive a luxurious set of dishes. Our hero immediately rushed to Starling with the intention of making him a new menu for starters. Rice presented 3 new dishes for Starling's menu. It's Dr. Imuk, meat Peijan, and Macaulay. Starling is dying for the wonderful smell of the food. He says the new menu can be served in a special way. You could use the plastic alchemy that Elise excels at. Rice asked Elise if she could make a lot of plastic containers. Eliza said she could easily do that. Starling immediately received more orders, first 23, then 48, and then 54. The quest completed successfully. Proper packaging is the best tool for quick sales. Eliza had time to meet Pepe's. He said he came with Rice. Eliza said he's cute and seems to be NPS. Pepesh asked Eliza who she is. He thinks she is Rice's servant. But Eliza said she has a decent job called alchemist. The young man looked at Eliza and Pepesh and remembered that he has a quest to raise a boy. Plus, this quest has a penalty. But he has one more thing to do. He asks Eliza and Pepesh to calm down and listen to him. He contemplates making a party to celebrate their return to the village. He uses some new kitchen utensils. First, he'll heat up some olive oil in a frying pan. Then Rice will pull out fresh cuts of pork steak and give it a good seasoning. When grilling, you have to let the fat drip off and grill the sides evenly. That grilling sound is simply divine. Then you need to take the steak off the grill. Put the butter on the grill for the sauce. Then put the meat back on the butter and drizzle butter on top too. And wait until the juice is absorbed and the aroma of rosemary spreads around. Now the dish should be removed from the grill and let it rest for 7 minutes. Now the garnish needed to be prepared. Finally, everything was ready. Rice added some mushrooms and herbs and vegetables on top. For Elise, Rice cooked a well-done toasted steak, for himself medium well done. And for Pepesh, the chef cooked a medium rare steak. Pepesh said it was just right. He gave them plates and asked them to remember to chew thoroughly, and they needed sauce. Eliza said she doesn't need sauce, but little Pepesh needs to put sauce on everything. Pepesh is not very happy about this tutelage. Rice looked at their altercation, and with a smile asked them to stop and start eating before it gets cold. Pepesh said he could eat without sauce too. He looked at the steak and said that part was a beautiful red color. Pepesh carefully cuts the meat off the side where the piece is the most red in color and puts it in his mouth. Pepesh immediately has 100 thoughts in his head. This steak is lightly seared. He can taste that flavor of raw meat and blood. But it's not just blood, it's myoglobin. This piece is so juicy and full of myoglobin, it's so hearty and delicious. Rice spread his gorgeous wings and told him that it was indeed excellent. The system reports that Rice has grown. Eliza tries to shove away from her the Pepesh wings that are hovering right over her face. Eliza says the little guy has disgusting table manners. But as soon as Eliza settles her piece of steak into her mouth, she stops noticing any irritants around her. She's like a piggy licking her plate, telling him that he's the best at what he does. Pepesh watches and thinks it would be better if she ate in silence. Meow gets a portion too. Rice says it's really good to eat meat with rice. Eliza tells him that for such a fine meal, she will flipper him a gift. It is a treasure map that she got a few days ago. Rice says it must be a very important map. He asked Eliza if she is sure she wants to give him this map. Eliza replied that she had eaten a delicious meal that she couldn't afford. The strange man said that the Count had granted him honorary citizenship in recognition of his accomplishments in fighting the Goblin army. Our hero doesn't quite understand what this citizenship is. Eliza, on the other hand, is thrilled. She asked Rice how much fame he has now. He revealed his characterization. He has 151 points of fame. Eliza said that is a lot. The young man doesn't know that you can buy buildings in the game. Eliza said that if a player becomes a citizen, he can buy buildings and create a clan. Rice asked if it's true that he can buy anything he wants. Eliza said that he can buy absolutely any building. He thinks he'd like to buy a space and open a restaurant because he's never been able to do that in real life. The young man agreed to get citizenship. The system reported that Lou Barton's citizenship had been obtained. After a while, Mountain Sun stood in front of the entrance to a restaurant called Rise Snack. A young woman who was the cook met him and greeted him. She said that many famous chefs could be seen here. Mountain Sun asked if this establishment was new. The girl said that the establishment is new, and it is called Rise Snack. Mountain Sun said that it is very interesting to visit an establishment opened by a player. He entered it. They were greeted at the entrance by Meow. Mountain Sun called the kitten a cutie and asked if he was looking after the hall. The girl said it was the cat that goes with Rice all the time. Mountain Sun said the place looked good. He looked around the room and said there were more people here than in the restaurants he'd been to. One of the guests recognized Mountain Sun and said it out loud. His girlfriend was surprised by it too. They discuss who is next to Mountain Sun. It seems to be a cook too. It's rare to see so many cooks at one time. Rice is in the kitchen. Someone calls out to him. He asks what's going on in there. Pepesh comes over and says it looks like a celebrity has arrived. It seems to be a famous chef. Rice carefully peeks out of the door so no one will see him before he does, and wonders who it is. In one guest, he recognized Mountain Sun. It's a very strong cook. And next to him is a girl, judging by her clothes, also a cook. Rice just opened and the veterans have already come. It's a bit onerous. Pepesh approached the guests and told them to order. The girl laughed and asked what they usually take here, but Mountain Sun interrupted the girl and told Pepesh to have the chef of the place prepare the chef's dish. Our hero knows that professionals always order such things when they want to appreciate the chef. Well, that's what you'd expect from experienced chefs. Rice thought hard about which dish he was most confident in. The young man asked Pepesh to tell the guests to wait 10 minutes. He would show them the dish he was sure of. After 10 minutes, the waiter came to the guests and said that their dish was ready. The waiter this time was Electronica. He said that it was a dish prepared by the chef especially for them. On the tray were rapoki and assorted shrimp and vegetable stir-fried shrimp. The girl chef clapped her hands. She thought that he had never seen shrimp before. It is very interesting to eat them along with ramen. They started to taste together. The noodles are well cooked, the green onions are sliced evenly. And these delicious rice cakes, and because of that thin slicing, the seasoning is well absorbed. Rice paid a lot of attention to detail. Rice estimates that the guests are already eating. He's worried they'll be able to recognize the details that he wanted to convey. Pepesh peeked at the guests and relayed to him that the guests had eaten and were sitting with their eyes closed. Mountain Sun reasoned that Rice added 3.5 spoons of sugar, just the right balance of sweetness and spice. All in all, it's pretty good. The cabbage is also very tasty, but one must still try the eggs. The girl told Mountain Sun that they were on the same page because she was going to try the eggs too, but decided to try the shrimp. The girl took a piece of the roll with her chopsticks. The batter is so crispy. How well distributed the temperature of the oil is. In addition to that savory flavor, the curled seaweed complements that flavor perfectly. Pepesh said the customers stayed up and now want to talk to him in person. It sounds like they enjoyed his food. Rice came out of the kitchen and with a smile asked the guests if they liked the dish. The girl said it was very tasty. Mountain Sun said he liked it too and asked if he was running the restaurant. Our hero replied that he just works as a cook in a Chinese restaurant. He was very honored to hear such a thing from a veteran chef. Rice recalled scraps from his past, how promising and successful he was, but never opened his own business back then. It's been 10 years. Mountain Sun wondered what restaurant Rice was talking about, but he decided not to ask the name right now. The girl said she really wanted to try Rice's dishes in person, but not in the game, but in real life. The veterans said they were ready to see him in real life when he opened his restaurant. He said they'll definitely meet again, then he'll give them his real name. Rice and Mountain Sun shook hands and promised to remember this conversation. Letitia thinks it's one thing to just go to the Plains of Giants, it's another to open a restaurant. Still, Ross really is an incredible person. Thanks to Pepesh, Ross will be able to pump up faster. He seems to have relaxed after the Yugo level increased. Letizia zoomed in and said that fame has its price. The zombies are waiting for him. They say that Rice won't be able to run away from them for long. On a dark night, there's a full moon in the sky. The zombies chase Rice and come at him. They yell for him to stop. They promise not to hit him. They just want to talk. But Rice isn't going to stop. Then, by dark force, the zombies have wrapped their legs around the leg of the horse Rice is riding. The horse is knocked off its feet and falls to the ground. Rice falls off the horse and goes flying head over heels. Bonds of dark power have enveloped both our hero's legs and arms. He can't move. The zombies say they had to do that because Rice wouldn't stop. Rice coughs and in a muffled voice asks the zombies why they were chasing him. The note begin to pretend they didn't hear him. They suggest to each other to just smash Rice real quick. Twilight Aegis says that it looks like Rice has no sense of fear since he decided to come to Pyrene alone. He recognizes Aegis and asks with genuine interest what's wrong with him. Aegis laughs and says, looking at Rice's face, that he's glad he's become a Twilight man. The only thing to do is to be a Twilight. Killing players just for personal reasons is the perfect job for him. The young man looks at Aegis carefully and realizes that perhaps he has become stronger and will not be easy to defeat. Rice looks at the weak spot. Our hero summarizes that he can handle this level, but he won't overpower 3 people at once. He needs help. Rice asks Pepesh if he would help him. Pepesh readily agreed. Pepesh used Sacrifice Rage. For 10 seconds, attack, defense, and agility increased by 50%. Race forcefully broke the magical bindings. They shattered into 100 small shards. Aegis couldn't believe that Rice had broken the bindings. He thought it was impossible. He clearly had someone helping him. The hero was already in white armor and carrying 2 blades, one in each hand. Aegis yelled that if Rice wanted to fight, then it was time to get started. Rice realized that Aegis was definitely stronger than he thought. He calls for help from Electron and the kitten. They rush to their master's aid. Aegis is relieved. It has been a long time since he has enjoyed a battle with a strong opponent. The young man prepares to attack and thinks he should get this over with as soon as possible. Rice realizes that his salvation is to attack at a weak point, but suddenly he feels his strength running out. Aegis thinks he will definitely finish Rice off this time. Aegis has become much stronger, and it's all the fault of the dark forces. With Electron and Meow down, Aegis rejoices and says that this time no one will come to his aid. He uses the Black Lance. Rice sees the attack being aimed at him again. He realizes he doesn't have time to dodge. Suddenly, Aether appeared from nowhere. He used Flower of Vengeance and launched a powerful attack. The system reported that Cho Ryan had logged out. Kachok logged out. Rice turned to look at his saviors and couldn't believe his eyes. Melina said that she and Aether were hunting not far from here. They saw the young man being attacked and immediately ran to help. Aegis wrinkled his nose. He was not happy that there was little time left. Rice told Aegis that if he crosses the line again, he won't let it go. Aegis said there was a quest going on here. It's all because he went Twilight. The devil gave him a quest. The young man asked about the devil. Aegis said that's the way it is. It wasn't his fault that he was targeted by our hero. Aether said that there was logic in it, but he couldn't just be forgiven. If Aegis is on the devil's side, he will attack again. And so he did. Aegis attacked Rice. It was a deceptive maneuver that made Rice's attention slacken. The magical slings went through the kitten right in front of a stunned Rice's eyes. The system reported that the pet could not be summoned for 24 hours. Aegis resented the damn cat for screwing up and taking the hit. Melina intervened. She says that since Aegis became Twilight, he's been bothering them all the time. They won't put up with it forever. Idris burst into laughter, but it was also a deceptive maneuver. He crept up behind him and delivered a devastating flaming blow to Aegis. The system reported victory over the Twilight Man. Melina asked her friend if he was okay. Aether said that Rice must have lost his stamina. He will give him a potion. But Rice doesn't listen to his friends. He is on the sidelines crying for his kitty and apologizing for dying for him. The friends ask Rice to calm down. Meow will be back in a day. They have to wait a little longer. The friends come to the village of Piren, but the atmosphere is kind of deserted. There is some Reaper wandering around in a very gloomy place. Aether and Melina asked Rice if he is sure that this is the place. He said they were, according to the treasure map. Melina didn't understand which treasure map they were talking about. Rice says the map says to find the biggest tree in the village of Piren, but it doesn't say exactly what treasure is hidden there. Melina laughs at the treasure map and tells Aether that the map must be fake. He notices that Melina and Aether have become very close lately. They tell him they just see each other a lot because they're hunting together. Our hero has already missed his kitten. He longs to find the treasure and return to Meow. Just as he's thinking about it, he sees a tree in front of him. He thinks it's the same tree that the treasure map says it is. He looks at the map again and realizes he has to go to the place where the cross is. Suddenly, Pepesh shows up. He asks Rice what he's doing here. He told the boy he was looking for the big tree on the treasure map Elise had given him. Instead of answering, Pepesh pointed to a strange man by the tree who was saying something, to which Rice asks who the man is. Pepesh replies that it is not a man but an undead monster and tells him what the monster is saying. He says he can't leave here because he needs to bring the spirit of 1,001 fruit tree that is hidden underground. Pepesh says he's human, so he can't hear those words. He wonders what the spirit of the 1,001 fruit tree is. Now Rice is going to seek information about it. He wants to talk to an NPC named Tom. Tom is the caretaker of the cemetery. He's the only one who has to deal with the underground monsters. Tom is about to put the candy bar he brought into his mouth, but someone shouts at him. Tom asks Rice who he is in indignation. He gives his name and says he's here to ask a question. Our hero asks Tom how to get to the Piren dungeon. Tom asks Rice if that's what he came for. He thinks he's been hitting on his lovely candy bar. Actually, Rice really wants a piece of chocolate because he smells that nutty smell of almonds and peanuts. Tom says he can tell him how to get to the basement. With that, Tom holds out the chocolate bar to him. Tom says that if he takes this and shows it to his wife, she will give him more sweets. Rice asks where Tom's wife is. Tom says his wife is at Margaret's bakery, and our hero rushes over there. But he doesn't know where the bakery is. he's driven by a craving for sweets. He's dreaming of tons of sweets on the way. Finally, the bakery appears in the distance. Rice nervously yells out that he wants cookie bars, buns, parfait cakes, and a bunch of other stuff. But he was dumbfounded by the response. The vendor refused to sell anything. The woman said the villagers are hard to feed because of the shortage of food, and she wasn't going to give anything to a stranger. The young man handed the woman a chocolate bar and said that her husband told him to show it to her. Margaret says it's her husband's problem. She could help if Rice would bring her the recipe for the dessert. The system came up with a new quest. While he was frantically trying to figure out where to get the dessert recipe, Meow came back. But he thought it was a different cat. The fat spotted one wasn't his favorite Meow. He misses Meow very much and thinks about how long the 24 hours are. Margaret asked Rice again about the recipe. He said he would get it. Rice looked at Margaret's counter and an idea occurred to him. He asked the hostess for bread and milk. Margaret handed him the bread and milk. She said if it didn't taste good, he'd have to pay for all the ingredients. And then Rice began the preparations. He poured 1 cup of milk into a deep bowl. Then he added 2 eggs, a pinch of salt, a tablespoon of sugar. Margaret wants Rice to tell her what he's going to cook. He asked Margaret what she had heard about French toast. Margaret was silent. Our genius chef dipped the bread in the mixture and made sure it was well absorbed. Then he said he would now need butter and vegetable oil. Now we need to put the skillet on the fire. Once the pan is hot enough, put the soaked bread on it and fry it until brown on both sides. Margaret likes the smell that comes from the toast. Rice says you have to be careful not to overcook the bread. He says the toast is almost done. You can add any syrup you like. Then he added maple syrup and put a little sugar on top. He served the toast with a cup of flavored coffee. Margaret tasted the dessert and said that this recipe was perfect. The system reported that Margaret's quest was complete. The young man received a quality chocolate bar. The achievement was entered into the book. Interest in the restaurant increased by 5%. The system reported that Margaret's bakery was now available to users. Rice returned to Tom with chocolate from his wife and thanked Rice for the recipe for Margaret's. Tom says that he now has to help him too and remembers what the request was. Tom invited his new friend to follow him because he had promised to take him to the dungeon. Tom warned that there are many dangerous monsters in the dungeon and he should be careful. So our hero goes down. It seems to him that zombies are about to appear. Rice can't believe the creators made the sewer so realistic. He saw a passage off to the side and thought he'd change direction. Suddenly he heard a sound and peeked around the corner. He was shocked by what he saw. It was the pig boss snoring quietly on his belly. The boss was awake. Rice wanted to talk to him calmly, but he didn't want to hear anything and rushed with rage at the guest. The young man realized that he had to deal with the boss very carefully, so as not to damage the meat. He could use the meat to make some hepsel. Rice did everything carefully, and now he's frying thin slices of pork in the cave. Since there's no rice, he took a lettuce leaf and put 2 pieces of meat on it. Then he added some peppered leeks and roasted garlic, and at the end he poured some ssamjang sauce. Rice wished himself a pleasant appetite and popped the whole thing into his mouth. The texture and flavor was just perfect. The Sam Hepsel was just perfect. The system reported that the pork Sam Hepsel increased the base characteristic by 20. Meanwhile, a glowing ball of light separated from the pig. It was the spirit of the 1001 fruit tree. Rice cheerfully threw the spirit into his inventory and told himself that now he could eat in peace. When the hero returned from the dungeon, Tom was already sleeping sweetly, leaning against a thick tree. Tom asked if everything was all right. Rice said that everything was fine. He even managed to capture the monster. Tom praised Rice for catching the pig because it was a great job. He said that now his village is in great debt. The system said that the quest had been completed. As a reward, Rice received 5 kami for 100,000 won. He walked up to a huge tree. He thinks maybe it's the same tree, but it's dead. Maybe a bead can revive it. He holds the bead in his hands and wonders how he can revive the tree with it. He decides to try just putting the bead on the tree. And it worked, and the tree seemed to absorb the bead, and the process of revitalizing the tree began. It reacted to the bead. Moments later, Rice couldn't believe his eyes. The tree had gone from old and dried up to a beautiful fruit tree. He examined the fruit and was surprised to see that it was ripe. These fruits look very unusual, and I wonder what they taste like. Tom caught up with him and was shocked that Rice had saved the spirit of the tree. The light was visible all the way to the cemetery, so Tom quickly ran after him. Rice cheerfully told him that he had found a bead in the basement, so he leaned it against the tree and it lit up. He felt something under his foot. Maybe it's the treasure. It must have appeared after Rice revived the tree. He dug up the chest and opened it. He's very curious about what's inside. It's a wooden doll handmade by Marin for his son. Rice is surprised by the find. There's also a letter in the box. It's an achievement quest. The reward is 70,001 4 small magic stones and 2 medium magic stones. He wonders who Marin is. A man with a beard is watching him from behind a tree. The man comes out from behind the tree and touches with his fingers the leaf that Rice was reading and says, "Thank you." The man removes the hood from his head and once again thanks Rice for finding his treasure. Flashback. A little boy sits at a table and diligently scribbles a letter dedicated to his daddy. The letter says that if it's in his daddy's hands, he's back safely. Daddy's wounded and looks like he's dead. The boy hid his favorite things in a trunk. He hopes his daddy will come back soon and find the chest. But daddy never came back. The lonely boy has become a man. He's standing by that very tree. Rice realized that Marin never got to meet his son. He died before he came home. He couldn't leave the place because he wanted his son's chest. That's why the quest is called Marin's Treasure. Rice tells Tom it's safe to rest now. Tom can't believe his eyes that it was the undead. People notice the tree coming back to life. They say this young man is incredible. Tom happily picks the ripe fruit and wonders how much he can sell it for. Tom holds out a fruit from the tree and offers him a taste first. Tom says that since our hero saved the tree, this fruit should be a kind of souvenir for him. People turn around. They can't believe it's the fruit of the fruit tree spirit. Rice thanks them for the treat. He tastes the fruit with pleasure and is surprised to note that it has an unusual flavor. This fruit looks like a mango, but the flavor is from a different fruit. It's an amalgamation of many different fruits. The system reports that the yellow fruit has been eaten, adds 200 points to satiety and 10 points to the earth attribute that works once. Our hero realizes this flavor doesn't exist in real life. The system says red fruit has been eaten. To Rice's great joy, Meow comes back to him happily ducking on the shoulder of his best friend and master. He squeezes his pet and squeals with joy that he's back. A stranger watches Rice while he squeezes his critic. The strangers approach him and ask if he saved that tree. Meow looks at the strangers unkindly. His eyes burn with a greenish light. The stranger says the tree belongs to the night gentleman. If he touched the tree, he must go with them. The system has unlocked the epic hidden quest. You need to know from 1,001 fruit trees. The reward is the treasure of the gods. The stranger said that if Rice rebelled, they would have no choice but to punish him. Quest accepted. The system says to fight off the night gentleman for 3 minutes. Rice is determined to try. In a second, everyone was mingling. A scuffle ensued, with everyone trying to win. The stranger advised his colleague to deal with the cat first. Rice heard this and rushed over, wanting to save his pet and not put it in danger anymore. He's not ready to lose Meow anymore. He tells Meow to back off and intends to use a double cut. A red-haired player came to the young man's rescue. He tells him to hurry up. Rice thinks he's been helped for food again. He says he's very grateful for the help, but he's busy today and won't be able to cook. Meanwhile, 2 monsters came out of nowhere. They saw the wizard in front of him and decided to kill him. The new acquaintance with the red hair said that it wouldn't cost him anything to deal with these aliens. He used the firebender. He built a curtain of fire, pushing the enemies back. The enemies were ready to surrender to the intense heat. The hero doesn't hesitate to take advantage of the situation and apply double cut to the heat-oppressed stranger. The new acquaintance tells him that when dealing damage with the flame point, he should attack it from a distance. He takes the advice, and the system informs him that the task, survive the gentleman's attack, is completed. An acquaintance tells him that he feels like it ended very easily and asks if there are more quests. He says that there may be more attacks and asks Meow to leave because it's getting dangerous. A stranger appeared out of the fog and said that the fruit tree was not their property. The system told them that the elite night gentleman was in front of them and gave them a mission to defeat the night gentleman. The gentleman asks why he doesn't see fear when he sees him. He says he'll show everyone the despair of eternal darkness and uses the crescent moon. Rice and his buddy manage to get their bearings and deflect the blow with the windshield spell. But they realize their speed is too fast and it's too late. Their shield begins to collapse, but Epicurus comes rushing to meet them. He says that he saw that his friend is in combat status and decided to see if he can help him. Epicurus asks the red-haired man who he is. He replied that he was the runner-up in Lubarton's defense. The night gentleman didn't like the fact that he looked away from him and promised to destroy everyone for it. Meanwhile, in real life, Hen's buddy brought food, but Hen's busy doing something. The buddy tries to distract Hen, but Hen asks him to calm down and not distract him from his work. Hen says it's okay to eat without him. He'll post later. In the bag, there is an amazing cooked chokpal. Chike decided to start with the appetizing leg. He noted that the meat was perfectly chewy. It's not dry with a savory spice. It's a great flavor that no Korean can resist. He thinks that usually chokpal is eaten with makuksu, but this time he decided to replace the makuksu with rice. Jiki concludes that chokpal goes perfectly with rice. No one thought it would be so good. Jike finishes his entire portion and once again asks Hen when he will eat. Instead of answering, Hen asks what GK thinks about Youngju's training. The reporter says that Jungju must be sad since he wasn't the one working on the song, but Jong says that's not true. Jongju says that a song is an art created by a composer and singer. He's happy that he's the reason the song is coming out. Hyeon realizes that Jiki is the one who finished the unfinished song. That's very brazen of him. Hen gets up from his desk and thinks that a song is an art created by a composer and a singer. Hen is sure that he and Donuk together can make a simply amazing song. Hen turns to GK and says that now is the time to have Chokpal. Mira's on the phone and says that they'll probably hear news about Jae-yoon's parents soon. She hangs up the phone and sighs. Mira hopes Jae-yoon will be okay. She wonders where his parents are. Suddenly, Mira gets a message asking her to play in reality, to which Mira happily replies positively. And in reality, the battle is in full swing. On the battlefield, Other calls out to the magician and calls him Wizard Number 2. The magician yells with indignation. He doesn't want to be called Wizard Second Place. It's insulting to him. He attacks sharply. Rice hopes the quest is over, but he hears people behind him talking. People want him to cook something tasty for them. The magician says he seems to have it all figured out and asks if he needs any more help. Suddenly, a very excited Tom comes running up and says he's glad he's finally found everyone. He says excitedly that the gentleman of the night stole Jerry. Rice realizes that finding Jerry is now a new quest. Suddenly, Meow meowed, and the system told him that the kitten had grown up. He received a reward and the skill baking bread. Our hero began to coddle his pet. Epicurus doesn't really want to see it, so he says goodbye to his friend. Suddenly, Rice invites Epicurus to go on a quest with him. He says that as soon as he gathers the right ingredients, he will make him something delicious. The friend looks at his friend like he's a little crazy, but agrees. The friends find Jerry tied up hand and foot. His eyes and mouth were blindfolded. Rice tells him not to be afraid. He gives his name and says Tom sent them to help. The guy looks very unhappy and clearly needs help. He's glad they found him in the middle of nowhere. The magician suddenly appeared and angrily asked why they were making a fuss in his neighborhood. Rice jumps up, shoves Jerry off of him, and yells to Epicurus to get the boy. Meanwhile, the magician was aided by some nasty zombies. They were all closing in on our hero. He was staring at the zombies, not expecting to see them here. Before Rice knew it, Meow was on the zombies. The owner was scared for his pet, but Meow is very brave and resourceful. He used the bread baking skill. The mage is puzzled and doesn't understand how he could destroy a zombie with a single blow. Instead of answering to the mage flew Epicurus, all his appearance showing that this is not the end. Epicurus put the gentleman of the night on his back with a single blow. He flew away with tremendous force. Our Jerry screamed that it was impossible to go alone against such a powerful magician. But Epicurus assured him it was quite easy for him. Everyone marveled at the hero. Suddenly, Rice anxiously signaled to his comrade to be careful, because they weren't finished yet. They're being mobbed by nasty eyeless zombies. There's nothing good about that. The problem is Epicurus can't see anything. Rice said it looked like magic was involved. As the situation began to look hopeless, green, glowing glasses appeared in the darkness. Someone called out to the comrades. It's Elise. She's asking her friends what they're doing in this horrible place. Of course, Rice is also surprised by the girl's sudden meltdown. He responds by also wondering how she got here. She asks if the friend has intelligence skills and says that he can use the skill to reduce the effect of the view blocking. Rice did what Elise said. Now he can see everything. He asked Elise how she got the scouting skill. She said that she made herself night vision goggles with alchemy and wanted to check the situation. But then she saw that her friends were in danger. Without thinking long, Eliza opened fire on the crowd of zombies and hit them all with the first click. But when the smoke cleared, to the surprise of her friends, the zombies were still alive. Rice and Epicurus say we should attack the wizard. The girl is a little shocked by this turn of events and says that she first needs to recharge, which will last an hour. Our hero thinks of something and asks Eliza to lend him her glasses and he will cook her something tasty later. The girl agrees and hands the glasses to her friends. Epicurus gets them. He puts the glasses on and he can see everything at once. He attacks the wizard. But the wizard's not so bad and says he's going to turn the whole bunch to ash. He points a fireball right at Epicurus, and he's covered head to toe in fire. It was very sudden, and the friends didn't have time to prepare. Rice started screaming in despair. The wizard cheered and said no one dare touch him, or the same thing would happen to everyone. But our warrior was not so simple. He overcame the veil of fire and stood before the wizard. He wanted to object, but Epicurus put his huge hand on his face and ordered him to shut up. The system told the boys that the quest to save Jerry had been successfully completed. The witchcraft began to dissipate and Rice and Elise could see again. Rice and Eliza looked at the defeated enemy and the system told them that the Shadowhawk had been destroyed. Tom came out of his hiding place and asked if they were done with everyone. He's also surprised that it was actually a shadow hawk. Jerry looked at the zombies lying on the ground and noticed that they all had the same tattoo. He realized they were his past comrades. Rice realized that the gentlemen of the night were kidnapping people, experimenting on them and turning them into zombies. A tear rolled down Jerry's cheek as all his comrades were turned into zombies and he hadn't eaten in days. Of course, Rice tried to calm him down and suggested that he first quench his voice with some food. While our hero was looking through his inventory deciding what to cook, Epicurus came to him with a bunch of vegetables. Meanwhile, Jung-ju and Hyung came out of the studio. They're in high spirits and are going out for a bite to eat. They discuss the song they're working on and think they need to choose a good agency. They decide to think about it later, but for now they have to decide what they're going to eat for dinner. Jung asks Hen if he's been in the game. He says he's been focused on recording lately. But as far as he knows, Rice did a quest for Piran's bakery. And thanks to him, the 1001 fruit tree has been revived. Meanwhile, Rice is thrilled that he's got the perfect chicken powder. Our Jerry is devastated by what happened to his companions. He has no appetite and asks the cook not to cook for him. But Rice asks him to wait and promises him something to boost his morale. The system informs our hero that he has become famous in Piran. He wonders if Piran will become a bustling city. But he decides to think about it. For now, he takes a chicken and chops it up into big chunks. Then he adds farm milk and fresh farm eggs for gravy. Then he fertilizes it with a spoonful of salt and pepper and rubs it all into the chicken in a massaging motion. Then Meow pulls out an old earthenware pot that's over 100 years old. It's time to sprinkle the chicken with the powder. This makes the crust thin and crispy. After this, Pace sets the timer for 30 minutes. After half an hour, the system tells the owner that the dish has been successfully cooked. He says it's done and it's time to fry. Once the chicken is lightly fried, it needs to be picked up with special tongs. Drain the oil and slice it. Thanks to this, the meat is fried to the core and the remaining oil works as a flavor enhancer. Now you should pour the sauce over the crispy pieces. Rice's signature beer-battered chicken is ready. Everyone's delighted with this culinary masterpiece. The chef walks up to Jerry holding a plate of crispy chicken legs. He tells the young man to eat. At times like this, it's just what you need to cheer up a little. Jerry respectfully agrees to try but only one small bite. He tastes a juicy morsel that melts in his mouth and he feels very good, and all around him he sees his lost friends. He realizes that he can't get his friends back, but he feels warm at heart because he feels their presence near him. The cook also tastes his chicken and is delighted with it, and is very happy that he can at least try chicken in the game. He drinks the chicken with beer and falls into a state of bliss because cold beer goes well with chicken in a savory sauce. And Jerry starts to tell us what's going on. The power of the gentlemen of the night began to grow, and it became hard for the people of Piran to stay here. People kidnapped by the gentlemen were turning into zombies, but Jerry didn't know it was that bad. Jerry said he recognized his friends by the Solarian mark. In normal times, the tattoo is hidden by the captain's magic. Rice then asked who the Solarian captain was, but Jerry said that information was confidential. It's clear that our hero will have to find out for himself. Rice then volunteered to escort Jerry into town, while Epicurus and Eliza went to collect useful items from the forests and huts. Our hero answered Jerry to that, and there was a joyous reunion. Tom was over the moon at the sight of Jerry. The system reported that the reunion quest was completed. He's very interested in hearing the story, but it's time for him to get out of the game. Iram wakes up in his bed and begins to reflect that the story is indeed well written. Night gentlemen, followers of darkness, and even Solarian. The quest chain is really quite long. Iram decides to look up information about Piran on the internet and freezes. He comes across the news that Yi Chul is currently in the hospital dying. The boss was reading the morning paper when he suddenly saw Iram in front of his eyes. He said he woke up early today, so he decided to come to work early. The boss says it's great to have such a reliable cook, but as long as there's time, he can rest a bit before the workday starts. In the newspaper, he also comes across the news that the chairman of a large entertainment company is in critical condition. Suddenly, Iram goes to his boss and asks for a day off. He apologizes for the suddenness. The boss asks him if he has anything wrong. He replies that he knows the chairman and promised him a meeting, but never found the time. The young man feels he must visit the chairman now. To Irima's surprise, the boss lets him go easily. He says he sees nothing wrong with taking a day off for the restaurant. The boss puts his hand on his employee's shoulder and says he must visit the sick man. When Iram arrived at the hospital, he started looking around. He called out and asked where he needed to go. And after a couple of minutes, he was met by a girl named Yoon So-ra, who introduced herself as the chairman's secretary. She said that the chairman's health had deteriorated, so they had to go to the hospital. They got into the elevator. Iram realized from the girl's words that things were bad and felt sorry for not meeting the chairman sooner. The secretary said that the chairman wants to give Iram money for food. She says the boy can take 50 million or the equivalent. The boy can't imagine such a large sum and is at a loss. He just gave him a portion of sashimi in the game. The girl replied that this plate of sashimi was the chairman's last wish. That's why he valued your dish at least 50 million won. Iram is shocked at what one plate of sashimi cost him. He still can't believe it's a real sum. But he's not as happy about the money as he is that someone's last wish has come true thanks to his abilities. The secretary handed him a business card and told Iram to contact her if necessary. The young man took the card but said he wasn't sure if he could accept such a gift. But the girl said no refusal would be accepted. They finally reached the room. A doctor was leaning over the secretary and another young man was standing next to him. They asked the doctor how the chairman's health was. He said that things were bad and they should prepare for the worst. The young man pointed to Iram and asked the secretary who he was. She introduced the young man and said he was Iram and they had met the chairman in a game. The man introduced himself as the chairman's son. His name is Pak Bo Gel. He said his father is not able to greet anyone. The son pointed to the bed and said it was his father, Chairman Park Yi-chul. They looked at the chairman. His eyes were closed and he was unresponsive. The monitor next to him showed the results of life support. Standing by the bed, Iram thought that Yi-chul must have been unable to eat raw fish in real life. But he was able to eat it in the game because he met him. The son asked the secretary where the baby was. She said she had contacted her, but she said she couldn't come because she was busy. He said that her father always took care of her, so he would definitely want to meet this child. The son told Iram that only the doctors and the secretary, Iram and the child, could enter the room. The boy wondered which child he was talking about, but he didn't have to wonder for long. A very beautiful girl with tears in her eyes appeared on the doorstep. In reality's office, the monitors are full of system windows. The guy asks Hain if she's heard the news. She says she's working on the system right now and asks him to postpone the conversation. But the guy insists on talking to her. He says she has to hear the news and not to freak out. She turns around and he tells her that Chairman Park and Chul are in critical condition. He said he just found out. He got a call from Atrana and went straight to her. The girl's fingertips went cold and she grabbed her dress in desperation. The guy said, "You don't have to wait until tomorrow to go on vacation. You can leave today. He's done with everything else." She thanked her partner and said she really needed to see the chairman now. A red-haired girl who looked like a schoolgirl was walking down the street. She was shouted at and asked if she was interested in Idol's career. They handed her a business card and offered her an audition at a recording agency. The girl is standing in line at the recording studio audition. She says her name is Oh Hain. The girl has successfully passed the audition and is already working on the dance rehearsal for the recording of the music video for the singer. The chairman comes to the rehearsal to observe the trainees. It's the first time he's seen Oh Hain, but she seems very capable. The coach says that the girl recently had a good audition. She has good skills and a nice personality. The chairman observes her and says that they have a new talent and he is looking forward to her success. After a while, Oh Hain had the misfortune of her parents dying. She was devastated and went to her team and thanked them for everything. The chairman took her by the shoulder and told her that no matter how busy she was, she should always make time to eat. He said she would succeed wherever she went. He said she could come to him in times of need anytime. After that, Oh Hain had a hard time, but she found her strength and became a game designer. Eventually, the girl grew up and didn't become an idol, but the chairman invested a lot in her and now he's bad. Oh Hain rushed to the ward. She rushed past Iram to the chairman's bed and he smelled some fresh fruit on her. But his sense of smell hadn't recovered yet. He must have imagined it. The girl knelt down in front of the chairman's bed and started crying. When the doctor saw this, he started to curse and said that he should stop immediately because the patient needed to rest. Oh Hain kept telling the chairman how he used to smile and joke. She'd never seen him like that before. She buried her face in his hospital clothes and apologized to him that she should have called him more often. Suddenly, the chairman woke up and put his hand on the girl's head and said her name. Everyone was in complete shock. No one expected the chairman to wake up at all. The girl hugged the chairman's hand to her cheek. She said there was a doctor here, and she would call him right away. The chairman tried to say something. At first, he was not very good at it, but then he got over himself. He asked Oh Hain if she had been eating well all this time. At this unexpected question and her father's tender concern, she burst into tears. Everyone around them could feel the concern in his voice and the sense of farewell in the air. The chairman and the girl put their arms around each other. Oh Hain said that she would eat healthy food from now on and succeed. The graphs began to smooth out and soon became a straight line. This meant only one thing. This was the end of the chairman's life story. His last wish was to see Oh Hain. It was fulfilled and he left this world. The girl was sitting in the empty dining room of the hospital thinking, The chairman's assistant quietly approached her and asked how she was doing. Assistant Sora Ani said she hadn't seen Ohane for a long time. She looked at the girl and said that she had lost a lot of weight and was probably very busy with gambling. She said that she was busy with her gambling, but she didn't think about useless things. The assistant said that she understood her, but she had to take care of her health despite her busy schedule. Miss Hin wanted to say something to Ani, but she thought it was even harder for her because she had been with the chairman for so much longer. The assistant said she had to go help with the funeral arrangements. Ohane asked if there was anything she could do to help. The girl left, and on her way out, she met Iram and the chairman's son, who were standing near a drink machine. Iram remembered the smell again and wondered how it could have been something he had imagined. The chairman's son told him the details of the transfer, and they said goodbye. Suddenly, Iram smelled that pleasant fruity aroma again, as if it was permeating him. Hane called out to him from behind and said that they had already met at the hospital. She said that she felt that Chairman Park was very dear to him. The girl held out her hand to Iram and said it was a good time to get acquainted. She was an intern at Chairman Park's agency. They shook hands. Iram said he met the chairman in a game. She asked what kind of game, and Iram told her. Han smiled mysteriously when she heard the name of the game. They agreed to meet. Our Iram was sitting in the train and thinking about what he had just witnessed in the last minutes of a man's life. He began to remember how they had seen each other in the game. It may not have been long, but it was a memorable encounter. Iram must not have been as sad as the people at the funeral, but he still feels very bad and doesn't know how to get rid of it. He goes home, goes to bed, and enters reality. In reality, the happy Pepesh and Meow are already waiting for him. They greet him. He immediately gets a message from Elise. She has looked through Hotun's hut, but there is nothing there but junk. She asks Rice to look through the inventory. In the inventory, he found a bandana made by a master craftsman out of cold energy. It says the item is a kit. The hero wonders if there are other items in the set, but decides to try on just the bandana first. The system adds 100 points to defense, 30 to dexterity, and 100 to ice modifier. Rice is very excited about his new acquisition. This bandana is perfect. His stats have increased and his hair will not interfere with his cooking. Rice was about to pick fruit from a fruit tree, but there were a lot of people around. Rice noticed Tom in the crowd. They were very happy to meet each other. He says there's a lot of people out to eat the fruit of the tree. Rice says that's to be expected because the fruit is really good. The good news is that the tree is always producing new fruit. The boy asks Tomu if he knows that Piran was once called the city of beggars. He tells him that when people pluck fruit from the tree, new fruit springs up immediately. So the people of Piran considered the tree sacred. Because of the tree's endless fruit, people relaxed. There were many unemployed people on the streets, so Piran became a town of lazy vagabonds. Old Tom thought about it and said he was afraid that Piran would become poor again. So he's not very happy that the tree is revived again. Our Rice is surprised. He thought everyone would be happy to see the tree revived, but it's not that simple. He approached the tree and noticed a figure in a black cloak. He called out to a man named Marin. The man in the cloak said something in a language he didn't understand. Pepesh translated, "You are strong enough to resist the gentleman of the night." The system says there's a new quest called Uncovering the Truth. You need to find Don Janelli and uncover the truth. The stranger said he asked Rice to defeat the Night Gentleman and save Piran. He handed the young man a glowing object. The boy took the object and looked at it as he finally realized what it was. It's a magic button. It's a quest item. You have to find Don Janelli and give him the button. The stranger said that if they gave the button to Don Janelli, they could find out who killed him. Our hero is shocked that Marin was killed and now he can find out who did it, but how to find who he needs. Our hero has requested information on the powerful men of Piran. One is Baron Bram Crowneel, the ruler, and the second a wealthy citizen, Don Janelli. While Crowneel's knights and power give him apparent dominance, the wealthy Don Janelli controls the economic sphere. Rice decided to ask Tom for more information. Tom replies that there is no one in Piran who has not heard of Don Janelli. He owns the most luxurious mansion in town. Tom also told us that Baron Crowneel protects the village from the Night Gentleman by leading the Knights of Pirani. And while the Baron is making efforts to deal with his enemies, the Knight's commander, Nick Wood, is only thinking of loafing. Rice realized that Tom had no more information and went on thinking about how he could meet Don Janelli. But the young man decided not to delay and set off with Meow towards the city limits. At the gate, he was met by guards. They asked the purpose of his visit. Rice gave his name and said he wanted to meet Don Janelli. The guards were startled to hear that a gentleman had come and shouted that Mr. Rice had arrived. At the palace, he was met by the butler Sean and told him it was an honor to meet him. He volunteered to escort the gentleman inside. The butler opened one of the doors and pointed them out. He seated Rice in the waiting room on one of the fine armchairs and politely asked him to wait for a while. While he waited, he wondered what connection Don Janelli had with Marin's death. But he didn't have to wait long. Someone came from behind and greeted Rice. It was the owner of Don Janelli's mansion. The system said he was the richest man in Piran. The gentleman's gaze was very serious. He asked the guest what he wanted to talk to him about. The young man did not beat around the bush and asked Don Janelli if he knew a man named Marin. The host changed his face a little and asked the young man why he suddenly decided to ask such a question. The young man said that Maron asked him to save Piran and find out the identity of the one who sent him to the other world. The Lord clenched his fists and asked if Marin was alive or dead. He started yelling at Rice and said that his friend Marin had been missing for a long time, and now someone comes and says something else. The gentleman had to fetch a glass of water because he was so agitated. He realized that no one had told him the truth about his friend. The gentleman's assistant asked our hero to postpone this conversation because Janelli needs rest after such news. Our hero clenched his fists and replied that he had a request and he had to fulfill it. Butler Sean wanted to yell at Rice, but the master stopped him and wanted to listen to Rice. He told him that he had met Marin's soul under a fruit tree and asked him to stop the gentleman of the night and find out who had taken his life. The gentleman was beginning to resent the fact that he did not believe in any spirits when Rice held out to him something in his hand. In the young man's hand was a button that Marin had given him at the tree. The gentleman said it was the kind of cufflinks worn by the residents of the mansion, and he recognized the patterns on it at first sight. Mr. Janelli wondered where Marin got such a cufflink and touched it with his finger. At the same moment, a beam of blinding yellow light erupts from the cufflink. The system activates a video recording of the events. In a cave, an exhausted young man runs away from someone. He's being chased by those searching for the 1000-day fruit tree. He overhears them talking in the cave. The fugitive clutches a cufflink in his hand and says it was someone he knows well. We've got to tell Don Janelli, but I don't think we can hold out. Rice suddenly realized that it was Marin who had taken the life of Sean, the master's assistant. The young man realized this by comparing the cufflinks on the butler's sleeve. The video goes on to show the footage, and indeed the traitor is Sean. Everyone watches the video to the end and keeps their eyes on Sean. He's the one who took Marin's life. Mr. Janelli asks his butler if what they saw in the video is true. Mr. Janelli changes his face and says he's sorry he didn't have enough time to hand Pirate over to the gentleman of the night. At that very second, Rice and Don Janelli realized that Sean himself was a gentleman of the night. He said that was correct and introduced himself. Standing in front of them was the second among the dominant knight gentlemen in Piran. His name is the Second Knight. The gentleman reacted quickly and lunged at Sean, pulling a knife from his inside jacket pocket. He yelled that Sean was a traitor. But he said he wasn't a traitor because he'd never been on their side. They got into a fight right there in the living room. The butler drew his sword, and the odds were stacked against them. The butler raised his sword to Don Janelli and told him to take the honor of passing away by his hand. But Rice stepped forward and fought the butler with his sword. He called for his pet, and Meow ran straight to Mr. Don Janelli. The cat began to stomp on the Lord to practice his healing skills. The three of them stood up to Sean, and he said that your one-on-one when he's not prepared is too much. After saying that, the butler ran out of the open window. Mr. Janelli began to lament the need to catch up with the butler or ask Baron Crowneel for help. Rice said he would do it. The Lord thanked him for his help and asked him to take a letter he would write to the Baron. He gave the young man the letter and said there was not a moment to lose. It was urgent to go in pursuit of Sean. The system announced the quest. You must go with the letter to Baron Crowneel and defeat his knights in 30 minutes. Within seconds, Rice reached Baron Crowneel and handed him the letter. The Baron realized that Sean the butler was a gentleman of the night. Our Rice replied that he wished to enlist the support of Baron Crowneel's knights. The Baron asked Nickwood what he thought about it. Nickwood is the lazy knight commander Tom's talking about. The commander says it's probably too late for them to find any trace of him. Baron Crowneel threw the letter at him and said that Nickwood was right. He can't get the knights together immediately. It's better to meet tomorrow. But our hero won't give up so easily. He says tomorrow will be too late. The Baron says that if Sean really is a gentleman of the night, it's too late as soon as they let him leave. He adds that the rush increases the likelihood of an undesirable outcome. As head of the Pyrenees, I must also think of protecting the villagers. Our hero realizes that the Baron has a point, but he's on a quest to do something about it. He looks at the Baron and the commander. The system asks if he needs to use the item of recommendation. At first, Rice doesn't understand what item it's talking about. The system explains that he received the item in the Defense of Luberton event, and that the item was the Beatrice family seal of honor. The young man was influenced by Count Beatrice and ordered to gather the knights of Baron Crowneel and capture Sean now. The Baron obeyed Rice's order and ordered to gather the knights immediately. Commander Nickwood asked if his support could be enlisted, and they agreed to discuss it over a cup of tea. Our hero is enjoying a cup of fragrant jasmine tea when suddenly he feels something strange with his body, and the cup falls out of Rice's hands, spilling its contents. The cup shattered. The system reports that Rice has been paralyzed. His movements are restricted for 5 minutes. Baron Crowneel gives the young man a sly look. He's pleased that the paralyzer worked quickly. He says he was beginning to worry he'd have to use restraining magic. But that's not the case. Meow won't leave his master in the lurch. He's already attacking the Baron. But the Baron is not slumbering. He uses a restraining spell and the cat is bound in chains. Rice wanted to call for help, but the Baron said this room was immune to summoning magic. The Baron held his hand out to him, and the young man realized that he was also a member of the League of Knight Gentlemen. He replied that he was not just a knight gentleman, but the third knight. He said he didn't expect his and Sean's identities to be revealed like this, but that's okay. Now the plan to capture Perrin will be realized. The Baron raised his sword to Rice's head to take his life. But then something incredible happened. Nickwood appeared and wounded the Baron. He said he would not take orders from the Gentlemen of the Night. He said the Baron was no longer his master, and that his kind were enemies to the Solarians. And he intends to destroy Nightfall 3 right now. Our Rice couldn't believe his ears when he heard that Nickwood was the leader of the Solarians. He changed right before his eyes. The commander said he spent 10 years gathering evidence that the Baron was a Gentleman of the Night. He didn't expect it to turn out so easily. The Baron called the captain an asshole and said he couldn't think of a spy being right under his nose. Meanwhile, the paralysis effect and the restraining spell had worn off, and Rice and Meow were free. The hypnosis spell also stopped working, and the guards in armor also woke up. It turned out they were all under the Baron's hypnosis. Commander Nickwood knelt before Rice and said he would do anything the Earl ordered. The young man said he'd have to go after Sean as soon as possible. But the Baron was already on the intercom with Sean. He said that he too had been declassified and that the damage was extensive. Then he spread his arms and said that there was no time to delay and that we should take Perrin in a full-scale battle. He smiled gloatingly at him and Nickwood and said, "Let's see who's who." The Baron gestured at the hero and his pet and invited him to join in. Then he flew out the open window and said he was waiting for everyone in the Valley of the Winds. The commander apologized to Rice for his behavior. He had to play it cool to keep from giving himself away. A golden exclamation point appeared above Nickwood's head. This is a rare hidden quest. A full-scale battle with the Gentlemen of the Night. The commander asked Rice to invite his comrades to defeat the Night Gentlemen. The young man happily agreed and was about to invite everyone he'd added as friends. But the look on Rice's face quickly changed when he realized that none of his friends were online. He told Nickwood that he didn't have any friends who could come right now. He replied calmly that he would be waiting for them at the top when their friends gathered. Rice looks at the commander incomprehensibly. He asked the commander if they shouldn't go fight right now, to which the commander replied that they would fight when everyone was assembled. Our hero realizes that the battle has not yet begun, and he has time, so he'll be out of the game for a while. When he got out of bed, Irem realized that it was dawn. That's why no one was in the game. He wanted to eat and sleep, but he got a message from the boss. The boss said Jae-yoon has a cold, so he'll stay with him. The restaurant is closed for now, so Irem can rest. The young man was upset that Jae-yoon was sick. He promised himself to cook something delicious when the boy recovers. Anyway, it's his day off today, so he can text everyone and ask who wants to participate in the quest. All his friends said yes. Meanwhile, a bright sunrise was rising over the city. The entrance to reality had been made. The friends had already arrived to greet Rice. Ather's friends studied the quests and said it was quite a big chain of quests. I never thought there could be so many in Pyre. Commander Nickwood also came and Rice was very happy to see him. He thanked everyone for coming to Perrin, and he hoped they would work together. They were about to leave, but Rice decided that they needed a good meal before they left, so he opened his travel kitchen. He asked Ather and Macho King if they were ready for what he had asked them to do. They replied cheerfully that they were ready. Ather's friend showed him a large honeycomb he'd made that could cook up to 100 servings. And Malo King had studied farming methods, so he had a lot of stuff. Fern ramen. Turns into noodles if you boil it in water. Our Rice Tui started making ramen and his friends are all excited to eat ramen at reality. The chef says he's about to start making the most delicious ramen of all time. First we wait for the water to boil, then we put in the noodles and soup powder. While the noodles are boiling, finally chop the green chili pepper. Then add the egg and finally some red pepper powder. The delicious ramen was ready and Rice urged everyone to stuff their bellies before going into battle. The palace guards also lined up for the delicious ramen. They took the ramen and kimchi with chopsticks and wondered how in the world they could have this food. It's incomprehensible how pickles can exist in this world. They really are like the real thing. The guards began to roll the noodles on sticks, savoring the noodles and saying it was delicious. Our Rice also took a portion and went to the clearing. He was glad he'd done the usual, but everyone liked it so much. He tasted his creation and realized he missed it so much. In a wonderful broth with green onions and green chili peppers, and finally that wonderful egg flavor. Suddenly everyone felt a burst of energy. The ramen effect increases attack and defense by 10 for 40 minutes. The young man stood up and commanded, "Go." The system signaled entry into the battlefield. A battle is about to take place between the Night Gentlemen and the Solarians. Our Nickwood, Tom, and Jerry decided to come along on the quest. The commander said that eating Pice's food made everyone feel stronger. It would help them in battle. The guards asked the captain if they could win. The captain said there was nothing to worry about. The system says there are 0 minutes left in the final battle between the two. Butler Sean is in charge because you don't have to use a cow knife to butcher a chicken. The system reported that to win, Nickwood needed to beat all the gentlemen of the night, and they needed to beat Nickwood. Rice realized that wasn't fair. They needed to protect Nickwood first. The butler gave the command to finish off the commander with a wave of his hand. Rice then ordered his colleagues to move in. Commander Nickwood is already wounded and needs help because he's bleeding. Suddenly, Tom was a spy for the gentlemen of the night. And finally, a terrible secret is revealed. Turns out Tom is a night gentleman too. And what's more, he's chief among the first. Our hero is a little bewildered by the information he's received. One thing is certain, they are in a very dangerous position. Meanwhile, Butler Sean wasted no time and soared into the air, striking everyone with a lightning strike. Comrades Arthur and Melina try to confront him, but he's too high up. Commander Nickwood is wounded, and Meow tries to heal him with his powers. The team decides not to attack Sean, but to try to grab Tom. But Tom's got a knack for deflecting all the blows that come his way. This Tom is very strong and has almost no weaknesses. His attack took many of the Solarians out of the fight, and even the survivors lost a lot of strength. Butler Sean said that's the end of it and told everyone to stand back. At that very second, Rice decided to unleash the trump card he'd been holding all along, and it was the golem. He began to reincarnate with the sole purpose of fighting back at all costs. The reincarnated golem launched an attack. He brought his fist over the enemy and brought him down with all his might. He immediately ordered all his men to move away from him because he could accidentally hurt someone. Golem swung his hands into a fist and struck the Night Gentleman with all his might. Rice's team saw that it could still work and rushed to the Dove's aid. Thanks to the food buff, they were full of energy and could make a significant contribution to the battle. Commander Nickwood was wounded but said he would heal quickly. After a minute of healing, he went to Tom and frantically shouted at him why he was trying to destroy the 1000-day fruit tree. To this the Thoth answered as he had recently answered him. Better Piran's death than hundreds of beggars on the road. Meanwhile, the system reported that the 10-minute period for golemization had come to an end, and Rice turned back and began to fall. But his friends didn't let him fall. They caught him in their arms. They agreed that there were fewer gentlemen of the night, and the battle seemed to be coming to an end. Sean comes up, and it looks like he's up to something. He's holding a glowing ball of light. He threw the glowing ball into the crowd, including his comrades. Tom and Sean decided to stop there. They flew up into the air and surrounded themselves with a beautiful bluish ball. Rice shouted after them, asking Margaret if it wasn't real. He replied that she was loved by stupid Tom, who had forgotten who he really was, but he was gone. An information window popped up, and the system said the full-scale battle was over. The guards crowded around the prisoner and shouted that he had betrayed them for money. Our Rice told the prisoner that he had saved him from being kidnapped by the gentlemen of the night. But if he was their agent, why would they want to kidnap you? The prisoner said he wanted to quit because he couldn't stand to see his comrades like that. That's why they tried to kill him, because he was useless. The situation is understandable, but because of him, several comrades died. The prisoner has chosen the path of betrayal, so he must take responsibility. The prisoner asked the captain to tell everyone that he apologizes, and for this he gives his life. After these words, the prisoner raised his blade to his throat, but Nickwood knocked the sword out of the prisoner's hands, saying it could not be avoided even in this way. When they heard the incomprehensible sounds, they all turned to see the prisoner crying bitter tears. The system reported that Rice had received additional abilities and a new inventory due to the end of the full-scale battle. In addition to the other items, Rice noticed the cold gloves made by the master. The young man realized that this item was from the bandana set he received in the last quest. So he had collected 3 items from the ice collection. Suddenly others said that he had a costume that would fit well for this item, and he would give it to him. He put on all the items and thanked his friend. Thanks to this, he feels how he has become stronger. Laughing 8 said that it suits him very well and wished him to use it for good. The system reported that the boys and the Solarians had defeated the Night Gentlemen and taken control of Piran. During the battle, someone was shaken by the news of the loss of a loved one. Some felt the pain of betrayal by their comrades. Some faced the sad loss of their lover. Piran is now in darkness, But the day will come when the sun will come out, and all these people will be able to get back on their feet. The system also reported that the event was complete. A new seder was left and the divine fruit was received, which immediately fell into the palm of his hand. It's a fruit containing a small amount of the 1,000-day fruit tree that allows the bearer to do things that others can't. Rice, of course, decided not to guess what it was, but to try it right away. The divine fruit was so juicy and delicious that Meow wanted to taste it too. The young man said that he didn't know what the fruit tasted like, but if it was from a deity, it would probably be him. The system reported that they ate the divine fruit, and now Rice has divine power. It also reports that Rice has used his divine power, and the barrier between the two worlds is dissipating. Now anyone can post footage from the game. The system asked Rice if he wanted to link his YouTube account and upload the video. Rice's finger immediately reached for the yes button and pressed it. With the help of divine power, he was able to unlock the uploading of videos on YouTube. From now on, all walkthroughs of the game could be watched online. He looked at the numerous messages on the network and thought about whether to upload everything to YouTube. It's a good thing he'd set up an account beforehand. Various rewards were showered on him. Apparently it was for completing the quest to peer in. Rice looked to see if there were any awards he hadn't seen. Michelin's interest was piqued and our hero got a two-dimensional farm, which was just great because the farm had cattle, cows, pigs. At that time, a black car pulled up to Changmeng's house. It was night and the moon was shining brightly. A suspicious man got out of the car and said to himself that this seems to be the place he was looking for. He took out his cell phone and dialed someone's number. It's obvious he's up to something. At Jiangmin's house, Jae-yoon is still feverish and not feeling well. The man takes care of the boy and says he needs to take another medicine. The boy says he'll eat the tasty porridge first and then he can eat the unpalatable medicine. As the boss is walking out the door, he gets a call. It's Chairman Kang Il-yoon calling. The chairman says he wanted to contact the boss after hearing about the case he was assigned. He told something else to the boss. This information clearly agitated Changmeng because his face changed dramatically. Chairman Chan said he would call again soon and hung up, leaving the boss standing there with mixed feelings. A few minutes later, the boy was devouring the delicious porridge with great appetite. The next morning, the boss at the restaurant informed Iram that someone had been found regarding the boy. The boss asked Iram to be quiet so the boy wouldn't hear anything. The young man realized the boss had found the boy's father with the help of Chairman Kang. He did a good job, but Iram is wondering where the boy's father is now and what he's doing. The boss said he can't answer that question now. He'll be told in detail later. In the meantime, Kang was still outside the house of the alleged Jae-yoon. He saw a man and a woman in the window of the house. The man's name is Do Sung-dae, and he is 32 years old. The man abandoned his son for gambling. The chairman got determined and knocked loudly on the door. A disgruntled Sung-dae looked out the door and asked who had come at such a late hour. When he didn't get an answer, he shouted for the person who had parked his car in front of his gate to move it immediately. Instead of answering, Sun-bae received a strong kick. The impact was so strong that he was thrown backwards onto the pavement. The man now looked fearfully at the stranger who had so unceremoniously barged into his yard. He asked the stranger who he was. The chairman balled his fists and replied that he was the one who would take him to his son. Song-dae's girlfriend ran out and asked if what the man was saying was true. She was furious at the information she received. The guy said it was true and asked the chairman what happened to the man's child and who was taking care of him. He replied that the child went to a local restaurant and asked for help, and after that, the owner of the restaurant took care of him. The girl got very angry with Sun-dae and started calling him all sorts of names. The chairman asked not to call the police since the girl understood the situation, but she asked him to explain one thing to her. The guy lost all the money she earned and even sold her ring recently, so she wants to report him. The chairman assured the girl he'd help her later and took the poor guy away. He desperately called out for his girlfriend, but Mi-yeon ruthlessly closed the door and said she didn't want to see him anymore. The chairman drove Sung-dae in his car and said he didn't deserve to be a father. After saying that, the poor guy got hurt again. Kang asked the guy where his ex-wife was. He didn't want to answer at first, but then he admitted that she died after the accident. The chairman said the kid doesn't know anything about it. Sun-bae said he didn't see anything wrong with it. He was also very confused because it was shortly after the divorce. The chairman asked if someone wanted to take Jae-yoon away. Would Sung-dae give up his parental rights? The guy's affirmative answer was followed by another slap, as if there was a difference in what Sung-dae would say. The guy started to think about running away. All he has to do is wait for the car to stop. He allegedly unbuckled his seatbelt discreetly. The chairman noticed it and asked him to put the belt back on immediately, or he'd tighten it around his neck. In the morning at the restaurant, Changmeng and Jae-yoon greeted Irim, who came to work early today. He said he hadn't eaten breakfast yet and decided to come early to cook something delicious and have breakfast together. The boss suggested to set up the dishes and cutlery while Iram was cooking. At the same time, Chairman Kang entered the restaurant with Sung Dae leading the way. The boy turned his back to the table, and the adults blocked the way so that the child wouldn't see who came with him. But the boss didn't have time to warn Iram about the night call, so he asked who was behind the chairman's back. Little Jae-yoon heard that and turned around. When he saw the person behind the chairman's back, he immediately realized who it was. The boy shouted, "Dad!" Song-dae reluctantly called his son by name. He wasn't happy to see him. The boy's arms fell out of his hands and he rushed, but not into his father's arms. He quickly hid behind Iram. He began to shiver so badly as if he'd been out in the cold for a long time. Iram doesn't understand what happened. If he's so frightened, what the man was doing to him. The young man invited the boy to talk about it. The father reached out his hand to touch his son, but was intercepted by Boss Jangmin. The boss's hand tightly gripped Sung-dae's hand. He noticed that the child was afraid of something and asked him not to touch him. But the father immediately started yelling that he had every right to touch his own child. He managed to escape from Changmin's grasp for a second and flew towards the unfortunate child, when the chairman tripped him and brought the man to the floor. This man is from the same world, and he looks just like him. That's how Chairman Kang stands and thinks. The boy was asked who he'd rather stay with his grandfather or with his dad. Jae-yoon was worried about giving the wrong answer, but Iram gently stroked his head and told him not to be afraid and to tell the truth, and that he and his grandfather would protect him. The boy shyly replied that he'd rather be with his grandfather, but Sung-dae yelled like an injured man. And little Jae-yoon said again, even louder, that he likes being with his grandpa, but not with his dad. He remembers how daddy beat him and mommy every day, so mommy ran away. And he was so hungry he thought he was going to die. And the boy roared his heart out. Iram couldn't believe the child had to go through such a thing. Turning to Sunbae, he said that having a child is not the same as being a parent. He added that just having a child and forgetting about it doesn't make you a parent. Iram asked the man to never come again. The chairman apologized to the boy for scaring him. He said he brought the father to fully understand the situation. He put his hand on Sunday's shoulder and said that he would deal with him and file the necessary paperwork. The chairman and Jae-young's father left, and Iram stood there wishing that the boy would be happy and free from all these worries. The young man decided to make everyone happy with a delicious breakfast and went back to work. He made osam bulgogi and asked the boy if he had ever tasted this dish. The boy said no, he hadn't. The chef made the dish not as spicy as usual, so Jae-yoon could eat it too. The boy ate his best friend's dish with great pleasure, and the adults watched him with fondness in their eyes. Little Jae-yoon quickly cleared his plate and asked for more rice. Looking at Iram, the boss thinks he's a sincere person and has great cooking skills. Boss Jangmin thinks that he would like the young man to fulfill his dream and not just work here. At home after a day of work, after showering, Iram checks his phone, which is full of notifications. On the screen is a selection of popular videos in Korea, all featuring his pet Meow. Turns out they're monetizable videos. Iram clicked a button and money poured into his wallet in just a couple days. The young man had time to doze off, but not for long, because there were new alerts about the news that had arrived. New video of the battle with the participation of his gaming staff. It looks cool and already 280,000 views. In the recording studio, preparations for the release of a new song are also well underway, and it's all thanks to Iram. The young man is happy that Dong Wook-hyun will be making his debut soon. Then he remembered the agency and the business card Han gave him, and cried at the memory. He decided that now was the time to immerse himself in reality. He put on his headphones and glasses. An old man named Mac Bain was already waiting for him at his ranch. He greeted Rice. With the system, it was now possible to travel to the farm from another dimension. And now you can use various ingredients unlimited. And there's an NPC named Mac Bain who keeps an eye on the farm and runs it. He says they've just collected a bunch of new ingredients and Rice can check them out for himself. Little Pepesh lives on the farm too. He and Meow brought the cook lots of fresh eggs. The boy asked if the young man would enter Beatrice's cooking contest. Rice wondered. In Lubarton, Count Beatrice is holding a cooking contest. Rumor has it that our hero is a very talented cook. Old man McBain asked why he shouldn't participate. He said it sounded very interesting and thanked the old man. The old man, Pepesh, and Meow said goodbye to the young man for a while, and he began to reminisce about the past. The cooking contest reminded him of the old days. It was his first competition, so he was very nervous. But despite his worries, he had a very good experience. The day of the cooking competition had arrived. At the entrance to the building, there are NPCs. The arriving contestants look at them and say that these NPCs and rights do not move. One guy wonders if he can get any special cooking tips at the competition. The other guy says he doesn't even know how to cook. Someone heard that players can also be judges, but he doesn't know how to become one. The NPS guard listens attentively to what the visitors are saying. Suddenly, one of the NPCs turns his head and stares. His gaze is fixed on Rice. He greets him and says they haven't seen each other for a long time. They notice the young man far away in the crowd and greet him very cheerfully. The guys' names are Karen and Gale. The young man greets them cheerfully too. As soon as the gawkers realized who was in front of him, they started shouting his name. Karen let him go ahead and wished him good luck in the upcoming contest. The young man walked inside the building and marveled. This is a very beautiful and interesting place. He saw upstairs beautiful chairs in red velvet. These must be the judges' seats. While Rice was looking around, he was told that his application was confirmed and he could go to the kitchen table as a contestant. Among the contestants, he saw Melina, who also noticed him and greeted him cheerfully. The young man came over to say hello and told the girl that it was the first time he had seen her like this. There are only 2 of them so far. It seems that the others will only come to the beginning. The girl said she was bored waiting, so she decided to use the kitchen table. He asked if he could taste what she had made. The girl said sure, but it would have to wait a while. She took the appetizing ball and crushed it with a special device. The girl handed the flatbread to him. He took it in his hands and thanked her. It was a taste straight from his childhood, a luscious, faint smell and a crunchy texture. In fact, the last time he'd eaten dalgona was a long time ago, before the taste rubbed off. The young man never thought he'd taste it again here in the game. The beautiful Rakusen said it was a pity she didn't have molds. It would have been more believable. Rice replied that he knew an artisan and an alchemist who could help. The girl asked him to tell her how to contact them. She had burned many ladles as a child to learn how to make dalgon, but Rice was distracted by a man who had just entered the arena. This man's name is Han-shik Wan, and he is the king of Korean cuisine. Our hero took a closer look at the guest and realized that it was the character of Devon, the same one he had failed to work out with not too long ago. Suddenly, Shik Wan walks towards him with a confident stride. Our hero doesn't realize what he wants to do this time. But as he approached, he bowed to the ground and apologized to Rice. He said he'd behaved badly the last time and apologized. He's been thinking and practicing a lot since then, so he's decided to get back to basics. Although he doesn't think Rice will forgive him after apologizing so suddenly, he doesn't want anyone to feel uncomfortable because of him. He wanted to meet in person and apologize, but didn't have the courage to do it. Rice listened to Shik out of the corner of his eye. After these words he left, but when he heard the word thank you from our hero, it was very unexpected. The girl shouted after him for the king of Korean cuisine to taste her dalgon. He was startled because he thought his nickname was hidden. But since the audience must know, the contestant's nickname is displayed in the status window. A man in a green cape came up. This is Luke. He greeted Rice and asked how they were doing. He praised the young man and said it was cool to have the courage to come here. All the contestants arrived and announced over the loudspeaker that it was time for Beatrice's cooking contest to begin. Announced that they had invited 3 players as special judges and asked them to applaud. Among them, Rice saw Epicurus. So the people next to him are also special judges. I wonder what their profession is. The contest manager thanked all the contestants for the cooking contest he had personally organized. At this point, Rice is stunned because he knows who's standing in front of him. It's his boss. He's asking for long, boring speeches. He hopes the judges will give their unbiased assessment of the contestants tonight. The assistant has announced that the contest will have 4 stages. And for the sake of fairness, you are not allowed to use your skills. The organizers have prepared all the necessary ingredients. Use of outside ingredients will result in disqualification. In the first round, you must select your own fish from the pantry and carve it. The order is determined on a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as the first round was announced, everyone rushed out. Only Rice remained perplexed and standing still. Although there's a lot of fish, there are only 2 of each species, so you have to hurry to pick the perfect fish. The rush for everyone to get ahead was to outrun Rice himself, but he was 2 jumps ahead of them and chose a fish called the gobiosia. The competitors were delighted that he'd chosen the hardest fish to cook. It's small and has a lot of slime. While Shik Wan is also watching Rice and thinks that he chose this fish not only because of his self-confidence, as everyone around him says, the host suddenly raises his hand and is about to announce who is eliminated from the first round. The contestants are outraged and don't understand how they can announce who is eliminated when they haven't even done anything yet. The NPS announced that Master Chef Caramel Sunnyday and 5 other contestants were eliminated from the first round. The goal of the first round was to select fish in good condition. Those eliminated chose fish not fresh enough to cook with. The chef has to look at the condition of the food to be served. The contestants began to resent, saying that the terms of the task were not clearly stated. Many immediately looked at Rice as if to convince him that he knew the terms of the task. But the young man thought that half of these fish were in such a state that they couldn't be used for cooking. Most of the contestants are cooks, and if they had the opportunity to use the skill discernment, they would not have made a mistake. Also noted those who passed the first stage due to the fact that late to the choice of fish. Our hero was still sneakily looking at Count Beatrice and wondered if it was his boss, because they are so similar in appearance. Then announced the beginning of the second round and that it will be a team. The 8 contestants who passed must come out ahead. A NPC showed a box and said there were 8 stones in it. The people who choose the same color stones will be on the same team, so the contestants would be divided into 2 teams. Everyone was only interested in what color Rice would be because he was the desired partner for everyone. The 3 who were all familiar with the naked hero also pulled out stones of the same color as him. The other team was in a depressed mood. They had already written themselves off as losers. The NPS said that in the second round, they have to cook 1 dish from the team and asked everyone to check their numbers. Since everyone will be going out in order of their number, the first contestant must bring 10 ingredients from the pantry. Sugar, salt, and butter are standard, and you have to choose everything else. In our hero's team, Gourmet was number 1 and Rice was number 4. He immediately wanted to discuss the dish they'd be cooking, but the NPS told him that the contestants weren't allowed to talk until the contestant brought the food. The start was set for number 1 and his assignment. If you can't talk, you can't agree on a dish. We can only hope that the gourmet will bring good food. The second number is given 8 minutes to prepare a dish from the food brought by the first number. By special rule, number 3 can bring 3 additional ingredients. After a minute, the mute mode goes off and Rice looks at the food the gourmet brought and asks what the idea was. The gourmet says he wanted to make grilled meat because there's nothing tastier than grilled meat. Our hero asks if he's sure he wants to grill, and that's it. The second team, seeing the confusion of the first team, realizes that this could be a chance to win, and they have to try. Our Rice wonders how they can win with a dish that's basically just grilled meat. The NPC announces that number 2 should now begin cooking for 8 minutes of food, as the gourmet looks on in bewilderment. Suddenly, our hero asks the king of Korean cuisine to do nothing but chop the food. Our hero has an idea to make a very tasty hamburger patty. Then they have a good chance of winning. Then the king began to filigree all the ingredients for the future hamburger. The gourmet had a fit when he saw the king cutting up the meat, but the girl consoled him saying it would all be very juicy in the end. But he kept yelling that it's rare to find food of such high quality, and he was sorry. But the girl said they couldn't taste any of the food because the judges had to taste it. Meanwhile, Rice commanded that the ratio of pork to beef was 6:4. Not all the fat, just a third of it. Then he handed over the rice cooker, and though it looked strange, everyone trusted him. Kang Ji-han is watching the teams invisibly. He's the star chef in real life. He looks at Rice and wonders if he's the greatest chef in the world. He's very curious to see what kind of dish our hero will serve. The NPS says there's 1 minute left and asks contestant number 3 to get ready for his shift. The girl Rakusen is the 3rd member of the team. She's going to bring breadcrumbs and ingredients and sauce. Our hero confirmed her thoughts. As it turns out, the girl has good taste. If there's no Worcester sauce, she'll forgo the garnish and take ketchup and soy sauce to make her own sauce. Time was running out and the girl took the breading. No Worcester sauce after all. We'll have to go back to ketchup and soy sauce. Meanwhile, the other team decided to make kujolfen. They've chosen the sauces and ingredients well, so we can't relax. Mig Rakusen started frying chopped onions in butter. This way, the bitterness turns to sweetness and the flavor becomes more pleasant. If these onions are added to the meat, the flavor will be more intense. She keeps adding the mushrooms, garlic eggs, breadcrumbs, salt, and pepper, and then Rice stops her and asks how about adding parsley as a spice substitute. The girl thinks it's a great idea. She kneads the mince and keeps an eye on the pan, which she decides to leave on the gas. Now she has to divide the meat into 2 balls and give them a good pat. In the center of the ball, you can press down a little with your hands. Thanks to this, the center will be well fried. Next, you need to slightly brown the meat, and when it is golden, add water and cover with a lid. This way, the steak won't burn and will be perfectly cooked inside. Meanwhile, time's up and it's Rice's turn. Everyone has confidence in him and relies on his skill. First, the chef turned down the heat a bit for the pot of rice and then checked the steak. It's well done. Now it needs to be carefully turned over and put the lid back on. Our Rice is very happy with the result he's getting. The steak should be placed on a plate when it's golden. The base of the sauce is the juice left over from the steak frying. To the sauce, you need to add chopped mushrooms and onions. This is how the sauce is made from the ingredients that Rakusen brought. Now we pour the sauce over the steak and then put the fried eggs on it. After that, we can put the rice that the king of Korean cuisine has prepared. The NPS solemnly asked the contestants from both teams to step away from the stoves. The judges were brought the prepared dishes for tasting. The opposing team provided kujolpahan. There is nothing special about his recipe, but there should be only well-selected fresh ingredients. Hamburg steak is quite simple in ingredients but difficult to prepare. The judge is surprised and never thought he'd see such opposite dishes. He tries the kujolpahan. All 8 ingredients are in the milchomchen and they have to be dipped in peanut sauce. The judges really liked the dish and thought the flavor was amazing. This judge would want to eat a couple pieces without a second thought. The ingredients were well chosen, and the flatbread was excellent. The NPS proclaimed that the judges seemed to love the kujolfin, and that's great. And now it's time for the Hamburg steak. The appetizing aroma can be smelled with the naked nose. The judges tasted it and exploded with a whole palette of feelings. That sweet and sour sauce and the savory flavor of the egg. That divine meat gravy that goes straight to the mouth. And most of all, it's the mushroom rice that brings out the flavor. The aroma and flavor of the mushrooms makes this combination even more luxurious. This is simply haute cuisine, no less. The judges made a quick decision and awarded the ride to Team White. Everyone, led by Rice, started to cheer, but the NPS announced round 3. The guys were told that while they were cooking, there was a third round that gauged team performance. It all depends on how well the players perform in the second round. The top 2 will be chosen, and the rest will be eliminated. The judge says there's a total of 100 points that the judges have divided among the 4 contestants. He announced that Rice had scored 45 points, Rakuten 36, King of the Kitchen 15, and Taster 4 points. Those eliminated from rounds 2 and 3 must leave the floor. The taster could not believe his own failure because he chose meat, which is already a bid for victory. Rakuten is trying to console him. Looking at Rice, Shikwan thanked him and said that thanks to him, he was able to reach the 3rd round. Our hero thanked his colleague and realized that he no longer holds a grudge against him. The eliminated left the room, and the NPC announced that it was time for the 4th round. In real life, Dongwook is looking at the business card he was given from Atrante. He can't believe it's not a dream and that he'll have a song from Jeonju. A girl named Yoon Seo says the contract will be finalized, but the agency has to check his skills to finalize the details of the contract. The young man is upset that the contract won't be signed today. The girl says they just have a meeting today. She says that in the first phase, the company is investing in him, so he will not receive income immediately. The young man asks her what that means, that he won't get the money until he recoups the investment. The girl confirmed the correctness of his judgment. Ju came up behind him and cheerfully said that his muse does not know its price. The girl looked at the composer dumbfounded, and he quickly put a stop to her behavior, saying that if she behaved like that with her muse, she would miss a great opportunity. Then he said Dongwook sings so well that he talked him into working together. And this young man was the person he wrote his new song for. The girl immediately realized what was going on and said she'd be very nice to the newcomer. The composer said it's perfect and that's exactly what he wants. Dongwook looked at his new patron with a dazed look in his eyes and didn't understand why he was so lucky all of a sudden. Meanwhile, in reality, the long-awaited 4th round has arrived in which Rice and Rakuten take part. The NPS announces the theme for the final round, and it's decalcomania. Decalcomania is when you draw on one side of the paper, fold it, and then unfold it to make a beautiful symmetrical drawing. One contestant will choose the ingredients for round 4, and the other contestant will choose the dish. He, as the winner of the last round, was given the right to choose, and he chose the dish. Then the right to choose the ingredients is left to the girl Rakuten. She has chosen pork as the main ingredient. She wants to make a dish of boneless pork. We left it to him to choose the pork dish. He began to ponder which dish would be worthy of the finale. He thought about it some more and told the audience he wanted to make a dish called tonkatsu. The crowd roared. It was the most unexpected answer of all. The audience began to discuss the hero's unorthodox choice, as this dish is simple enough for such a demanding finale. The judge thinks it's not a bad choice. Players may think it's too simple, but the judge doesn't know anything about it. Our hero thinks he likes pork and could make something else, but he wants tonkatsu. The judge announced that 40 minutes were given for the 4th round and told the contestants to get started. Rice took a choice piece of pork, because first you have to choose quality meat, then you have to prepare all the necessary ingredients for the dish. You need to put a pan with oil on the stove, because 40 minutes is not a lot of time to cook the dish. While the oil in the pan heats up, Rice starts slicing the meat. First, he gets rid of any unnecessary skin and unnecessary fat. Then Rice picks up a heavy hammer to pound the meat properly. Chef Rakuten is going to use whole cuts of meat. She'll cook both thin and thick cuts for variety. Time is up, and the judges are presented with the final 2 dishes from the best contestants. Are examining Rice's dish. It's a light European version of tonkatsu, which in Europe is called pork cutlet. This dish is a thinly sliced meat deep-fried, and it should be served with a light sauce. And Rakuten's tonkatsu is a thick piece of meat. It's a Japanese tonkatsu with a sauce of the same name. The judges were about to start tasting, but our hero stopped them and said he'd also made a soup. It's a light soup made with flour and whipped cream. Tonkatsu is a European dish, and it would be a shame not to serve it with the soup. Poor Rakusen was completely embarrassed. She was so busy cooking that she didn't realize Rice had made 2 dishes. The judges tasted the soup and appreciated it, saying it was a great appetizer and now it was time for the main course. Popular and simple dishes are good because everyone already knows what they taste like, so they're easier to serve. It's just amazing deliciousness. The crispy breading explodes in your mouth like fireworks. The juice literally oozes out of the breading. And if you dip the sauce that comes with the dish, it's fantastic. Everyone is raving about both chefs' dishes and asking for the recipe at their place. The problem is that you have to pick one winner, but the 2 of them did it perfectly and it's not clear what to do in this case. Rakusen's tonkatsu is well cooked even though it's a thick piece of meat. The cutlet didn't turn out tough. Rais's sauce that he served with the dish also complemented the dish well, emphasizing the pleasant impression of the combination of crispy breading and soft meat. The judge raised his hand and called everyone to attention. It's time to decide the winner of the final round. He asked for a thumbs up from those who favor Rice, and those favoring the Rakusen dish to raise 2 thumbs up. The result was very surprising. 4 judges realized 1 paleo and 4 raised 2 fingers up, and that means a draw. There are still 2 judges who haven't voted and are waiting for their answer. In the end, they both got 1 thumbs up. He wins in the end. The host says that they had a masterpiece tonkatsu and it was hard to decide. But our hero had extra dishes that created perfect harmony. The beautiful Rakusen was genuinely happy for her partner and rival at the same time. The host announced that it was now time to award the winner to the runner-up. The winner received 1 million won and the runner-up received 500,000 won. Our Rice also received an extra buff and Michelin's interest increased by 5 more. Happy with second place, Rakusen started to go home because the contest was over, but Rice stopped her. He stopped her and asked if he could add the girl as a friend. DNA said yes. Meanwhile, the organizer approached him and said he had a request for him as the winner of the contest. It's a related quest. He asked him to bring a girl. When she came out, she introduced herself as Angelina Beatrice. Our hero was struck by her appearance. Angelina is very thin and Rice thought there must be a story behind it. The presenter said it started when his wife died of a terminal illness 6 months ago. Maybe it's wrong of him, but the father wanted to give his daughter back her appetite with a better meal. He asked Angelina if she liked the dish and wanted to try it. The girl tried a bite, but it came back out, which made a lasting impression on everyone present. The young man said that he didn't need a reward for the quest, but he felt sorry for the skinny kid and wanted to do the quest. The Count is very upset and worried, but said he wants to rely on Rice. When the Count asked him if he had any idea, he squatted down in front of the girl and began to eat his dish appetizingly. He ate and savored his food while the girl had tears in her eyes. The system reported that his appetite had increased from 0% to almost 50%. The young man continued to eat the dish, knowing that it was made from the heart. Angelina's appetite was moving towards 100%. She asked her father if she could try the dish again. The Count was very pleased and invited his daughter to sit down. But the girl said she didn't need a table. She wanted to do it just like the chef. She carefully broke off and tasted one small piece and found it delicious. The girl snuggled up to her father and told him that she was fine now, and the Count was unbearably happy about it. The Count thanked Rice, and the system reported the end of the quest. The reward was a knight title. The young man was ordained a knight and began the journey of knighthood. As a reward, he was given the opportunity to have another life. The third judge appeared, and Za-Yun approached him from behind and asked if he was all right. She thanked him for coming. It was the boss in the real world who came to the game. She asked him how everything went and if there was any inconvenience during the ride, but he said it was fine. The girl said she was glad the teacher had adapted a bit. Since he is a model for a character in the game, he was registered as a privileged player. The teacher asked the girl if that's what she wanted to show him, pointing to the happy father and son. Memories came flooding back and salty tears flowed from his eyes. Images of the past began to flash before his eyes. He was walking with his daughter. His world fell apart when he had to let his daughter go to the next world. He'd been sitting in his house leaning against the wall for a long time. He came across a promotional discount card for a store with grilled chicken. He remembered that he and his daughter used to order grilled chicken when he got home late and didn't have time to cook. The girl said they ate the chicken every time he was late, and they only had 2 left, so they would get a free coupon. He thought he was a useless father who couldn't protect his daughter, so he changed his name and made a pledge to feed lonely children. And that's when he met her. In the moments when he had a hard time, the teacher comforted and was there for him. When Hyen found out that the teacher had lost a family member, she promised to pay him back. She was worried about hurting him, but he couldn't believe she had such thoughts. He saw how happy Angelina was with her father. Even if it was a game, even if it wasn't real. He stared at them unblinking until tears sprang from his eyes. Then he turned away and said he was tired and wanted to go back. Ha-yen took him out of the game. He took one last look at the happy two and concluded to himself that everything was okay now. The boss woke up to Jae-yoon taking off his headphones and looking at his grandfather fearfully, asking if he was okay. The boy asked why he was crying if he was having a good dream. He asked his grandfather not to cry and hugged him, so they sat hugging each other on the bed. In the afternoon of the same day, the restaurant was taking orders and it was time to close. Iram was preparing the kitchen for closing, but the boss asked for more orders. He was curious to know what kind of customer they were waiting for until he saw the girl in the doorway and was stunned. They were staring at each other with their eyes bulging. Rai realized it was the girl he met at the hospital, and she recognized him too. The boss walked over to them and welcomed Ha-en into his restaurant, and she greeted the teacher happily. He took her hand in his and said that she was very thin, so they had prepared a lot of delicious food today. The boss suggested that Iram cook and eat together because Ha-en had traveled so far and was hungry. He made delicious buckwheat noodles with perilla oil and pibim-kuksu. The girl is feeling a little better today, so she can eat it. The main thing is not to be nervous, but to focus on the flavor first. The flavor is very pleasant, and the perilla oil smells divine. The girl put the first batch of noodles in her mouth. The girl didn't expect it to be so good. The flavor is nice, not spicy and light, so you can eat it without a second thought. Happy Ha-yoon can't remember the last time she ate with such pleasure. And Iram is eating very concentrated, watching him even more enjoy the flavor of the food. And then she remembered that she felt something similar when she looked at rice in reality. The boss decided to introduce them to each other. He said that this is Ha-yoon, with whom they've had a good relationship for a long time. And this is Iram, his chef, who cooks amazing dishes that can't leave anyone indifferent. The girl said she and Iram were old acquaintances too, and he said he was happy to see her. The chef looked at the girl's plate and noticed that she had left a lot of noodles. He thought Ha-en was so thin because she didn't eat enough. He chopped the radishes very finely to make them easier for her body to digest. Suddenly he began to doubt the taste of the food. Maybe she just didn't like the perilla oil noodles. But she immediately praised his food, and the boss also praised the chef, saying that these noodles are the most popular dish here. The boss started asking the girl about her work. He's worried she's very thin. She said it's a lot of work, but it's not that hard. The boss asked if she also works at a game company, and she said yes. Our Iram immediately realized what company she was talking about and was very surprised. The girl asked if he plays reality and said that he and Chairman Park met there. But when Ha-yeon said she was the developer of the game, just stared at her in amazement. As an administrator, she's in charge of the game as a whole. That's why she's always busy and does almost nothing else but that. She said that there is a lot of talk about the game now, especially after the cooking contest, and asked Iram if he had seen it. The young man replied that he hadn't seen it, but had participated in the contest. Then it was Ha-yoon's time to gawk and wonder. Then it was revealed that Iram was rice. The girl was completely shocked by the information. She realized she'd just eaten a dish he'd made. How come their paths keep crossing? The boss asked if his chef was the winner last night. He didn't believe the boss was watching the contest because he doesn't know games. So the boss told him that Baro Sagim, who was a special judge yesterday, was him. Then Ha-en explained that Count Beatrice and his daughter are NPCs created in the image of the teacher and his daughter. She gave the teacher a privileged account and invited a special judge for the competition. That's why the Count was so much like the boss. His daughter Young-ah left this world a long time ago. She was then, and if she were alive, she would be the same age as the young man now. The guy didn't expect that the boss had a daughter. He never even mentioned it. The affectionate Ha-yoon said she had only seen his daughter in pictures, and she looked just like her father. He even changed his name to Jungmin to remind him of his daughter. He felt terrible for a long time, but thanks to the game yesterday, he felt comforted. It's like Jong-ah told him that she's fine now. Thanks to Ha-yoon, he thanked her and took her hand in his. When her parents died, she was so confused. Jungmin had done so much for her that she wanted to repay him somehow. She made this game to cure people. She's very glad she was able to give him some comfort. Iram finally realized the meaning of reality's invention. He said that in reality, he can smell and taste. Ha-en was very surprised that the young man could feel neither. He said that because of an accident, he gave up his dream of opening a restaurant and became completely helpless. He said that thanks to reality, he had come back to life and was working for his boss. In addition, his taste and smell are slowly returning. The girl was about to leave. She wished Iram knew achievements in the game. He replied that it's working itself out. He thanked Ha-en for being able to get back on his feet thanks to the game. The girl responded by saying that it was because of him that she had courage too. If you think about it, reality had cured her, the boy and the teacher. The girl left and the boss took Iram somewhere saying he needed to talk to him. He took him to an empty but clean room and said he didn't want the place to just collect dust, so he had it converted into a restaurant. The boss hoped that Iram would like the place because he would run it in the future. At the young man's surprised look, the boss replied that he wanted the place to be his. But Iram didn't understand what the boss meant and how he would leave the kitchen at Jang Mung's restaurant. The boss replied that Su Yan is used to the job and he will make her the chef and hire an assistant. The boss said that he felt that Jang Mung's restaurant was keeping Iram away from his full potential. The young man thanked the boss and said he'd dreamed of it, but he was still scared. But he said he should do what he wanted to do, like changing the menu every day like he did in the game. The boss said he'd help the guy and he'd make it work. After these words, he suggested that Iram take a closer look at the kitchen, which now belonged to him. The young man thanked Chang Mung profusely and said it was a beautiful kitchen. The boss replied that there was only one thing left to do. He said he had to decide on a name for the place. Iram's eyes bulged at this unexpected statement. Sometime later, Iram sits in the doctor's office and says that his sense of smell and tastes are much better than last time. If it continues like this for a few years, she will be fully recovered. Beautiful Ha-en reads a message from Iram saying that his sense of taste and smell are coming back to him. Beauty Ha-en is thinking of making her game as a treatment for various diseases. There's even a colorblind player who recently received sensory therapy. At first she thought it was nonsense, but it turns out to be much more interesting. In the end, she was cured herself. She took a bite of kimbap, but decided not to eat too much because she had to eat at the party at Iram's new restaurant. He brought a whole sack of provisions. After all, in reality, he's trained to sell food for money, and he should be able to do it. Tonight, all his familiar player friends are coming to the party, and they say a special guest has been invited. His dear friends started coming, even the baby came too. Iram was very happy with everyone. The others didn't come, but they can come anytime after the restaurant opens. Even Dong Wook came and congratulated him on the opening of the restaurant, and Iram congratulated him on his new single. He said he didn't want to go to any events and wanted to keep his image as a mysterious newcomer. And then Ha-eun finally showed up. She's worried that she's a little late, but it's okay. Next to Ha-en came the tall Epicurus. Iram recognized him because he's exactly the same in reality as he is in real life. Our hero laid out a bunch of mundane and delicious food in front of his friends. Little JN said he didn't want to take the food off the stick. He wanted to eat it straight. The guests emptied the table very quickly because everything was unforgettably delicious. Beautiful Ha-eun watches Iram and thinks that he looks so serious when he eats, but when he cooks, he's no less serious. The guests started to leave, and Iram asked the boss how baby Jae-yoon was. He said the baby is asleep and he'll take him to bed. The pretty girl thanked the chef for inviting her, and he thanked her for coming. She told him about her illness and why she was always malnourished, but now she was much better. She asked the young man if they would meet again. The boss carried the sleeping baby into the house and whispered that he was very lucky to have such wonderful people around him. He remembered meeting Iram at the diner and couldn't believe that someone with such culinary skills was working as a kitchen assistant. And when he heard about the accident, he was even more eager to invite the young man to work at Changmung. He wanted him to gain self-confidence here at Changmung and believed that his sense of taste would gradually return. Today it was a pleasure to watch Iram happily cooking for his friends. The boss said he hadn't heard the name of the restaurant and asked if he had any ideas. Iram had an answer ready. He said that his restaurant would be called Great Taste, and he liked the name very much.